Hey everybody, what's up and welcome to a very special sponsored stream. You hear right at the beginning. Paradox has been kind enough to both hook us up with a little early access to Victoria 3, which comes out tomorrow, and also make this a little advertisement. You're not going to believe this, chat, but there's really only one thing I have to do for this ad. It's crazy. I have to play the game. Gotta play Victoria 3. They told me that if I don't unpause, I'm not getting paid. So I have to unpause today. Contractually obligated. I can't just stare at the map for 7 hours while the date counter doesn't tick past 1836. Oh, and of course, I would appreciate it if you guys, just pretended like I'm still in the map creator 6 hours from now. I gotta keep up my reputation after all. Can't have people coming in here to the beginning of a campaign and, they see the date is not the start of game and start to wonder if I still got my stuff. Anyway, thanks everybody for jumping in, saying hi. The super weekend of gaming continues into the week. Last week of October begins now. We're coming up on Halloween. It's time to turn off all of your porch lights, turn off all of your regular lights, hide inside, because there's no time to give kids candy when full-grown adults can be sitting in their offices, lounges, dens, playing new video games. Too many releases this week. And Victoria 3 is one of them. It'll come out tomorrow, actually. So this is one of those good previews where the thing that streamer is playing, you don't have to wait a month to get your hands on. So if you end up liking it, then you'd only have to wait less than 24 hours. So that's pretty good. We do have a sponsored referral link as well that will just hopefully periodically pop up in chat. Which mods, I guess just double check, because if you're watching chat, I've already enabled it. So it should just be popping out every 10-12 minutes or so. And then you can also access it with the exclamation vic3 command. I don't know if it tracks actual physical pre-orders through that link, but just grabbing more info on Victoria 3 or having that redirect you towards Steam and whatnot is helpful for the stream and also the sponsor. This beautiful ad stream. But we're gonna settle in today and do some learning. Because my experience with the Victoria franchise is basically non-existent. Victoria 1 was developed ostensibly before I was born. Just kidding. It was released in August of 2006. And it's actually it's called Victoria Complete on Steam. And it's crazy how far games have come since then. God, it's only been 16 years. 16 years. This is what games look like 16 years ago. Okay? Look at this. This is not Victoria 3, this is Victoria 1. And I just want you to internalize this screenshot and compare it to what we're going to see today, okay? Maps have come a long way, and the map game genre has come a long way. But I think I think there was an Arch that said, I haven't seen Victoria 1 or 2, I hope there's no spoilers. There are going to be Victorian spoilers from 1836 to 1936. So this game takes place over 100 years and leads up right to the beginning of a certain other Paradox game that we've maybe played for hundreds of hours on stream called The Hearts of Iron. Oops. There we go. Because that's the exact year that Hearts of Iron starts. So it's a whole century of map gaming. I hope you guys are doing swell today. This is what we're going to be doing all day. I'm sure people will be coming in asking about a certain other game that you just can't get enough of. But we're going to be playing Victoria 3 for the whole stream today. And then tomorrow we're going to see how we feel. But there are no other games that I even want to play this week besides this and RimWorld we've been playing. I don't know of any other releases that I should be prepared for. Terran Victa's dead. It was a great game. I played it some more off stream. It was fun. But our stream campaign, that's done. When's the Imperator to CK3 to EU4 to vic3 to Hearts of Iron to Stellaris save game? I actually do want to do a grand campaign challenge at some point. The trick is, I don't know how to play EU4. And whether I played Imperator would depend on whether Paradox themselves play Imperator as part of their grand campaigns. But I also don't know how to play vic3. I have played a couple hours off stream just to try to prepare. I did some tutorializing, and I think we're just going to play another probably Tutorial Nation just to sort of ease in and try to figure things out. Because going into a new grand strategy game in front of you guys is always a fun challenge. But what I found is when I was playing offline, I was like, Chad, I needed you. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the longer I sat there and I was like, okay, I'm learning a little bit of economics. Ooh, man, there's no Chad over there. Nobody's over there to teach me the things that slip through the gaps. And if I'm playing a game by myself and no one's around to watch, did it really even happen? Streamer Paradox. The Paradox Grand Campaign was without Imperator. Okay. See? If they can do it, then I can... If they can skip it, I can skip it. But I wouldn't mind doing like a full grand campaign at some point. I never learned how to play Imperator either. But for context, this is what I have played, I guess. In preparation mentally, unbeknownst to me at the time, to play Victoria 3 for you here today, we have played a significant amount of Crusader Kings 2. That was a really fun one to learn on stream. We played that for over 200 hours on stream. Do you find yourself talking out loud as if we were here during your off stream? Okay, I don't talk out loud as if you were here, but I did, while doing the vic3 tutorial, read out loud to teach myself. And I think that's actually a carryover from when I was in school. Like when I was in high school and college, if I had homework, I could not focus on silent reading. Unless it was like a fictional book. Like if it was a work of fiction, I'm there. Using my imagination, stimulation, but like trying to actually internalize information, reading out loud for me is so much better. So I was like reading the vic3 tutorial out loud. As if you were there. But anyway, we had like over 230 hours in Crusader Kings 2 learned on stream. Almost 300 hours of Crusader Kings 3 all learned on stream. We had Hearts of Iron is up to a whopping 464 hours, which is I don't believe that. How I think probably 400 of those hours are on stream. Stellaris is up to 460 hours, and at least 400 to 430 hours are on stream. So let's add a new game to the mix. What did you do in college, Alex? And when I was in college, I wish I had the opportunity to learn more. And also get into crippling debt while never actually having to show any employer that I had a degree. Because I never had proper gainful employment that required a degree. I just went straight into content creation out of college. And that's where I stayed. So, good times. That being said, I don't think I would have ended up making YouTube videos without it, because that was where I started. College is where I learned how to edit videos. I could have done that on my own, too, sure, like many YouTubers of the day did, but I would say that it probably encouraged me. Bachelor's in streaming. But yeah, I was an EMP major, which is short for electronic media production, which is sort of a vague-ism. What nation do you want for first playthrough? We're going to take a look and see. Probably going to do one of the tutorial ones. That way you guys can see sort of what the easier nations to pick up on for first campaign look like. I think you would like EU4. I probably would, yeah. EU4 is more like paint the map, a lot of war. Chad, what's your favorite grand strategy game? If you had to pick one of the ones we just mentioned, what's your top one? Just got through the tutorial of Hearts of Iron. Nice. It's a good time. Can you move to the left? What, you want to see Midas? He's moving around. Anyway, what's up, Arch? Hope you're well. Streetwater, overtly esoteric. Howdy, Wasabi Pete's here. Teeny Tiny, Sniper Fuffle, Giso, Ruve. Hi, Deadbeat Artist. Reading out loud is a very good mnemonic device. It is, yeah, very helpful. Tea time. I write on time. And welcome everybody else. Chat says a lot of Crusader Kings. Lots of Crusader Kings fans. Good. Lots of Victoria 2 gamers. Stellaris. Civ 5 was not one of the choices. I see you sneaking in there. Command and Conquer StarCraft. Those are not the same. I got some little chewy bobbas. And I'm ready to get started. So, let's jump in. Shall we? I want to look at some main menus. Welcome, one and all, to a majestic, sponsored stream of Victoria 3. It does have that new game smell. Long have we waited for a game so belated, schedule vacated, RimWorld outdated, Vicky activated. Good one. Chad, if you want a certain other card game, you're gonna have to wait until the not sponsored stream, okay? You'll get plenty of that, but I'll have you know, if you need an update, I did not stay up till 3 a.m. playing card games last night. I just happened to stay up till 3 a.m. and also played a few card games. And I may or may not be a gold gamer now, okay? I ranked up. I only won. And then I played like 3 games today. I think I won like 6 or 7 and lost 2. And retreated and just shot up the ranks. Okay? There you go. That's your update today. We'll get some tomato time in tomorrow. Alright, new game. But first I want to take a look at the settings. I think I've already taken a look at the settings, but I just want to double check. I like that there's a maximum FPS counter. I wish every game had that, so I was very excited to see, because now I don't need my good friend DX Story. And everything should be enabled. You guys will have to tell me how depth of field looks on stream. But it should look good. And then game-wise, we got the same layered onions of tooltips as you're probably familiar with Crusader Kings. So we've got the tooltip set to timer lock, and I bumped the timer down so that it'll lock in place a little bit faster, and then I can mouse over it instead of just making it go away like that. Zoom behavior. That's... Okay, yeah, I want the mouse pan disabled. Show nudity is on. I'm not really sure how much nudity there is in this game, but it's set whether characters can be shown nude. I don't know how much nudity is in Victoria 3, but it's there somewhere. Nude monarchs in your area. All right, chat. It's new game time. So, like in the other grand strategy games from Paradox, you can jump into some sort of suggested countries and nations. Sort of reminds me of the way the CK3 and Hearts of Iron are set up, especially, where if you click on, we're going to probably do a learn the game, and these are some of the recommended countries that start in a bit more balanced and, I would assume, forgiving environment. Sweden, Belgium, Chile, and Cape Colony. But if you're more predisposed to economic dominance, you got the big nations. The US, Great Britain, the Ottoman Empire, and Brazil. And there's a map, of course. We're going to take a look at the map first. And I'll show you the state of the world before we actually jump in. I don't have to go back, I can just click up here. Hegemony. Prussia, Spain, the Japanese shogunate, and Egypt are good options for complete global domination. Grow your own population until most of the world live inside your own borders. And then egalitarian society. So we're going back to 1836. So some of this is going to be changing history, because when you see France and Russia and the Great Qing Dynasty under egalitarian society, Tsar Nicholas I might need a little bit of help from you, the player. Some certain revolts. Great King will need a lot of help. Yes. But it's the point isn't that they start as egalitarian. The point is that you have to become the guiding beacon that leads them to an egalitarian society, hence the challenge. Anyways, let's take a look at any nation selection. So of course you can do sandbox as well. We got new loading screen art. And yes, there are some very sensitive topics. That was a very bad transition for when I said new loading screen art. It's 1830s, chat. And if you want to be the change that makes the United States and Mexico and Texas better than they were in the 1800s, that is actually on the table as well. And you're playing as sort of a ruler who has to deal with the whims of the people. And the people are gonna want what people in the 1800s wanted. And if you want to try and steer them in a different direction, you're gonna have to navigate treacherous waters, because people are dumb, yes. But this is the era of a lot of chaos, as world borders are not anything like you recognize them today. Yes, opium trading, drugs, the slave trade is on, and you have to contend with all of these very treacherous, chaotic factions within each nation who want or oppose different things. So we're gonna have like individual vocal groups of people who are petitioning you for something either pro or against the status quo right now. And you can kind of steer the country in a certain direction, but you have to do it in such a way that the people follow what you decide to do, basically. But anyway, it's just fun to look at this world map. Of course, you can play as Texas, which is its own republic, which starts at war, I believe, with Mexico, or you can play as Mexico and absorb Texas, and then maybe go towards the United States, which is fun. You can play as Queen Leslie Knope, if you decided to. Canada is still just Lower Canada. We've got Russia and Prussia, just to be even more confusing. Like, is Russia and Prussia the first, like, adding the letter B to something? Can you play as the Hudson Bay Company? You can, yeah. They're an insignificant power. I guess I'm blocking a bit of the screen, aren't I? Parks and Rec reference? Hell yeah. So, for all intents and purposes, everything that you see here that is clickable is playable. And they're going to have different leaders, and they're going to have different cultures, and maybe state religions, or forms of government, and those forms of government are going to convey different challenges. And of course, different areas are going to have different economic powers and weaknesses. Some of them are colonies, like Cape Colony was originally a Dutch trading post. It's become a British crown colony with most of its former autonomy curtailed. Now tensions are rising between the crown and the Boer states to the north, while in the east the power of the Zulu Empire is growing. How will the Cape Colony weather the struggles ahead? Or you can play as the Zulu. But just keep in mind that wherever you choose to play, you're going to have to deal with the challenges inherent in that area. And I'm not good enough to play as a super tiny power that doesn't have any... Like, I'm not going to play Sandbox yet. I'm going to play one of the learning nations. But check out this map, though. It goes all the way in. And it is very pretty. Play as the king. Oh, I don't want to play as a giant nation. But yeah, they did a really good job with like the map transitions here and watching the individual resources. At its core, vic3 is sort of a resource management game. It's an economic simulation, but it's predicated upon different regions of the world in their quest for industrialization in the 1800s, using sometimes the resources that are native to the lands that you're governing, exploiting them, and maybe processing them into goods that are desired by other markets in trading. So it's a lot of trading, and it's very dense and detailed economic simulation primarily, which is what I always anticipated Victoria to be anyways. But some of that is going to entail us learning actual economics. So I'm gonna need some help from chat probably just to understand some of the concepts, because some of you are just smarter than me when it comes to that. But we'll do our best. What does a big city like New York look like? Well, it's also 1836 New York. Buy high, sell low, baby. Let's go to Massachusetts and Maine. Learning Nopers. Learning Nopers. But yeah, the cities look really cool. I've never seen any Victoria gameplay, so this will be fun. Yeah, this is going to be... we're just going to take this nice and slow and just chill. Because like I said, I haven't played Victoria 1 or 2, and I just kind of want to soak it all in, you know? I'm as excited as you guys. We've been talking about this for a while, and it's awesome to finally just have it at my fingertips. You guys will be able to have it at your fingertips tomorrow. But yeah, there's a lot of just emptiness here too, which these are the flyover states anyway, let's be honest. I'm just kidding. Hello, Michigan. Upper Canada's got some quaint little farmlands here. Aw. Chad, is that Ontario? Where's Ontario? That's Ontario? Okay, cool. Man, this looks great. Yeah, it's a really striking first impression for sure. Okay, we're not going to be playing as Canada or a random country. I do not want to open this game to multiplayer. I do want to check my game rules, though. So let's check our game rules. Doxed. It was asterisked. Okay, game rules. There's not as many as Crusader Kings, so it won't be that intimidating here. To enable Iron Man mode, what is that's just enabling achievements and not reloading your game. Okay, I'm not prepared for Iron Man learning campaign. I hope that's understandable. Achievements, sure. Yes. Block them. No achievements are stinky. AI behavior towards players, harsh, lenient, or standard. AI aggression. Keep that standard too. Allow implausible and fantasy-esque nations to be formed. Yes, historically plausible. Okay, let's keep it yes. Allow implausible and fantasy-esque nations to be released. Yes. Monument effects. Monuments may produce a variety of different effects depending on nature, and sometimes employ pops to do so. Here's one thing you gotta understand about the stream today. We're gonna be reading a lot of tooltips. A lot of tooltips, okay? It's gonna be tooltips and tooltips in tooltips. In tooltips. Monuments are buildings unique to a state that can perform a variety of functions, often conferring prestige, which is a resource that you're going to be managing for your nation. Sort of sets how they can act. Actually, I could just highlight it and show you. But yeah, prestige helps you determine your rank against all the other countries and your ability to project power. Can also be affected if you have an arts academy, monuments, or if you're a world leader in the production of a certain good. So goods production is the name of the game for us. Wherever we are, we're going to try and find out what our natural resources are and just take them to the next level. Flag changes, yes. Map color changes, sure. Okay, these are all good. Let's go back. Exit to main menu. I like that sound. I like that like clink, the little rolling slinky clink. This is just good sound effects. Okay, we're gonna learn the game. I've already done some of this learn the game, so I'm gonna be able to paraphrase a bit. We're not gonna have to read everything verbatim, but there's gonna be a lot of reading. You've been warned. But that's also what I am going to enjoy about it, is just being able to sink in for the full day. Like, we're locking ourselves in, and I think it's gonna be a good day. Everything's so crispy. I agree. Sweden. Belgium, Chile, or Cape Colony. After losing Finland and gaining Norway in a personal union, Sweden has begun the slow process of industrialization, while also becoming more liberal in some ways. What does the future of Sweden hold? In Belgium, the Industrial Revolution's in full swing. The yoke of Dutch oppression was cast aside just 6 years ago, and the country is bounding ahead of their former masters with the construction of the first railroad in continental Europe. What does the future hold? Chile is embarking on a process of political centralization, concentrating power into the hands of the government and the church. What does the future hold for Chile? Or Cape Colony. Originally a Dutch trading post, the Cape Colony recently became a British Crown colony with most of its autonomy curtailed. Tensions are rising between the British Crown and the Boer states, and in the east the power of the Zulu Empire grows. How will Cape Colony weather the struggles ahead? Okay. I think that we should play as either Chile or Sweden are the two that are jumping out to me. I think I might just go for Chile. And we can just go. I feel like that'd be a good learning campaign. And the reason is, I think it's a bit intimidating to try and compete in Europe. And also, I'm not really sure how starting as an actual colony of the British Crown would work gameplay-wise. It seems like a nice place to just remove myself from the hustle and bustle of industrialization chaos in Western Europe and Eastern Europe. So why don't we start there? I think it's a good choice. Because as goes with all Paradox games, you don't have to play a full 100 years to do a full campaign. You don't have to see the credits. A few do. Okay, let's try Chile. So, the following game rules are recommended. AI behavior towards player lenient, AI aggression low. How do I undo that? I want to feel the heat a little bit. We're just gonna do standard because I want to know. I don't want to turn the AI down. I want to know what they actually do so I can figure out how to deal with it. Keep all these the same. Note I'm not playing on super hard mode. I just like playing Paradox games on the standard game mode. Except Stellaris. I'll turn that up a little bit too. Okay, let's go. All states in the same market will trade goods with each other unless they are isolated. Okay, that was too fast. I couldn't read. I couldn't read either of those tutorials. The year's 1836. Jose Joaquin Prieto, solid state drive. Yes, my solid state drive was too fast. Is a general of Chile. The Industrial Revolution is well underway, bringing cataclysmic social change along with it. More than 20 years have passed since Congress of Vienna imposed some semblance of order upon Europe, and unrest is once again starting to brew among the great powers. It'll be up to you to guide Chile to glory over the following century. There is no one way to win Victoria 3. You set your own goals and experience different stories in the process of pursuing them. Indeed. Okay, these are the things I've already read before. Effectively, I am just going to be manipulating all of the economic and industrial isms behind the scenes. And the country and its population are going to be reacting to them. And they will attempt to petition for different things and influence governmental decisions. So, like, I can try and pass different laws, but if the people reject them, I will end up causing some chaos. It's a dynamic simulation with many moving parts. Actions have consequences, even unintended ones. Take it slow, learn from your mistakes, and you'll soon be an expert. The population is Twitch chat, yes. Yeah, I know how to look around. Though I do have a really cool camera trick that they tell you in the tutorial that you should see because it's really impressive. This is tooltips. I know how tooltips and tooltips work. Ooh, tooltips. This is a tooltip about tooltips, tooltipception. Tooltips typically provide detailed information pertinent to what your cursor's looking at. Wow, that's what that is. Okay, so these are the basic resources that we're going to be dealing with for the rest of the game. We got bureaucracy, authority, influence, and money. So the important distinction between the first three, which are highlighted by this box, and the money, is that money is accumulated and the others are not. So we can actually like save money in the treasury, representing our total national balance, right? And if we're running a deficit, we're going to be taking money out of our gold reserves. So we don't want to do that because we're going to go broke, and if we go broke, we have to take out loans. Bad, right? Money is the name of the game for Victoria 3 right now. But we also want to continue to have positive. Green number's good, red number bad. Yes, that is correct. For these three different resources. So I'm still got a lot to learn as far as this goes. But bureaucracy represents our administrative cohesion in day-to-day operations. So this is how we administer different army commanders, maintain trade routes, as well as government administration buildings are going to be giving us more so that we can tax people efficiently. So if we're in a negative right now, that means that we're wasting, like losing tax money because we don't have enough bureaucratic people, forces, whatever you want to call it, in order to collect, in this case, all the taxes. So we got 15% tax waste. So the taxes that we're already collecting, we're losing 15% straight away because our bureaucracy is too low. So we got to organize things. Then the authority next to that is how we make law changes. We can issue decrees and maintain interest groups, which are just political factions. And then influence is how we interact with others diplomatically. So that's how we get pacts. That's how we use what's called diplomatic actions, which are different methods of making plays and doing... They call them diplomatic plays, just a way to sort of interact with other countries in specific, either aggressive or passive-aggressive ways. Your Twitch country is losing subs. It happens, yeah. But the important thing is that... having green numbers gives you a little boost. So like authority right now, because I have excess authority, we have a 25% reduction to the time it takes for legislative enactments. So we can kind of pass more legislative decrees in a quicker amount of time, rather. But the thing you need to remember is that green number gives you a small bonus, but red number gives you a large debuff. So it doesn't really matter if we have plus 650 authority or plus 1200 authority. Like, it's going to be roughly the same bonus as far as I know, just because we have a little bit extra authority. So you just kind of want to not focus too much on getting like significant amounts of green numbers. You just want to keep yourself out of the red for the most part, because red has much steeper penalties. Because these are not, again, accumulations. These are just like weekly or monthly balances. This is accumulation. So you can't save up bureaucracy, you can't save up authority, and you can't save up influence. They're just measurements of like a flow of points. Like, they're levels rather than banked. Yeah. I guess so. It's a balance, I guess, yeah. Okay, the treasury. This is the money that I just described. This we can actually accumulate. And this is how we're going to be buying or paying for upgrades to our nation, which we should take a look at. There's Chile over here. Santiago, our capital, should be right around here. So why don't we zoom in and actually take a look at our capital while we're examining how the tutorial's teaching us to play the game. Watch 3 different videos and streams of vic3, don't understand it, bought it anyway. Sometimes you just have to experience it yourself and just jump in to the deep end, you know? And I think that's legitimate as well. I'm gonna turn the game volume up a little. Okay. Our goal is to tax people. Buildings and pops can be taxed to grow and improve your economy, and decrease your expenses by minimizing the operating costs of various government buildings. So we're trying to keep costs down, increase taxes to the point where the people will tolerate it, okay? Because that's how we get our money. Taxation is theft, though. Well, I'm about to steal everything you got, Corn Dad. I'm about to take all your corn, okay? Because you gotta pay for that non-sub somehow. I'm gonna petition Twitch to introduce targeted advertisements. Instead of an ad-based system where you roll ads for your viewers, you only roll ads to one person. I just pick one of you, and instead of timing you out for 10 minutes, I just roll 10 minutes of ads to you directly. I think that's a genius idea. Will it make very much money? Probably no. But I think they should go through with it anyway. Okay, so our money balance The balance shown in the top bar reflect a weekly change. Unlike capacities, money actually can be saved to be spent later. But going into debt, running a negative weekly balance, can often yield a better return on investment. Loans will be automatically repaid while your weekly balance is positive. The game's telling me to go into debt. We got info panels on the left, which we'll take a look at in a minute. And the lenses at the bottom, which are just sort of different views and perspectives. It's going to be sort of difficult because Chile is so long, very long, skinny Cheeto that it is. Some of these lenses may not be as useful as they might be in a larger land area, but we'll use them regardless. So, we got production, which shows us industries and goods. Each lens has its own map mode. Zoom out and take a look at the map to see what changed. Clicking on the lens and looking at the map can give you a good hunch of what's going on in your country. When you're ready to move on, close it. Okay, we got... I'm gonna go back. Okay, I wanted to see this screen. So, production is for expanding industries to produce goods, politics for managing your government and population, diplomacy for pacts and diplomatic plays, military for the army and navy, and then trade for infrastructure, trade routes, and markets. Ooh, we got a lot of actions. Import trade routes, export trade routes, military, armies, navies, and buildings. Diplomacy, we can make vassals, puppets, liberate subjects, conquer states. Gotcha. And then pausing. We're going 100 years in Victoria 3 from 1836 to 1936. Your time is standing still. Chat, how do you unpause the game? See, like, I'm looking at this, and it says pausing introduction, like it's going to teach me to unpause the game, but like, you know when you try to read something in a dream, and there's no words in the book? That's what I see when I look at this right now. They're trying to force me to unpause. Oh! You've just been given your first tutorial challenge. Okay, so what we're gonna do is pop open the journal and expand a basic building. Okay. You've been tasked with expanding a basic agricultural building in one of your states. As you play, more tutorial challenges like this will appear in your journal. You can either try to complete the challenge yourself without any guidance, or say, tell me how, or tell me why. Good luck. It said space, didn't it? It did, yes. Unpaused at 46, that's a record. Can you just go back a few tutorial windows and not unpause? Yeah, that might help. Buy me some more time. So, let's take it very slow. I got the journals. There we go. Right in between the journal entries and the bottom lenses is good. Oh, I wanted to show you this. Check this out. You're like, oh, hang on. Chile is trading with the UK. How do you get to the UK? Bam. Bam. We're there. I want to trade with China. How about Australia? It's like we're on a plane. January 2. Wow, 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 wow. Oh yeah, I guess it would have just been a little bit to the right. Chat, watch this. And we're back. We went all the way around the world. The world isn't even round. It's just one infinitely long, flat map. Look, I see the pin, the envelopes, the cigarette lighters, and it just keeps go. Oh, we got a compass. Got the little measurement map marker thing to, you just wiggle it around, find out how far away something is. Every day I look out my window and I see the great sky compass. 2 compasses. Wait. No, it's just one compass, chat. It just looks like 2 hang on. This is a portal paradox. Can you see? Nope, you can't see. It's coming out the portal on the left. No, the thing is called a compass. The metal thing with 2 arms, those are both. How is that a compass? Why is this called a compass? Because it is. That's a tongue. Nautical compass. Okay, anyways. Chat, this song reminded me. Paradox knows what we like. Okay? Because they gave me a sponsorship to play Victoria 3 today. One day before Victoria 3 releases. Do you know why? Because when the game releases tomorrow, you will not be able to pre-order the game anymore. Today is the last day to pre-order. Do you know what you get if you pre-order the game? More songs. The pre-order bonus is extra special songs. They understand me. They understand us. They get sick beats. But yeah, I think they remastered a few of the songs. Oh shit, this giant ad is working because I forgot to pre-order. And if you check out the link in the chat right now, whether you end up buying it on another platform or through that website, just going to that link and taking a look around does help the channel out for future opportunities, and also you might learn a thing or two that I'm not able to cover for whatever reason in my infinite wisdom and knowledge. Ad. Get influenced. Okay, so let's take a look around. I just want to poke buttons, okay? Let's poke some buttons. We got a lot of buttons and a lot of tooltips and a lot of information. Can you zoom in on the coastline? Yeah, we were actually just zoomed in. Here's Concepcion. Here is beautiful Santiago and Valparaiso, next to the Peruvian Sea. Okay, let's take a look at politics. Here is our general, because we are led by a junta. A junta is a military government. And our ruler and politician, General Jose Joaquin Prieto. Is it Joaquin? Joaquin? Junta. Keep thinking of Joaquin Phoenix. My legitimacy is 79% as the head of state right now. Joaquin. Is it now Joaquin? But what is it in Spanish? Chile and Texas flags confuse me. Yeah, we're gonna see how many people come in and go like, oh dude, Pog, you're playing as Texas? Joaquin. Okay, chat. Anyways, General Jose. How about that? Let's take a look at our opposition. The industrialists are fairly neutral towards us, and they occupy the largest amount of clout, which is their power as an interest group, basically. The intelligentsia is also neutral, 12.9%. These are the thinkers. They are the liberal, anti-clerical, Republican, and anti-slavery groups. Industrialists are the plutocratic, laissez-faire, and individualists. Landowners are 12.6%, slightly less clout in Chile. Their ideologies are stratocratic, patriarchal, and catolicismo. Or Caraísmo. This group favors maintaining hierarchy in society through traditional forms of taxation and labor. This group believes men should have political authority. Chat, we've gotta go through some suffrage here and fix some things in Chile. This group tends to support strongman leaders with military backgrounds over constitutional rule of law. Not surprised, landowners. Take their land. We need more crown land. We may. And the Catholic Church has 10.4% clout because that's our national religion. So each of the different nations is going to have their own national religion as well here. It is 1836 after all. And the armed forces are happy. And that's good because in a military junta, we want the armed forces to be backing us to prevent future coups, I would assume. Okay, but on the government page, we've also got this is a general overview of what's going on. The government type itself, we can get a little bit more detail on each of those sort of categories, including what the different opposition groups are currently doing and what their traits are. So landowners right now have family ties, giving them some extra influence. Catholic Church, there's a lot of empty cards here. Laws with governmental or movement support. So this is how we enact new laws, so we can see whether it's popular, not popular, or neutral. There are a lot. So when you enact a law, it doesn't just automatically happen. You have to try to push it across whatever type of government you have. That'll change based on your government type, of course, but we have like a 32% chance every 180 days, and there's ways to manipulate these numbers, and of course, the more endorsement you have from different groups, the easier some of these will be. Outlaw dissent is 60% popular. Currently active free speech law is censorship. We have Chilean censorship. There is no guaranteed right of assembly. We currently have no police force whatsoever. Any sort of structured police force does not exist in this country. So there's no militarized. So you have to go stepping stones. Okay, so if you wanted to get to completely outlawing dissent, you'd probably have to get a dedicated police force, a militarized police force, and outlaw dissent. Or a local police force even first. So what's even the benefit here? Minus 20% state penalties from turmoil. Turmoil comes across if you... Maybe I should let these tooltips stay up a little bit longer. I lowered the length of time that they stay up. And now I can't get my mouse... Ooh, actually I can, there we go. Sorry. Turmoil is a state of being when you basically piss off different interest groups in your nation, and they radicalize, and they become unhappy, and the higher the turmoil gets, different things can manifest, as you might imagine. It's the 1800s. Nobody is safe. What else we have? National Guard. Ups revolution / secession progression speed. Landed voting, autocracy, and monarchy. So we can actually try and enact a different type of government. Or governing principles. Because right now we are a junta oligarchy. Okay, different laws. So many different laws. God, we can just sit here and read all these, and I'm very excited about that. Not all of them are going to even be an option right now, obviously. I just saw chat would probably go straight to this. Child labor is currently active. No school, people clap. You can work towards restricting child labor and make primary school compulsory. And you get +2 to max education, which boosts your education institution. Requires one of the following. Human rights. We don't have that yet. It's 1836. We have a long way to go on that tree, I'm afraid. Gotta get us some of those human rights. Chad, look at all these bobas. How am I supposed to eat these without, like, making straw slurp noises? Okay, anyway. Back it up. Serfdom abolished. We can also work towards worker protections. Presidential republic can lead to theocracies and council republics. Many different types of distribution of power. All the way down to universal suffrage or anarchy. This law is supported by one interest group. Pray tell who? Trade unions with 1.2% clout want total anarchy. With no formal hierarchy, central authority is difficult to exercise. I feel like anarchy in this game probably makes it difficult to continue playing and governing. And this citizenship is the one that you definitely want if you want to push towards multiculturalism. 1836 has a lot of different tricky hoops to jump through to try to get people on the same page. And if you emphasize the strength of different parties over the others, then you will be able to fast track some of those. Optical? Oh no. Cox! Give me my stream internet back! What do I look like right now, Chad? Focus. What do you see with your special eyes? A ghost. A gray blob. My brain. It looks good. It's not just you, chap. We're coming back. We're bouncing back. You guys are at, 1400 KBS. Good. Cox has taken us back to 1860. I think so. 8-bit E-Town. They're doing their best. I'm gonna wait until it gets to about 2000 KBS. And then go from there. We saw into the shadows that dwell within. Paradox called they're revoking your Steam key. What if Paradox is the one that's they just did a diplomatic play against Cox. Okay, you guys are back to 2000, so you should be able to actually see what's on the screen. What are you drinking? Little boba poppers. State religion, freedom of conscience, or total separation of church and state. We got different forms of elected or hereditary bureaucrats. Hereditary, of course, would be traditional inheritance passing to kids, and then governors who are elected. Army model. Peasant levies, all the way down to mass conscription. Internal security. National Guard, secret police, and guaranteed liberties. Liberties. Livery. Economic system, all the way from laissez-faire, agrarianism. Some of these nations will start with, of course, different laws at the beginning, and you will have to work within those. So, once I learn what all these do, I'll have a better idea. I'm not going to concern myself too much with the laws page right now, because I don't know what to work towards yet. I need to figure out how to make goals for myself, and that's true of every grand strategy game, but it's nice to see all the different possibilities that each come with their own bonuses or debuffs to tax rate in this case, colonial resettlement or abolish colonial affairs. Lots of colonialism going on in 1836. Policing, education. We have no health system. There's no insurance. Mortality rates are probably really high. No freedom of speech whatsoever. Child labor is allowed. The rights of women are not in a good place at all. Women are legally under the guardianship of men and enjoy very few rights. Chile, please. We gotta help you. There's no social security or wage subsidies or pensions. We've got migration controls enacted. At least slavery's banned. We got one thing going for us. So much needs fixing. So much needs fixing. And then we got institutions, which at the moment you're not going to see too much here because we're a baby nation in Chile and there's just not much in the way of institutions right now. But our colonial affairs are level 2, the office handling the management of foreign colonial holdings. We can decrease it to 1, and then level 3 through 5 is just going to help with, I would assume, our incorporated states, the amount of colonial growth generated by POPs in incorporated states. I'm not really sure how we spend colonial growth right now, but just taking a look. Let's take a look at the budget. Okay, lots of revenue compared to expenses. So we got 7.17K in income and then 5.68 in total expenses. This is where we kind of change governmental wages and increase taxation level. So right now we are just at medium taxes. We are also at medium government wages, medium military wages, and eventually we're going to be able to actually parse this for information at our fingertips. These are the 3 states that we have in Chile. So going from top to bottom, got Santiago up at the top, our capital state, Los Rios, and then the Chilean Araucania. Araucania is a state in Chile, but it's actually not incorporated. And because it's not incorporated, we're not able to tax it. So I can incorporate it for 13.4 bureaucracy, which would lead us to a deficit of 39, which we definitely don't want that to be. So I think one of our goals is going to be to incorporate all of these states into Chile, which... We're not just taking their money, we're also giving them things, including standard of living. They have an 8.5 struggling standard of living. The minimum that they expect is 6. And they're not able to use any of the institutions that are present in Santiago and will continue to be present in Santiago. They don't get the use of any of our trade centers, government buildings. So we gotta bring them into the fold. So it looks like Chile's first goal is to stabilize on bureaucracy, is what I can tell, and probably incorporate Chilean Araucania. Because they just don't have, they have 0 buildings. They have unused arable land 2, and not much room for anything, really. Maybe some naval bases and some barracks, and that's about it. They can't partake in our non-existent healthcare system. Precisely. Okay, so speaking of buildings, this is where we're going to be going through the tutorial in just a moment, and I'll follow along with the tutorial so you guys can see what the tutorial looks like. We don't need either of those open. In different areas, we're going to be able to just sort by the 3 different categories: urban, rural, and development. And this is just sort of fast access to pop into each of the different buildings and sort of change different facets about them. So like, if I just were to, say, zoom into Santiago, for example, and actually I'm not going to do this tutorial yet because it's part of the tutorial, but long story short, each of these buildings and different types of buildings can be customized all the way down to their production methods. And each different production method will have different pros and cons, and some of them are just going to be net gains for you. Like, for example, as far as the livestock ranches go, we're going to be probably changing our slaughtering method. We got open-air stockyards. It's giving us 5 meat. Not a lot, but if we improve with butchering tools and actually have some proper tools to go along with that, we'll double our meat production, but now we consume some tools. So it's a lot of resource balancing. Trying to produce things over here so that you can improve production of things over here and then keep mix and matching those. So at its core, it's all about acquiring goods and then maybe trading goods as well. The market is how we do all that. The market is how we get details on each of the goods that our people need, and also the places that they may or may not be trading to. We can see if there's any goods that are in demand right now, and maybe if there was a good with an incredible import demand, we could try and produce it locally, so we don't have to make the people foot the bill for importing those goods, and we can give them access to cheap goods locally that they don't have to pay an arm and a leg for, thereby boosting our own economy and giving us access to more taxes fed back into our system. So those are some different things that we're going to be looking out for. And Chile is going to be a nice place to start because it's fairly small as far as that goes. I have no idea how the military works in this game, so I'm not going to even pretend like I know what's going on. All I know is that it exists, and we have an army, different garrisons, and a navy, which we have no admiral, and I don't think we even have a general. So we got basically nothing as far as that goes. Just the 10 regulars who are garrisoned, and we have 3 flotillas right now in Santiago. And I believe that those flotillas are probably costing us a pretty penny. Hello all, what's up Gogogatsu? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Also, thanks for beginning stream subs. Sink the Snakes is heading out on the vacay. Hope you enjoy. Victoria, thanks for stream. Sorry if I didn't see you in time, Sync, but thanks for 23 months of sub and almost 2 years. Welcome to stream. Bremo says, people arrive, press W, start in Ireland. Wrong game, Bremo, but your heart's in the right place. My mate is in the shop, thanks for 19 months. Howdy. Supra Tentorium subbing for a 7th month. Hi, Supra Tentorium. Koran's back for 7 months. Yo. And Kiera B says Marvel Snap allowance. Nice. Thanks for 20 months. Hi, everybody. Thanks for jumping in. Yo, Arvarex, Hummus. 92 Tyler. Side Convenience. Flotilla is such an 8th grade vocabulary word. All words are vocabulary words. So down here, we got Diplomacy, Tech, Culture, Population Journal, and Outliner. Diplomacy is what you expect, but you're going to see a lot of countries start declaring interests once we get unpaused. Declaring an interest basically gives you the opportunity to participate in different markets, is my understanding. If you maintain an interest in a strategic region, you signal to the rest of the world that you might get involved in diplomatic plays. There you go. Okay, so you can participate in the markets without doing this, but it lets you get involved in specific diplomacy. Having an active interest is a requirement for many diplomatic actions, and you cannot colonize state regions where you don't maintain one. So we basically have to announce that we intend to be involved in politics in a given area. But luckily for us, politically, I think a lot of our neighbors... Where's our diplomatic lens? A lot of our neighbors are pretty chill with Chile. Argentina is cooperative towards us. Mapuche, how do you say this? Is also calm. Guarani is calm. Bolivia is cautious. Peru is cooperative. Brazil is wary. Brazil's wary towards everybody. Chilling with Chile. Pretty chill, yeah. I said what I said. So our neighbors aren't super aggressive, so it should be good. Probably why it's a tutorial nation. Technology is a whole tech tree. So different nations are going to have different starting levels of tech. And each of these trees is going to often unlock different types of buildings that you don't have access to before, but it's also going to unlock ideas. Like, society doesn't understand the stock exchange or banking here in Chile, and we have to teach them about it. So we're going to want to choose probably a research to begin with. It's going to cost 5,000 research. It looks like we're currently researching the shell gun for some reason. I don't know if I want to continue just spending 3 years to research artillery. Chat, please. No one understands the stock market, even today. Fact, you pronounced Mapuche right, they are an indigenous tribe. There you go. So I'm probably gonna actually want to start somewhere over here, but we'll talk about why in a bit. Different cultures is how we're just going to identify who's living inside our borders and what their priorities are, with especially their priority religion. So we're majority 98% South Indian. So South Indian is primarily Catholic and represents 912,000 pops. Patagonian animists are 1.2%, and we have Afro-Caribbeño, who is 1.2 thousand population. Okay. Population is going to give us another sort of look at how that's distributed. In this case, by profession, peasants, laborers, shopkeepers. So you can see that we have 55%. We can also change this if it makes more sense to you to pie charts. How's the game so far? We're just looking at menus right now, Strelicus, which is pretty much what we're going to be doing. But right now we're just in a learning phase. I'm just trying to kind of take you guys through what all the different information that you can look at entails. But yeah, it's really in-depth. Can we buy GME? You can invent GME. If you can do it before 1936. Mapuche are pretty cool. They resisted Incan and Spanish conquest. The Chileans only managed to conquer their territory around the 1880s. Very nice. Green. Hello, beautiful Santiago. Okay. Let me, I wanted to take a look at that again. So, we're looking at different sections. Or I guess that's just where most of our population is concentrated. It's 656,000, 252,000, and then 55,000 down there. So 724,000 people are politically inactive. Only 240,000 are politically involved. This game is just like me for real. $11.2 is our standard of... We're impoverished. We're number 49 worldwide. Who's number one? Number one standard of living in the world right now is Lubeck. Then Lanfang, Pontianak, the Lahej, then Great Britain, Hudson Bay Company, Sakhalin, the Netherlands, the United States, and Yogyakarta. We're number 49. We gotta improve these. We gotta get these numbers up, chat. Get these numbers up. It's embarrassing. Oh, look. The average standard of living for the upper strata. They have umbrellas. Okay, we're carrying baskets around down here in the lower strata, and they're carrying umbrellas. Unacceptable. But let's look at the political distribution. So peasants represent 55% of the population, but only 16% of the political strength. Whereas shopkeepers represent only 5.2% of the population, yet have almost 30% of the political strength. Makes you think. Rise up against the shopkeepers, is that what you're saying? Our cultural population, we were just looking at it, and of course we're majority Catholic in Chile. Hi, Town Chat. Hello, She's Wars. Reanimated a bit, pumping it. Street water jamming. We must eat the umbrellas. I like the way you think. Okay. And then we have a detailed list where we can click drop-down menus and just see all the different types of people who are here and where they're located and who they're consisting of. So, lots of information to parse. So what do we want to do? What are we actually going to do? Well, we're going to do a tutorial. I'm just looking to see... I like looking at what information is available so that when we need to know something, I can direct our attention to find it. But yes, what we're going to do is start by expanding livestock ranches. So since I'm kind of showing you the tutorial right now, and our goal is to expand a basic building, there's two extra buttons, tell me hi and tell me hi, chat, right now. Tell me how and tell me why. I combined them in my mind. Hi. Chat very smiley and cute today. No, first time chatter. Tis sla. Sla. Okay, fine. Be that way. We're not going to read these verbatim, but I just kind of want to show you what information is accessible when you click them. You could just do it. Like, I can just do it, but like, why? Why? This is like, I am just trying to be like 6-year-old simulator. Why? A safe way of growing your economy is by expanding a basic resource building that produces a staple good like fabric. Why? Staples are okay, basically the short answer is people need to eat. People need to be clothed. People have basic necessities. And if they can't get them, they're going to spend more money acquiring things to bring in imports. So we need to give our people the essentials in order to enrich the workforce, because they're going to be able to put that money back into the economy, and we're going to be able to take advantage of that via national GDP as well as taxes or individual. Our revenue from the budgetary screen. National revenue go up, national expenses go down, okay? That's what we want. But yes, we can tax the richer workforce to earn money for the treasury, but we're going to be building a lot of buildings ourselves. Sounds like a pyramid scheme. But yes, we're going to use these funds, the tax money that we get, okay, to fund other things for the people. We're going to make their lives better, chat, all right? Let's take the livestock ranches as an example. So let's click on Santiago, which is in Los Rios. And then under buildings, we can see the livestock ranches here. Click on the state of Los Rios. Oh wait, my bad, wrong state. Santiago and Los Rios, wrong state. There's the livestock ranches. So, this is the weekly balance of this particular building. The livestock balance, the livestock ranches are bringing in 31 bucks. It's not a ton, every week. But we want to make money, not lose money. So green is good. We just don't want to get into the negatives. This is the building information on what it's costing us versus what it is producing for us right now. So because of the process that we have chosen, we're paying the laborers. So there's 4,000 laborers, 700 farmers, 200 clergymen, and 80 aristocrats who are currently working as a result of the building of these livestock ranches. We're also using an infrastructure to keep this thing open. So we're paying them, but they're making for us. Obviously, the cattle are producing some meat and some fabric, which in this case, I guess, is just leather. I don't know if there's a difference between fabric and leather, but the cows let us make clothes, okay? So that's why we got the livestock ranches here. So we're making a surplus of 2 different goods, which is nice. And yeah, this is the building's revenue. This is the type of goods they're producing, and we can change what types of goods they produce based on the production methods. We want to expand buildings because we want to help the pops. We want to employ more people. I want to see how many unemployed we have in the nation. How do I find that information? Let me see. What would that be under? Maybe just population overview? Maybe just under the state overview? Let's see. It's not going to be under taxes. Population 656,000. So many peasants. It says unemployed 2. There's no way that there's that many. What? Unemployed 2 what? Just 2. Unemployed is insignificant. Oh. So there's actually, like, no problem with the peasants being unemployed. Is it actually just 2? Oh, I know what it is. Yeah. No, it's correct. The thing is that what they're all employed doing is like subsistence farming. How do I see that information? They're all just doing subsistence farming. Yep, subsistence farms. Currently have 91,000 employees in subsistence farms just in Santiago alone. Okay, so we need to basically say, hey, stop just farming to live and farm to make money. Okay, that makes more sense. That's why there's not any unemployed. They're just like farming to get by. They're trying to make just enough food to live. Anyways, workforce tab. Let's go back to Los Rios, buildings, livestock ranches, and then click the workforce tab in the livestock ranches. Check. One way to gain income is to tax employed pops. How much you tax is up to you and can be changed on the budget panel. But expanding a building like a livestock ranch increases how many pops can work there and enriches the rest of your country's pops, giving them access to fabric at a lower cost. So we're making more fabric, which drives the price of fabric down and makes it cheaper for them. Before you expand all your buildings, remember there's a cost to expanding buildings, and not everything is suitable to expansion. Learn more about identifying good candidates in an upcoming tutorial challenge. For now, just expanding agricultural buildings like livestock ranches is a safe bet. Understood. Okay, so let's expand it. The way you expand it is this. Boop. We just expanded it. It's going to take 38 weeks. It's also going to cost money. So it's going to be minus 0.78k predicted weekly earnings, which is about half of our balance right now. Let me see, what are our weekly earnings? National revenue is plus 7.17k, presumably per week, and we're losing 5.68. So yeah, it's roughly that. It's probably plus 1.49k per week right now. So we're going to expand the cow economy, because the game told us to. We are number 230 in livestock ranches across the world, and this is the 1858th most productive building in the world. We got to get better numbers. Okay, see, one of the things I'm really interested in doing in vic3 is I want to hit number 1 on the leaderboards. Like, I want to become number 1 in a resource. I want to become top dog and monopolize something, okay? I want to become a greedy capitalist who just hoards everything and sells it at, like, I want to play the EVE Online auction house and just like take everyone else's resource and then like sell it at exorbitant prices. I want to virtually scalp. Okay, I'm not gonna scalp in real life. I've never scalped in real life, okay? We play video games as an escape. It's okay to be a bad capitalist scalper guy who buys everything cheap and resells at exorbitant prices in video games, chat. It's fine. More monocles needed. Stonks. Okay. But what we need to do is sort of identify our weaknesses, which in this case is bureaucracy. We need to restore the bureaucratic balance. If you overuse your country's capacities, you get serious penalties. Sort this out as soon as possible, either by increasing your generation of bureaucracy or decreasing your usage. So we need to maintain a positive balance for 4 weeks. Where's it all going? We're negative 25 bureaucracy in the hole, which means we're losing 15% of our taxes. It's just gone in the trash. We're making 170 bureaucracy from its base value and the government administration in Santiago. We're losing 196 because we have 2 unincorporated states. Or no, we have 2 incorporated states. Okay, so we have to, the more states we incorporate, the more bureaucracy we need. And the more populations we govern, the more we need. So it's 36 just from having almost 1 million people. And then colonial affairs is minus 19, but trade routes are costing us 120. Ooh, we got a lot of trade routes. What are we trading for? We're trading the British for liquor and clippers, which is a boat. American market for small arms and artillery. We're like, the junta is arming up, and then the British again for grain and clothes. So, we are importing all of that. We're not exporting anything. What do you do in this game? You buy low and you sell high. It's an economic simulator, and also we're trying to change our country, presumably for the better, bring them out of poverty. Get rich and reform your nation. We're just playing Chile, which is a tutorial nation. so I can learn what's up. Okay, so anyway, we need to stop importing all of those things from different markets. So if we can start producing our own grain, clothes, liquor, that would reduce our need to bring in from the British. Okay, so let's think about that. Try to become self-sufficient. We can also do things that boost our bureaucracy. So one of the things we can do to boost our bureaucracy is build a larger government administration building and expand that. So the government admin building right now is giving us 35 bureaucracy per level. It's also giving us a little extra taxation capacity, which is efficient taxation of 10,000 pops for each point. So we get 5 points, that's efficiently taxing 50,000 pops. If the population of a state outgrows its taxation capacity, the efficiency of all taxation is reduced. You can increase this with tech or government admin buildings. So I don't think we're anywhere close to our taxation capacity, I would guess. We also employ some bureaucrats, clergymen, and clerks. We will have to pay some wages, potentially. 0.75k per level in government wages. That's a lot of money right now. Urbanization goes up. Every 100 urbanization, you get an urban center, which gives you 25 services, which is sort of just a baseline need for the people. The people just need this resource called services. Services cannot be bought or sold via trade routes. It's just things that you provide and produce yourself for them. We got tooltips and tooltips, and it costs wood, okay? And then take some infrastructure, but we get some throughput, which lets us efficiently turn input goods into output goods. So it lets all of our buildings increase the rate of their production, is my understanding, but it costs 300 construction per level. So construction's a whole other thing, which we're gonna need to improve our capacity for construction, because we're using 5 construction right now. It says 0 out of 150 construction progress. 5 construction provided by Chile results in 4 progress each week. It says we're using 5 out of 5. We might only have 5 construction. So I can only do livestock ranches right now. So I can't really build anything else. Chile needs to increase its ability to construct effectively. And that's probably going to come from one of these buildings. So I need to see what we've already got. What does Chile already have? For urban buildings, we have a tool workshop, which is chewing up wood and iron to make tools. Okay, so we got plus 60 tools. The urban center is producing services for wood. The government admin producing bureaucracy, and the trade center makes migration attraction go up. Okay, and these are potential buildings, so these aren't actually built yet. We also have, it's probably easy. I think this screen is a little harder to look at than this screen to see what we've got going on. But I guess that building screen was for all of our different regions, and this one's just for Santiago. But what I'd like to look at the beginning is what we have the capacity for. So when you're picking a different nation, you're not just picking a people and a different set of laws and rules and I'll call it board states. You're picking resources too. So Chile has a ton of coal. So if we go to Los Rios, we can see that the coal mines have a capacity for 60. The sulfur mines have a capacity for 32, and lead mines for 24. So Los Rios is going to be major mining. Of course, we're on the coast, so we can make some fishing wharves, some whaling stations, lots of a decent amount of wood here. Does each state have a separate ability to build? I think we only have one like an overarching ability to build. Because if I go to buildings, that's everyone, and it's 5 out of 5. So we need to increase our infrastructure right now, so that we can build more things simultaneously. But we're also going to need more money. But yeah, Los Rios has tons of mining potential, so that's what we're going to want to use that for. The Chilean Araucania is just not very big. I think it's just super rocky. We do want to incorporate this anyways, but there's really no natural resources here. Nobody lives here, and that's probably why it's unincorporated right now. Tiny capacities for anything. It's all universal, but if you have a construction sector in a province you're building, you get a bonus. That makes sense. But I guess naval bases and barracks is pretty much it. And then construction sector, which would be a little bit unnecessary. But yeah, there's the construction sector down there. And building that is minus 2.83k. And we only make 1.49k. So what we're doing right now is just expanding livestock ranches, and that's it. I think that's all we can afford to do because we don't have any construction. That being said, the building is currently inactive. 2 out of 50. That's a conscription center, not the construction sector. Okay, each construction sector builds +2 to construction. So it'll give us a slightly higher capacity, but it's going to consume, again, tons of money, tons of fabric, tons of wood. So I don't think we need to build anything else up right now. But we do still need to find a way to get out of the bureaucratic pit that we're in. -25 is not good. So let's look in technology and see if there's any options in here. I feel like there would be an option in society. So let's see. Gray are things that we've already researched, and then green are things that we can research. The stock exchange actually reduces the trade route cost of bureaucracy, so that's like perfect. It'll take 23 months to research. That's a bit of time. 2 years. But right now, all of our bureaucratic money or point sink is going into trade routes. An organized market where stocks and bonds can be bought and sold. The stock exchange is a central element of the modern market economy. I say we start there. And then banking is plus minting, which is a form of income that all countries generate by printing or casting new money. Brr. Cheaper for loans. The central archives are more taxation capacity. Which I need to see, what is our taxation capacity right now? I need to find where everything, all the information that I'm looking for is located. Where might taxation capacity be? I would think it would be on the budget screen. Because I know we have +5 total. But what are we at? It's per state. Ah, 65 out of 202 in Santiago, 25 of 156 in Los Rios, and 5 of 156 in Chilean Araucania. Okay, so we definitely don't need that. I think, quite happy with the stock exchange, but I'm curious what else is on the table. Egalitarianism. This unlocks new laws that you can try and push through. Gives you some... Your minimum expected standard of living goes up 1. Unlocks multiculturalism, universal suffrage, proportional taxation, radical parties, labor movements, human rights, and anarchism down the line. And then we got pharmaceuticals. Gives you +1 to max health system institutions and unlocks private health insurance, public health insurance, and new techs. Mass communication gives you +10% to all authority, which is what we're going to be needing for internal affairs, decrees and interest groups, and passing laws. Empiricism is influence, which is sort of how people look at us on the world stage. More influence is based on our rank and also helps us with diplomatic actions and pacts with others. Realism is prestige. And different types of independent arts leads to cameras and films and propaganda. Hey, listen, the artists want to practice film. You guys enjoy the arts. I'm gonna be telling you what to think. They've got a lot of points down the military. The Chilean military are really interested in artillery. They were researching the shell gun. I can't wait until I get invaded by Argentina. And I don't know how combat works. And then production is going to be how you make different items. This unlocks new types of workshops and production methods for different buildings. So you'll want to specialize these based on where you intend to go. For example, if we really wanted to take advantage of Chilean mining, then we'd probably want to find out how to get to nitroglycerin. But you need intensive agriculture to get to that. So we'd have to pursue intensive agriculture, unlock new types of farming. Also improve fertilizer and steam donkeys and chemical plants. I just got here. I don't know who we are or what we're doing. I just want to be included. We're playing as Chile and we've unpaused the game for 1 second. So if you just got here, we've just been looking at all the different menus and sub-menus and tooltips, and I've just been letting it all... Like, I am out on a beach right now. I am on a Chilean beach. I have one of those big reflective shields, some sunglasses, and I am reclined as the water laps in on high tide onto my calves. You know what I mean? And the sun rays that are deflecting onto my face right now are all of the tooltips within tooltips and menus and sub-menus and overlays and... buttons. I'm just soaking it in. Doing taxes on the beach. But I'll give you guys here's the recap. The recap is, we are expanding our livestock ranches in Los Rios, which is one of our 3 Chilean states. So we have our capital, Santiago, we have Los Rios, and we have the unincorporated Chilean Araucania. So in Los Rios, we have a very large potential, or a medium potential, I guess, for livestock ranches, up to 35 levels. So we're improving its level, which is going to employ more people. And on top of employing more people, it's going to create more meat, and it's going to produce more fabric. So, fabric is currently one of our staple goods. And staple goods are important. Staple goods are staple goods, by the way, in case you didn't know what they were. But staple goods are the things that your peoples need for a minimum quality of life. That includes wood, wheat or grain, fabric, services, furniture, and clothes. So if you aren't producing these things for your people, they're going to bring them in from outside, which is why we have these buy orders for so much grain right now. We're just importing or trading a ton of grain. And I'm not really sure. I can cancel the import, but I don't know. I'm scared to do this because I don't know if we're producing enough to feed everybody. But it's costing us a ton of bureaucracy, so I'm going to try and leave that up for now. Why does Chile need clippers? I think Chile wants to just have a big army and a big navy. This seems to be they're just bulking up. They're building up. They go on some conquests. Doesn't Chile end up down here? Neighbors are eyeballing us? Maybe. That's what the military do, yeah. That's what the military do. Chile become long. I have been kind of interested in South America lately. Well, welcome to beautiful South America. Look at the mountains. Lots and lots of mountains. Okay, so really all we're doing is building a livestock ranch. Just chilling. Got to restore the bureaucratic balance, which is why I am researching the stock exchange to reduce the bureaucracy cost of trade routes. And I don't know if that's good, but that's what we're going to do. And go. Let's see what happens. So we're using up all of our current construction right now. We got some warnings at the top. Ooh, things are spreading. We already got a lot of stuff spreading. Ecuador has started to improve our mutual relations, which are currently neutral. Their attitude towards us is cooperative. Hello, Ecuador. Ecuador likes us. So this is how you interact. Just instantly declare them our rival. Okay, that's a good idea. So Ecuador is improving relations. Paraguay is improving relations with us. Paraguay likes us. He unpaused. Bad end. Knowledge of banking has started to spread to us. So I'm assuming when knowledge starts to spread, is it something that's going to reduce the amount of time it takes us to research it, or is it something that's just going to unlock automatically? Because we don't know. Oh, it's just sort of going. From technology spread, 19 to 57. It's kind of just going. Okay. The tooltip disappeared. Brazil's declared Bolivia to be their rival. Bolivia declared Ecuador to be their rival, and Piratini have declared Brazil. Nobody likes Brazil right now. Brazil's got some things going on. There's some fire. There is some fire in Brazil at the moment. A little spicy. What are these up here? We have an input goods shortage of mana wars. Why the heck are we demanding mana wars? Mana wars can be used by naval bases. And I think we have some naval bases. We have 3 levels of naval base in Chile. Wow, they finally got Piratini into the game. I live here at the delta of the top big lagoon. Hello. Digital Vagabundo. How's it going? Can't wait for release. We're a bunch of players trying to learn in a multiplayer game. Hey, good luck. Waldemar. I've been looking forward to this too. And chat, this is a sponsored stream. So if you are interested in checking out the game, or you're excited about it, or you want to see more and find out what the hell we're doing, if we just got here after all this time, then I would recommend checking out the link with exclamation vic3. And that's popping up from time to time as well. And if you click on that, it'll take you to a page that'll show you a little bit more about it and give you the opportunity to pre-order while it is still pre-orderable, which the pre-order bonuses, Paradox knows what we like, and they put bonus music soundtrack songs as a pre-order bonus that they've specially remade some, I think, classic favorites from vic3. And I am new to the Victoria franchise as a whole, and I'm using this as a good learning opportunity to go through some tutorial stuff and find out what's what, because I've been extremely excited about this game. We've been talking about it for months now. Really useful to get some insight from your stream. You trying to get an advantage in the multiplayer session, Waldemar? The trade route importing grain from the British market needs additional convoys to increase its level. Convoys are produced in ports and are required to operate shipping lanes. I want to take a look at where my ports are in a moment. And the battalions and flotillas we have are expensive. We have expensive military goods. We started the game with those, so I take no responsibility for that. Let's do this. Music is very good, but I want to go down to like here. Okay. What was I gonna do? I was gonna look for our ports. Let's try and find them. That would probably be development. We have a port in Santiago. That's a cargo port. It is consuming clippers. We can have it. It's on a cargo port right now, which is plus 200 convoys, but it consumes clippers to make 200 convoys. Ah, so we're not actually using the clippers. Those are trading boats. Used in port, fishing wharves, and whaling stations. Okay. Take me to the details screen for that. We are not a significant producer of clippers, no. And the Chilean market price is 42. This is an original vic3 song. This might be one of the pre-order songs. What are your goals for this playthrough? Learn how to play the game. I haven't played Victoria before. My goal is just take things slow, and I didn't realize I was paused, actually. Take things slow and just see kind of, I don't know the scale of what can happen. So I turned the AI up to their normal difficulty level, so I can sort of just experience how the game happens. Great Britain has responded angrily to the King ban of opium, with multiple threats toward the government. Opium is now banned in China. Okay, well, that's going to be interesting. It's happening. And Britain is upset. Chilean market monthly price report. Okay, so we get some updates every month since it's February the 1st. 1 month has passed. How dare another country tell us what we can do in their country? The price of artillery went up. I love that there's going to be market graphs. The price of tools went down, and the price of clothes stayed the same. Clothes are extremely expensive. They're at like the top. We're paying 72% more for Chilean clothes than the base price. So if we can start producing clothes for our people, they would have more money, and the economy would stabilize and improve. So we definitely want to start figuring out how to make clothes. But right now we can only build one building at a time. Peru is improving relations with us. Currently neutral, but we're cooperative. Yeah, clothes are incredibly expensive here. France has declared Great Britain to be their rival. There's a lot of like early game shenanigans now. This is why I kept the game paused so long. Because, oops. Everybody's sort of establishing how they're going to act towards each other. If they start moving the chess pieces across the board. New Granada will be able to participate in diplomatic plays in the Andes region. So they want to be involved with us. New Granada is interested in the Andes. That might be concerning. Peru may no longer be able to participate in plays. Okay, so just interest removed. The British and Great Britain is interested in the Andes. Hey, stay out of here. Andes nuts, etc., etc. Yeah, sure. East India Company has removed an interest. All right, it's gonna be hard to keep up with all those things, but we need to go past 1 speed probably. It's over. They have the high ground. Andy's Andy. The British are interested in me? But yeah, I think, like, this reminds me of, like, a Hearts of Iron start. I don't think that there's much I can do right now except fast forward, just because we're starting very easy, very small potatoes. We only have 5 out of 5 construction being used for building purposes, and we can go a little bit faster to sort of accelerate the growth. I was just kind of parsing what types of notifications to look through. Great Britain was historically interested in most places. Yes, they were. They do tend to do that, don't they? I like the little trains going down the tracks. That looks so cool. Chilean market monthly price. Tools just became significantly more expensive. Coldslav, please, I already answered your question. Did you alt-tab as soon as you typed it the first time? What I said was we have to learn how to play the game first. My goals are learning. How are those natives winning in South America? Does the game start like that, or they conquered all those lands? Rule Juror 1836 was, an interesting place for native peoples in the Americas. And by interesting, I mean historically bad. Fox, what kind of population does Spain or Persia start with? Been interested in those for a first game. Spain has Queen Isabel de Bourbon. who is disliked. But as far as what kind of population they have, we can take a look at their politics. And we can see that they have a Catholic and intelligentsia government. Their diplomacy is not favorable to us. But yeah, population information. They have about 12.3 million. They're number 12 worldwide in total pops. They have 1.84 million peasants, 1.24 million gainfully employed, and 9.2 million dependents. I love how they basically kept the CK3 toddler models. You guys might be interested to hear about how game engines work. And there's a reason why some of these... Nope, not interested. Okay. No, I'm good. Okay, well, there you go. Magic. Anyway, sorry if I didn't answer your question comprehensively. I'm still learning how to, like, find out all the information about different nations and groups. I demand a new engine every game with a new tooltip system. The rural folk. Honest work activated. Because the rural folk are happy, they're better at logging, agriculture, and ranches throughputs. They're just going to work faster. Rural folk used to be marginalized. Now they are influential. Show me. They have 6.8% clout. They're happy right now. The reason why they're happy is the rural folk endorse state religions, they endorse colonial resettlement, they endorse no police, they endorse legal guardianship, it's not a good one, and endorse migration controls. Their ideologies are traditionalist, agrarian, particularist, frontier expansion. Not great to be... When you're a traditionalist in 1836, that's when you know something's wrong, you know? Because you're traditionalist in like 1936 appeals to the 18... When you're appealing to tradition from 1836, you're going back to like the 1700s. And before. You're going the wrong way on the timeline. This group wants local autonomy of their work, free and feudal provisions of indentured servitude. And this group fervently opposes immigration into the country. They are, however, enthusiastic about settling newly seized territories. They sure are. Chilean services just went up in price a little bit. Rural folk used to be marginalized, now they're influential. What tradition? Isn't Chile like 20 years old? The traditions of the world! I'm not sure how to produce additional convoys easily right now, without just cutting some trade routes. But I'm a little concerned about cutting trade routes without producing more goods to try to make up for them. Let me go to market for grain and kind of see where we're at. We're not a significant producer of grain. So, the local prices are balanced throughout Santiago, Los Rios, and the Chilean Araucania. And we got wheat farms, and most of our food is coming from subsistence farms. We got 77 sell orders coming from subsistence farms. So they're trying to sell outside. And that's why we keep these trade routes open. Pops are spending their income on goods to fulfill their needs. The higher their wealth, the more goods they'll purchase. Pops get more diverse and luxurious needs as their wealth increases. A given need can often be satisfied by a variety of goods via goods substitution. If the pop has money left over after its needs have been fulfilled, their wealth increases. The inverse is also true. If they cannot afford their needs, they will still purchase them and reduce their wealth in the process. So basically, if goods are too expensive, pops will fall down the ladder into poverty. If goods are affordable and they are able to save money, they will climb the ladder, just like you'd expect. Gotta help our people out. We gotta help them out. The higher colony's wealth, the more goods they'll purchase. Yep. Okay, so good substitution are goods that are part of the same needs category but are substitutable. For example, food is both grain and meat. And pops will consume more grain and less meat if you have it, increasing their meat weight. For example, the basic food group contains both grain and meat, and pops will consume more grain and less meat, increasing their meat consumption, and thus reducing their grain consumption. Chat, what did I just read? Oh, if meat becomes more available in the market later. Okay, I didn't finish the sentence. So, if you make more meat, they'll eat less grain because there's meat. If there's only grain, they're just exclusively going to eat grain. If they have like 75% grain, 25% meat, they're going to eat more grain because it's proportional to how much they have. How much of a good a pop will buy compared to other goods in the same category will also change substantially if the good is an obsession of their culture or taboo in their religion. So different religions would potentially reject separate trades based on banned substances. That makes sense. And then certain cultures are obsessed with different goods and require them. Okay, I get it. Market changes. The price of fabric has gone down. How much of this amount? I'm kind of blocking a substantial amount of this. Maybe I should go to the left side. No, but there's menus over there. I'm just gonna go to the top of the screen. Right in the middle of the screen. How do they consume less meat when they consume more meat? It's saying that if you provide more meat, they will consume less grain, and vice versa. I do love the walls of text tooltips Paradox provides. It's better than having to Google everything. Yes, you would have to just Google everything. Can we see what the Yankee culture in the U.S. is like? U.S. in 1836 is a spicy place. It's being led by President Andrew Jackson, whose traits are bigoted. This character is known for their bigoted and prejudiced views. Plus 100 authority. Minus 100 influence. Plus 25% radicals. I'd say that's accurate. Also an experienced diplomat. And a traditionalist commander. Their interest group is the rural folk. Their culture is Dixie and their religion is Protestant. Age 69. Not nice this time, chat. Hello, Sinless Moon, and thanks, Lashley, for the rates. Welcome. We're in the learning phase, and we will be for the whole stream. But welcome, Victoria 3. But somebody said, how goes it? We haven't done much so far, but that's okay with me. Even when I know how to play games top to bottom, we don't play super fast, so this is like perfectly paced for me, and I'm just happy to be here. You know, I just like listening to the music, listening to the sounds, zooming in, seeing all the details, getting some ambiance, and then figuring out how to play as we go. A politician has died. Former politician Jorge Daza has died. Their interest group was the Petit Bourgeoisie. I don't know if it's one of ours. Interest group leader. Oh, how do you see old notifications if they go away? There's gotta be a button that brings up past notifications, right? This is customizing the outliner at the top right. Oh, here's all the nations of the world. Sort by rank. Right now, the game thinks Britain is number 1, then France, then Russia, then Austria, then Prussia, then the US, then the East India Company. I like that it tells you time of day. Yeah. Morning, evening, night. And that's because it's simulating like economics, and stock markets exist now. I believe Amsterdam made the first stock market in like the 1600s when the East India Company was raising money, right? So basically, the stock market is responsible for many issues around the world throughout history. CK3, you could be very specific how tooltips work. These aren't really tooltips. Down here in the bottom right, these are notifications that pop up. These are events. But yeah, you can be very specific with how tooltips pop up. Their delay, how long they're locked, how to unlock them or lock them. Okay, I wanted to go back to the country list. Who's got the most prestige? The Great King has 3rd most prestige, but is ranked 12th. Global GDP, they're number 1. East India Company, number 2. Great Britain, number 3. Standard of living is the pop's living conditions with their material wealth as a baseline. It governs birth rate and mortality, and every time it changes, it can cause pops to become more radical or loyal. The average standard of living affects migration attraction. So, we don't want to look where we are on this list. Hey, it's us! Oh, cool. And then by population. Can someone shoot me an idea of what you do in this game? It was basically like a economic simulator. It's very in-depth. And it's most of it's based on... The reason why it takes place here is 1836 and 1936. So we are in peak industrialization across the world. So everyone is kind of changing from, in our case, an agrarian society that is just all subsistence farming. Subsistence farming, chat, if you haven't gone to school, is making food to live. So we're trying to get people out of just striving to survive every single day and get them into the ability to work for money and quality of life. But at the core of the game is sort of choosing a nation. We're playing as Chile, which is a tutorial nation. And there's 4 different sort of tutorial nations that kind of plop you in somewhere that's not going to be too hostile and too chaotic to learn how to play. But you can play as really any nation that you want that's clickable on the map. And you're trying to take advantage of natural resources and advantages that you have that others don't. So for example, in Chile, we have Los Rios is one of our 3 states, and Los Rios has an incredible support for mining. So its natural resources are coal, sulfur, and lead. So we're going to want to take advantage of that, tap into that. Right now we have no mines. Whereas if you went to, say, a different section of Brazil, like Rio de Janeiro, we'd look through this and see that they have so much arable land. They got maize farms, coffee, sugar, bananas, dye, livestock, tea. And you're trying to get goods and either sell those goods, give them to your people, or turn the goods into higher tier goods by combining them with production buildings for trade. So we're trying to become economic powerhouses. But there's also, I don't know how combat works in this game, but there is a army, garrison, and a navy stat. I assume since combat is not the core of the game like it is in something like Hearts of Iron, that it's going to be less involved in those games, but I also haven't gotten to that part yet. Tools are spiking right now. So we got individual, we're producing tools, but our tools are 33% higher than the base price. When supply is exactly equal to demand, it should be cheaper. Where does it even say the base price? Like, I see we're 33% above base price, but I don't know if it says what the base price is. But anyway, we want to, like, produce things that our people need. Just currently, we're trying to stabilize Chile. We're not really worried about anybody else. We just want to concentrate on problems at home. And the problems at home right now are we are bureaucratically inefficient. We're losing 15% of all taxes because we don't have the infrastructure to be able to efficiently tax our peoples for the services that we're currently providing, which are admittedly very slim right now. We have trade centers, we have tool workshops, we have government admin buildings, and there's a lot more stuff that we're going to be able to plop down into different regions over time. And we're currently almost done with our first livestock ranch upgrade, but let's slow down on that real quick. The industrialists, our approval rating has gone up with the industrialists. Let me see. Because the industrialists are happy, we get minus 20% production technology costs. Since this interest group is powerful, their group have a 100% stronger effect. Okay, so if we were researching anything on this tree, it would, oh, hello. It would go 20% faster, thanks to making them happy. Expand basic building complete. Okay, the expansion of the livestock ranches in Los Rios you ordered some time ago is complete. The building can now support a larger workforce and produce goods. You will also, or more goods. You will no longer have to pay weekly material costs for the goods required in its expansion. The rate by which you can order the expansion of buildings is limited by your construction sector, which can be expanded the same way as industries. Having the construction sector buildings in the same state as the building will increase its construction efficiency. Okay, so effectively, we have to support the construction sector, for lack of, that's what it's called. And every time that we pump money into the construction sector, okay, I got a Hearts of Iron reference for you. The construction sector in Victoria 3 is the same as building civilian factories in Hearts of Iron 4. You build more civilian factories so you can build more factories so you can build more things. You build more construction sector so that you can build more construction sector so you can build more things. But I'm going to scroll up in chat real quick and just see what you guys are talking about. Is this more historical path focused like Hearts of Iron or more freestyle like CK? Yeah, it's more freestyle like CK. There's not really like focus trees that you have to do to progress. You pretty much are exclusively interested in your like buildings, your population, your ability to tax them, and also interact with your neighbors diplomatically. Except construction sectors use resources to maintain them, yeah. So in our case, the construction sector is going to cost 25 fabric and 75 wood per level, which is pricey. So let's find out how much fabric and wood we're actually making right now and figure out how we can get more. So, best way to do that, I would assume we can probably just go to the market screen for those, because they're all goods. All right, here's our wood right now. How are we? We are actually, wood is 42% cheaper than base price, so wood is incredibly cheap right now. Like, we have 148 sell orders to 94 buy orders at the moment. So I'm trying to see how to tell, is that a direct indication of our total surplus? Like, I'm trying to figure out, show potential, show production. Ah, so there's our production. Wood production is 137. Can support 11 logging camps. Might be blocking a little tooltip. Each building of this type can produce at most 60 wood at base throughput with our current tech. Okay, cool. That's good information. So it looks like each logging camp makes 60 wood presently. Yes? And if we wanted to upgrade our construction sector, we need 75 wood. And 25 fabric. But fabric is coming from our livestock ranches right now, which we should have just upgraded, actually. Is it not done? It's still kind of going. Let's wait a second. Because that's still got green arrows. Oh, the cash reserves are filling up. That's a different livestock ranch. Let me see what cash reserves for them even are right now. I like that green bar, though. Cash reserves are stored in a building, and if the building runs a positive weekly balance, some of the money is deposited into the cash reserves, while the rest is paid out to Pops with ownership shares as dividends. Stonks! Chat, we're becoming economists! We're learning about the economy! Cash reserves are considered to be owned by the Pops with ownership shares, who will be angry if their cash reserves are destroyed because you downsized or they went bankrupt. The sum of all cash reserves in your country determines your credit. We gotta keep credit cards! The national credit is the amount of money that we can borrow from the economy, equal to the sum of all domestic cash reserves plus a base value determined by the GDP. If the principal exceeds the credit limit, the country goes into default. Chat. Go get your mom's credit card right now. Go get your mom's credit card right now and prop up the Chilean economy. Channel points are dying in the streets as we speak. But basically, yes, credit is just borrowing from our economy, determined by the GDP, and our all collective cash reserves. Oh my god, look. It's a channel point murder. They really are. There's a death spiral of channel points in the chat right now. Sell, sell, sell. Panic in the chat. No, wait, buy. Hold on, buy. How do I buy? Watch more streams. Okay, anyways. What am I doing right now? What I'm trying to see, I'm gonna go back. Most of our logging camps are here. So we can actually just see we're producing 133 wood. Yes? Correct. Now what I want to see is how much of our wood is being consumed. Because we're producing 137, we're consuming 17.9 in Los Rios. Pop needs are 60. Okay. That's what I need to know. I'm just learning how to process information. So we're making 148, and we're consuming 60 with just the people themselves. Then the tooling workshops, then the urban center. Oh, that's what the buy orders are. Okay, I understand. Buy orders are just going to our own people. So if we have more sell orders than buy orders, they're just selling the rest for profit. I got it. I got it. So we really only have like 50 extra wood. It's not enough to upgrade the construction sector yet, is what I'm trying to say. Artillery is at all-time high prices. New journal entry. And the industrialist approved. Okay, what do we need to do now? Wheat Farms in Santiago is a building whose earnings could potentially be improved by changing a production method. For the purpose of the lesson, it's recommended you change a safe production method, like activating fruit or liquor production on a farm, or the use of tools on a ranch. Okay, let's see why. Production methods determine and change how buildings work. It changes your input and output goods, and the distribution of professions among the workforce. They can also have other effects, like various modifiers, changing ownership shares, and they're organized into groups. You can switch whenever you want, as long as you have the tech or the law for it. So let's open up wheat farms in Santiago. Okay, here is our wheat. Check. If you hover over any production method, you can see how many goods that production method consumes and produces. You can also see how many of each profession it needs in the workforce for it to operate. Okay, So production methods. We are currently, our wheat farms in our capital of Santiago are simple farming. And we can upgrade that with intensive agriculture technology, improved fertilizer technology, or nitrogen fixation technology to different forms of production. Secondary production method is vineyards. So we're consuming grain to make pipa wine, which is perfect for this song. We're using ox-powered plows, or we could be using harvesting tools instead, and then eventually tractors. And then everything is currently privately owned, but you can take companies public as well if you have invented mutual funds, command economy law, and council republic law. Okay, so lots and lots and lots of options here. So what we want is probably to change the wheat farms to use tools. Production methods are color-coded. We got yellow, purple, green, blue. Base production methods use a productive workforce made up of pops of different professions to create a product or an effect, often consuming goods in the process. So like simple farming, right? It makes 30 grain, but you need people. You need 4,000 laborers and then 900 other people to be able to work. And then at later levels, you now need to consume fertilizer. And then you get increased farmer employment. And more farmer employment. And more farmer employment. You're taking laborers and clergymen out and just making specialized farmers in. The second one is refining production methods, which reduce the amount of base goods that you produce to create advanced or luxury goods. So like, instead of maintaining grain, we're spending grain to get wine. So if we wanted more grain, we'd stop making wine, but that's a luxury good, then we might want that. The third one is automation. It consumes industrial goods, but relieves the building from employing a lot of the unskilled workforce. Okay, so it releases laborers back. Ownership production is who owns the building and collects its dividends. Dividends are when buildings have a positive balance. Some profits are paid out to people with ownership shares as dividends. This source of income is subject to dividend taxes. Depending on the country's economic laws, some of the dividends may be allocated to an investment pool while the remainder goes toward pop needs and wealth. So it improves pops and wealth. If you click on any active production method, you can see that each type includes different production methods. But only one can be active at a time. Some need technologies. Some may not be inherently better or worse. You have to choose. Sometimes upgrading to modern methods is not desirable, especially if market price is bad, or its input price is bad, or you may not want to modernize right away because it requires professions which you're not qualified for, so your pops might not be educated enough. All right, we're going to do it easy. We know that we have a bunch of tools, and we know this because we can go to the market, we can click on the tools, and we should be... Oh, we're actually not making enough tools. We've only got 60 coming from tooling workshops. And we got more buy orders coming in from the logging camps, the mines, and the trade routes. Let's make some tools. What if we just said, screw the tutorial for now, instead of change, because the production method on the wheat farm, I can't change anything except, I can change vineyards. Maybe we stop making wine and start making grain. Hold on. I want to click on the grain. We're barely breaking even on grain. We're making just enough to get by. Stop whining. What, excuse me? I'm not... Evening, Etel chat. I come to you from, I think I fixed the internet after spending the last month disconnecting every 2 to 5 minutes every day. That's too many disconnects. But I'm glad the internet's fixed. Okay, I want to check on the wine as well. The Pops want wine, chat. They're buying it. That seems like a bad idea. Stopping alcohol production has never gone well historically in any nation. Everybody wants wine. The wheat farms are making 11 in Santiago. Okay, well, I say we just hold in place, make more tools, and then change to harvesting tools. Okay, how do we make more tools? Let's go to the tool workshop. The tool workshop is processing iron and wood. Is it even on grain if 140 comes from trade routes? Hold on, let me see my trade. Chile is importing 140 grain with 1 import trade route. We don't have any farms, do we? We have 1 wheat farm. Okay, I guess you're right. Pop needs 165. Subsistence farms are making 50. Wheat farms are only making 11. All right. Stop making wine. The people need to eat food. We don't have time for luxury goods. No more vineyards. We need to maintain a single crop. That's gonna bump it to 20. Reducing the need of our imports. Okay, we have to keep that active for 4 weeks, but we should go back to building something. Look, let's make more grain. Let's just build grain. We got room for 87 wheat farms. If we upgrade this, it's going to cost us a third of our earnings per week. It's going to take 150 construction. We can only do like 5 construction. No, I'm assuming per week. Yeah, it's 5 construction per week. This is going to take a while. That's going to take like 450 days to increase our wheat farm infrastructure. How much does it, like, we knew we need, to get the construction sector up. What does this take? Fabric and wood. Fabric is livestock ranches. What do livestock ranches eat? Ital's gonna tank the peso. We have way more fabric than we actually need. I gotta give the people food. I'm gonna give them food. Okay, wheat farms. Up. We're gonna stop importing food. Number 1,589 wheat farm in the world, boys. That's really sad, yeah. Is this game worth it? Flashy? That's for you to decide. Hopefully by watching the stream and looking at the gameplay and seeing if it appeals to you. Which if it does, all you gotta do is type an exclamation vic3 in the chat, click that link, find out more information about Victoria 3, pre-order because it comes out tomorrow. It's a sponsored stream. I'm just gonna tell you yes, but also just real talk. I'm in the tutorial, so I don't know how many times. Like I can't have an opinion on anything other than I think it's incredibly pretty. It has fantastic music. All the buttons are very clicky, and I like all the tooltips. But I have played not even 1 in-game year out of 100 years yet. Not sure if it matters, but your Quillen book mana is in the negatives. It is, in fact, in the negatives. But it's in the less negatives. We're only negative 8.7 now. Chile starts with very mismanaged bureaucracy. So at the top we have bureaucracy, authority, influence, and cash money. Our bureaucracy is our ability to basically govern our states via taxation. So we don't have enough file cabinets and people with folders and clipboards to go around and make sure that we're collecting all of the taxes. But we've significantly reduced it in a short time because some things just happened. The industrialists are a little bit less happy with us now. The petite bourgeoisie used to be marginalized. They are now influential. And because the petite bourgeoisie are happy, we actually are getting plus 10% bureaucracy. So let's see how to make them happy. The petite bourgeoisie look like this guy. This is Isidoro Agreda. He's a politician. He represents the petite bourgeoisie. He's a traditionalist. Not great guy. You strongly oppose women's suffrage and oppose women in the workplace. You strongly oppose separation of church and state. You oppose the freedom of conscience. You endorse the state religion and the legal guardianship of men towards women. Neutral on property women, though. Good for you, guy. Good for you. Both sides are on that one. So, this is one of the things that you have to contend with in the game, is you've got various interest groups that you may completely disagree with, but you have to balance keeping them happy long enough for you to do what you want to do for your country, because you can totally change all the laws of the lands through a pretty intricate political simulation. So we got power structure, economic, and human rights laws that can all be swayed via the correct technology. Sometimes you have to research how to change law. Oops, wasn't ready to click that yet. And then we also have different government principles that we can see the popularity of said movements, and this is sort of to give you a suggestion on what types of movements to support. So chat, maybe we should try supporting one of these while we're advancing time, because it looks like the people are ready to, like, we definitely don't want to keep a junta forever, right? Armed and controlled by the military? So let's see what is potentially popular. So, they're possibly in favor of a monarchy. Plus 25% to landowners' political strength. Plus 20 legitimacy from including the head of state and government. The autocracy. The head of state's power is absolute, and they are held accountable to no earthly power. Plus 250 authority. Which is a lot. I don't think we even need that. That is not going to give us any benefits. But sometimes you might need legitimacy. Our legitimacy is, I think, is pretty good right now when I looked last. But they may lead to other... You might have to have certain types of leadership in order to pass other types of laws. How's the warfare in this game? I have no idea. We haven't fought anybody. Some of the nations started war, though, but I doubt it's like EU4. Because EU4 is painting the map game. This is economic simulator and the colonialism game. So I would assume it's been... it's probably included, but I don't think you're going to want to buy this game for warfare. You're going to want to buy it because you want the graph bar to go up and green number to go high. This is a resource management and trading game with warfare and fairly extensive diplomacy from what I can see. But I'm scared to embrace one of these types of laws. It really depends on how much we want the landowners. Like, if you want the landowners' support, then that's good. Or, like, if you have their support and you want to boost their political strength, like if they're really happy with you right now. They oppose no police, they endorse censorship, appointed bureaucrats, oligarchy, and presidential republic. It's here! Hi, Catatonic Fox, what's up? Landed voting sounds good. Chat wants landed voting. Hold on, let me disappear for a sec. We get tons of authority, plus 20 legitimacy, and everybody's political strength goes up. Requires one of the following. Disallowed by chiefdom and governance principles. Inactive. This will cause parties to emerge. Well, let's make some mistakes, chat. Let's give political strength to the aristocrats, the capitalists, the clergymen, and the officers, but you gotta do it because it unlocks women's suffrage laws. It's pretty popular, 55% endorsed, because they want their votes to be more powerful. Right now there's no voting, it's a military junta. You're just embracing oligarchy. There's probably better ways to do this. Okay, but I'm gonna, in 29% chance, there's a checkpoint in 200 days. You got it, chat. Support the oligarchy. So we got a research going, we're pushing for a new law to go through, we're enacting a new law, and we changed the production method. We gotta get that 3 out of 4 weeks. The armed forces, our patriotic fervor has activated, plus 30% offense and defense. They are extremely loyal. Intelligentsia is happy. Technology is 10% cheaper. And landowners are increasing our investment pool contribution. Okay. You have changed the production method of Chilean grain, I believe. And it has completed a tutorial. So we're restoring the bureaucratic balance right now, and we're almost halfway through that tech. We're researching the stock exchange at the moment, which is going to boost our bureaucracy. It's going to make the trades more efficient. We're also just passively learning about banking because there is some technological spread. Yes. It's 19 to 58. I think we have 3 things currently spreading. Let me try and find the other ones. Ah, we're learning about Napoleonic warfare just because that's like... Technological spread represents the fact that you're not actively pursuing learning on that topic. However, the way of the world is moving so rapidly towards it and has already spread so far that you can't not learn it at this point. Like, it just comes to you instead of you seeking it out. So we're not researching it, but it is being learned, shall we say. Napoleonic warfare unlocks mobile artillery for barracks, artillery for conscription center, field works, and logistics. So this gives us a lot of new production methods and some techs for military stuff. And then on production, we're naturally learning the loth. Is that how you say that? A machine for rotating a piece of metal, be it metal or wood. Sorry, a piece of material, be it metal or wood. It can easily be made... I'm having trouble reading. We can take stuff and make it into shapes. The lathe. The lathe. Welcome to the lathe. So, if we have texture mills, manufactories, glassworks, we can add new production methods, I think. And then 3 new techs unlock as a result of that. Excellent. So there's just a bunch of stuff that's kind of coming all at the same time. A new political movement to preserve oligarchy has formed. Their support is 20 and their radicalism is 0. How do I see my political movements and interest groups? I like that the accelerate time is like a steamboat handle. Chat, we stopped producing wine and overnight the cost of wine doubled. Look at this chart. Oh my god. There's a run on wine! It's 75% more expensive than it should be at base price. That's not good. Bye, bye, bye. To the moon! Tea is also skyrocketed. I don't know what happened with tea. Maybe it's because we're stopped producing wine, so it's like an alternative to wine? Not a significant producer of tea. And then artillery has gotten a little cheaper. Okay, I want to find the preserve oligarchy political movement and how I can find the different political movements. Okay, this is just who's supporting us. So the military is supporting us 28%. Their patriotic fervor, their veteran consultation, military tech's cheaper. The industrialists are right behind them at 19%. How do I see... different parties. Political support and parties. I feel like that'd be population overview. Their support is 20 and their radicalism is 0. I cannot find what I am looking for. Laws without government or movement support. Yeah, it's a big list. Chat, nobody wants schools. Schools are banned. They don't care if they're religious, private, public. All schools banned in Chile. Is it the box on the right middle? Oh, I guess it just is here, yeah. Ooh. So what is this under? Distribution of power. There's a lot of info on this screen. Chile hates education right now. The movement to preserve oligarchy is demanding we abort the replacement of this law. Okay, so basically they're the opposition party right now to the law that chat just wanted to implement. The law is supported by the armed forces, industrialists, and the landowners. Okay, like... if the armed forces are behind changing the law to landed voting, then who's to complain? Wait, or is oligarchy supported by those three groups? How do I find which interest groups are support? Oh, wait. The armed forces also support landed voting, and the landowners support landed voting. So we're basically saying, screw the industrialists. Don't we need the industrialists right now? They support the movement to preserve the oligarchy. Their clout's above 18%. So, what do they support? Their ideology is plutocratic. They endorse oligarchy and wealth voting. They strongly oppose universal suffrage. I'm not surprised. They are neutral towards the monarchy, the presidential republic, and parliamentary republic. Talix, thanks to you, I have now pre-ordered Victoria 3, and in my impatience have started another Crusader Kings 3 run. You don't have to wait too much longer. You better speed run that CK3 run. See, this is the thing. You can, like, suppress and bolster different groups, and figuring out whose side to be on is tough right now. I say this is a tutorial campaign. It's all about making mistakes. I'm just not gonna abandon... I just want to see what happens when they get pissed off. Expand the productive building has been added to the journal. Okay, so the journal's getting a little larger. So this is the Learn the Game tutorial journal, and this is just other stuff. So this isn't technically a tutorial, it's just other things that you can complete, other objectives. So we're fixing the deficit on the bureaucracy. Now, how to expand, say, the tooling workshop in Santiago. A highly productive building is bringing in a large amount of revenue compared to its expenses, making it an ideal candidate for expansion. Expand this building in order to grow our gross domestic product and tax base. Oh no, I already started making the grain. I already started, I'm already making grain. Okay, tell me how, or why. By focusing your expansion efforts on highly productive buildings, you maximize the value that your workforce adds to the economy. producing low-value goods like grain, while spending only a small amount of money on input goods like tools, lets your population feed themselves while earning meager wages. By redirecting that workforce to production of high-value goods like wine or clippers instead, as long as demand is there, those pops will end up generating more money overall, even though their own wages may remain the same. Peasant Chile. I took away their wine. I'm making them produce their own grain. Oh, okay, we got some correction to do. Open the building detail for tooling workshops in Santiago. Okay. Because basically they're gonna earn more money by producing wine while importing the food that they don't produce. So specialty goods. Actually doing the opposite of making tons of money. Yeah, I think I'm doing the opposite of making tons of money right now. Whew. Okay. So, tooling workshops. Relative productivity is indicated top. Chat, we're number 9 in tooling workshops in the world? Number 25, most productive building in the entire world? Relative productivity is indicated by the gear icon. Hover over it for more details. Earnings, 2,000 a week. That's a lot of money right now. Wages, 1.13. That's a lot. We're like, the earnings are twice as high as the wages, basically. Productivity is based only on the difference between the cost of input goods and the revenue earned by the sales of the output goods, divided across the total workforce of the building. Think of it as how much value does every employee add to its building's economy per year. So every employee adds 23 pounds. Chat, is the global economy on pounds because of stinky Britain? When they're number 3 quality of life? In Victoria, 3. Employees weigh 23 pounds a piece. Okay, but anyways, 23 a year. So bigger numbers better per employee. 12.8 pounds average annual wage for each person. Even if the productivity value is much higher than the average wages, the difference is not wasted. It's split between the building's cash reserves and the dividend taxes paid out to its pops with ownership shares. Conversely, if the productivity is insufficient to pay out the building's requisite wages, the difference is subtracted from the cash reserves in the short term before reducing wages and potentially throughput. All right, I need to parse this. So, if productivity is much higher than wages, it's not wasted. It goes into the cash reserves, which are currently full, and the dividend taxes, which is what we get. We're taxing dividends because pops with ownership shares are paying us taxes. But if productivity is not high enough to pay the wages, then the money comes out of the cash reserves. And that might lower the entire throughput of the building, and lower throughput means they're not producing tools. There you go. Okay, I understand that now. Adding value to your economy by expanding only highly productive buildings. Cash reserves full. Yeah, my cash reserves, we have 25,000 in the bank. This is the number 25 most profitable building in the world, dude. Adding value to your economy by expanding only highly productive buildings may not be the wisest course of action in all circumstances. Oversaturating a market decreases market price for the produced goods and puts a lot of demand strain on the consumed goods, leading to a decrease in productivity over time. More importantly, constructing, for example, clippers for export might make pops with ownership shares in your shipyard very wealthy, but might not help your lower strata situation at all. So we can make some people wealthy at the expense of others, just like real life. Pounds is a fictional currency paradox made up for Victoria 1. It's stuck in the sequels. I understand. So, we're gonna actually do this instead. It's okay to run a little deficit when we have a good investment pool. And we have 150k reserves. Chad, I gotta stop building the thing that I'm building right now. Do you pause this, or do you Oh, I already reset it. It's too late. It's too late. Oh, wasted money on wheat farms like a noob. Expand tools. It's gonna cost 3.26k per week. And take 450 construction. That's 113 weeks. Okay, the tutorial told me to, so I'm gonna do it. Great Britain has declared Austria to be their rival. We might abolish the oligarchy before we finish building the tools. I love playing a tiny nation in Hearts of Iron, and I'm enjoying playing one here. Like, only having 5 out of 5 building just lets me sort of advance the game now. We can go at like 3 times speed like a normal game player, and let some things just sort of happen. Watching the market. Like, if this game's 100 years, I think that campaigns are gonna be kind of quick, which is probably good. Like, we're already in, well, never mind. We're just in December 1836. So it hasn't even been 1 full year yet, out of 100. Is the game out now? It's out tomorrow, actually. Brave or Sir Robin. And if you haven't already, now's the last chance to pre-order it and get access to the extra music tracks that are available with the pre-order version. And if you click on the link that Wasabi Pete just put in chat right now, it helps out the stream. You get to find out more info about the game, or you can possibly pre-order it if you want to, and check it out there. Game unlocks in 13 hours on Steam, yes. This is feeling like classic Vicky at all. I never played Victoria 1 or 2. All of my Paradox experience is with Crusader Kings 2, Crusader Kings 3, Hearts of Iron 4, and Stellaris. I haven't played EU4 or Victoria until today, so I'm getting to kind of christen my Victoria campaign for my eventual grand campaign. One day. 1% of the game complete in less than 3 hours. There's been, to be fair, a lot of reading and parsing information, which I'm totally down with. That is my domain. Like, we just got done playing like 8 streams of Terra Invicta, which is basically just all numbers and reading, so speaking to me. But yes, the remastered and remixed and remade Victoria 2 songs, there's a few of them that are included in the pre-order version of the game. So just FYI. And I saw some commenters on the YouTube video that they announced that. We were like, damn it. I'm so annoyed. These songs are actually good enough for me to want this now. Yeah. This being one of them. But they got the whole orchestra to make them all from scratch. But anyway, one thing I do want to know is if I can find an event log somewhere. If I miss an event while looking at chat or something. High tensions between Chile and Tuelche. And also Selknam. Where? Oops. Come to me. Ah. A decentralized power. A chiefdom. Probably we should be doing some form of conquest and war. We have 10 battalions, but I'm not going to jump into that yet, because I don't know how to do it. Honestly, the music might be the biggest selling point for me. I do love new expansions and new DLCs with Paradox games, always bring in the new tunes. We have our own history with each of the games. Looking at you, Stellaris, and your Towards Utopia Nova Flare. Looking at you, Crusader Kings, and your Jerusalem song, Knights of Jerusalem. You're already colonizing the lands to the south. Well, we do have the political institution colonial growth generation is plus 0.2. I'm not really sure the amount of colonial growth generated by POPs in incorporated states. So Chilean Araucania is not incorporated, but I do see that we have 187 days here establishing a Chilean colony in Chilean Araucania. So I don't know how to exert control over this right now, but it is happening. And it's about 12% done. Colonial growth generated by Chile is 0.4. Our ruler is an experienced colonial administrator, which is boosting that right now. So General Jose is South Andean, and there's the expert plus 40% colony growth speed. They have mastered the art of colonial administration, and they are incredibly persistent. Increased health, increased political strength of the bureaucrats. And as a commander, 50% morale damage protection. That's what's causing the tension, is we're colonizing down there. Which is itself historical. We're no longer getting 10% bonus bureaucracy because we haven't maintained the approval of the petite bourgeoisie. To maintain their approval, their traits are... They're not active traits right now, but I have to see. They are traditionalists. And that means they endorse legal guardianship of women and endorse a state religion. Great Britain started a take treaty port diplomatic play against Great King. The Great King has banned opium, and Great Britain took that personally, so they are trying to take a treaty port. Down with the bourgeoisie. It's pronounced differently. I'm sorry, chat. If you type in King or Q-I-N-G Dynasty, this is what comes up.
King.
American pronunciation.
Ching.
British pronunciation.
King.
So, really, it is Victoria 3. The pound is the global currency. I'm gonna say it like they did. King. Get wrecked, America. What's the Chinese pronunciation? Google doesn't know. That's not one of the options. The Google pronunciation is only British or American. The only two languages. Correct, yes. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to be paused. But I also don't want to miss too many of these things. Are you essentially taking territory from your neighbor by colonizing? Seemed to me they already had it colonized. I don't understand how this game works at all. Okay, so what you'll notice is that there's different territories that are filled in with color, and there's different territories that are empty with the border outlined. The territories that have the empty line, my understanding is that they are effectively decentralized powers. So, They are a nation that shares most properties of countries, like rulers and buildings, but they have no centralized power and or will to enforce borders. This makes them prone to colonization by countries who do not see them as equals to be negotiated with. So basically, like, the Guarani, the Mapuche, and the Tawalechi are all decentralized. They don't have an actual, like, governmental body. And your nations will happily colonize people that are next to you. This is how Chile moved all the way down and has its modern day borders. This is why the United States looks the way it does now. They don't have a government, their people just live there, yes. You are bringing your government to them. Gold has been discovered in Araucania. There's gold! Oh, chat, hallelujah. We just discovered gold in Araucania. The state region can now support additional gold fields. Where is that? Wouldn't it be under resources? I see sulfur mines. Chat, is sulfur gold? You maybe need a tech? Yeah, we might have to tech up. I was joking, by the way. It might be a production. Stinky, smelly gold. If you want gunpowder, yeah. Maybe we discovered it, but we don't know how to harvest it. This unlocks the goldfield building in prospecting. I think you have gold mines in another part of the country already. We do, yes. Maybe it's just like not the actual technical state down there. I think it's, we do have gold, 3 out of 5 gold mines in Santiago, and then no gold mines in Los Rios. So more gold is good. And then Mapuche, you've got 100,000 people. We've got 53,000 here, and then all the way at the bottom, 12,000 peoples. Oh, this is Chilean Araucania. This is the actual Araucania that they're talking about. We discovered gold in the section of the land that we're currently colonizing. Yeah, you're right, Leah. They found the gold field. Fantastic. Chat, I am gonna say real quick, I missed a bunch of subs. Give me 1 sec. Who goes there? Former politician Rufino Lynch has died. Of the rural folk. Well, he's gone. Thanks, Waldemar, for the woo sub for 3 months. Welcome back, Waldemar. The rural juror says almost 2 streamer babies. 17 months. Absolutely not. They're chats. I see you all fraternizing with each other there. Whistling Spirit says, thanks once again for another month's worth of delectable entertainment. Thanks, Whistling Spirit. Appreciate the 20-month sub. Howdy. Sax says, comfy time here. Take some of my money and keep on being you and dunking on Jeffs. Hi, Sax. Hope you're still out there, and thanks for sharing the sub. You guys are subbing on a sponsored stream, too. Sinless and Lashley, thanks for the raids earlier. Hope you guys had good streams. And Gavin Hawk waving for 8 months. Hi, Gavin Hawk. Bob Chuggins, thanks for the 5 months. Hey, everybody. So here's what we're going to do. We're still enacting landed voting. There was a little bit of radicalism because they do not like that we're changing the government type, but you wanted to. So here's what I'm going to do. It's been 3 hours. I haven't stood up yet. Midas is patiently waiting. You can see a tail down there. There's a tail. Right there. It's wagging. Why is your tail wagging? There's a tail down there. So, I'm going to take the dog out, give him a snack, give him something to drink. And let him have a little time to get some water, maybe, because he's a thirsty boy. So, I am going to be back in like 6 or 7 minutes, however long it takes to kind of let him go to the bathroom outside. And when we come back, we're actually accelerating time now. It's August 1937, chat. We're cruising. I just gotta get comfy in sorting through all the different menus. And then we can go 4 times speed, 5 times speed, whatever we deem fit. Okay. So, if you're here and you're like, well, I don't know what to do. How can I get more Victoria 3 content right now? Well, you can wait, but while you wait, all you gotta do is click on the link in the chat. Sponsor appreciates it. I appreciate it. Take a look at their beautiful website. Maybe pre-order the game if you're interested and you like what you see, or stick around to see more to decide. But everybody, you don't have to necessarily pre-order through that link, I don't think, but as long as it redirects you or takes you somewhere else, but even just scoping it out, looking around, helps out a lot here. So thanks everybody for supporting the sponsor stream. Hope you're having a good night, exploring a new game with me, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay. Um. Sorry, I'm like acting weird. I just looked down under my desk, and I didn't notice until this very moment that like all of Midas's floofs have just been collecting underneath my microphone stand. And there is just a giant Midas hairball. Like a contiguous, like, there's almost enough to make like a, you know like that TikTok that went to like every single social media, like Twitter, Facebook, everywhere, and it's like the dog fur, and you're like, oh, look, a dog, and then they blow the fur away with like a leaf blower. I could do that. Like I could make a new one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean that up later. Here's what I want to know. How does such a little dog have so much floof? How does such a little dog have so much floof? They said that short-haired dachshunds shed less, but you have proven that to be a lie. That's just not true. Are you a mini dachshund? Are you just a mini? He is a wiggle noodle. He is a wiggle noodle. Yeah, go to sleep. Time for sleep. Okay, and we are back. Thanks for waiting. I have returned with a nighttime iced coffee. Yo. Now, where were we? Unpaused. 3 times speed. How old is Midas? He is 14 this year, so he is an old man. This is impassable terrain. Okay. We actually will have this in 25 days. This is going by very fast. Did you get that iced coffee machine? No. This is just store-bought iced coffee. You just put ice, put coffee, and go. Creamer of choice, or none. Ooh, wait. Hold on. There's gotta be a way to see old notifications. Right? I just closed that when I wasn't ready. This is the Wikipedia. Perfect. Oh. Chat, read this top to bottom. First person to read it all wins. I'm updating the wiki right now, okay? Somebody screenshot this. You can update the wiki. Journal icon on the left. No, the journal is objectives and decisions. Turn off motion blur. What, for the Wikipedia? There isn't any. There is no motion blur. Turn up your stream quality. I can't believe they wrote all that. They did, yeah. Oh, it's like per section. Chat, we unlocked the stock exchange. An organized market where stocks and bonds can be bought and sold, the stock exchange is a central element of the modern market economy. We have unlocked stonks. Look, we have brought Chile out of negative bureaucracy. We're in the green. And because we're in the green, we only have 2% excess bureaucracy, so we get 0.2% to state construction efficiency, a bonus to our weekly construction progress in a state. So if we can contain more bureaucracy, we can build faster. We've reduced the impact of trade routes. So trade routes are very core to the Chilean market right now. We have 4 separate routes importing from the British, and we have 2 from the Americans. So we've taken a huge chunk out of that bureaucracy cost. We've also increased our trade route competitiveness. An increase or decrease in the competitive... Yes, that's, you defined it with its definition. I don't know what that means, though. Trade routes buy goods on one market, transport it using convoys or overland if markets are adjacent, and sell the goods to make revenue, from which tariffs are subtracted. Dude, we can do tariffs! In the process, it creates buy and sell orders on the 2 markets, making it more expensive in one and less on the other. The volume of goods moved will independently scale up and down to meet market conditions in both, employing more or less workforce to match. Each trade route costs a fixed amount of bureaucracy to maintain. Tariffs. A tax on trade. So we can change our trade policy law to tax different items on purpose. We'll learn more about tariffs soon. No active research. All right, we have to choose what to do next. So what did the stock exchange unlocked? Postal savings. Plus 20% to max cash reserves. This leads to mutual funds. A valuable method for people to save money even if they don't have access to a bank. Postal savings promote both the storage of and flow of money among even the poorest citizens. 4 years to research, but max cash reserves is good. The bureaucracy is expanding. To meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy, you are correct. Tomorrow will be full release or early access. Tomorrow's a full release. New Fire. The game will be out in like less than 15, 16 hours. I don't know, whatever it says on Steam. So vic3 is almost out. Today is your last chance to pre-order it using our sponsored link in chat to grab some awesome extra songs that they made as modernized versions of some of Victoria 2's best songs from its soundtrack. Ooh, that's a lot of things. Publicly traded everything. Okay, modern sewage. Plus 5 construction sector max level. Chat, sewage. Oh, wait, that was max level. Damn. Okay, max level, max plus 10 maximum infrastructure from population. I want plus 5 construction sector level, period. Central archives is taxation capacity. We maybe should work on, like, product now. What do you think? Do we need more influence? Do we need more authority? Leads to nationalism in the labor movement. Let's take a look at production. We're already working on the lathes. Mining is going to be very important to us, so maybe we just start working towards nitroglycerin? I feel like the importance of an effective sewage system cannot be overstated. This leads to dynamite technology. Okay, let's take an inventory of the different products we want to work towards, potentially. Okay? So like Santiago, our capital. A decent amount of sulfur and iron mines. We already have an iron mine. A bunch of gold. How can we work gold? We are number 7 in gold mines across the world. Okay? That's pretty good. Hello, Talks in chat. I'm here to say I've been looking to this one more than I've been looking forward to Rib World, and I was looking forward to Rib World. Understood. Sewer Rat. I've been looking forward to this too, and now I get to play it and give you guys a little peek into how it's going to operate. Maybe we just, yeah, I think maxing out gold mining is pretty sick. So let's take a look at the different production methods that you can utilize with gold, because some of them are going to need to be unlocked via technology. So, picks and shovels is how we're currently digging the gold out of the ground, right? Its total modifiers are plus 1,500 to minting. Minting is basically how we are making and casting new money. If your GDP is high enough, you can mint more money without affecting the economy. So we're producing 30 gold, but we're chewing through 15 tools. We're going to want to make a lot of tools because we're going to have a lot of mines. I think we should just go all in on mining. Atmospheric engine pump goes twice as high on minting, but the same amount of gold. That takes tools and coal and employs machinists. So one thing I need to figure out is what employing different types of people are. Manual workers with stable employment operating machinery in manufactories, mines, mechanized farms, and other sectors. Politically, they're the driving force in trade unions. There's a population of 6,000 of them so far. Pops with minimal literacy can become machinists. Potential increases with greater literacy. Laborers have a particularly easy time transferring. So it's kind of like, reminds me of Stellaris, when you have specialist pops. And they have to like rank up, but you need to have satisfied, in this case, maybe literacy and other factors to get them to level up to different types of workers. Okay, even more minting, but this one also produces plus 60 gold. Consumes a lot of coal. And then this one consumes oil and makes the most amount of gold. Okay, what tech is this? We have invented the atmospheric engine. Show me. Atmospheric engine is where? There's combustion, compression, steam turbines, conveyors, oil turbines. Up. Oh, it's right there. Okay. So, the atmospheric engine will take 3 years to research, but it'll lead to a special type of pump, leads to water tube boilers and railways. That is peak industrialization. Okay. By the way, the back button on your mouse is by default go back a page, so you can find what you were just looking at, which is super useful. Let's take a look at our secondary production methods. So the way that production works in Victoria 3 right now is you have a primary production. So a gold mine makes gold. This is how you make more gold and more gold and more gold. But maybe you want to take that gold and use it for a secondary purpose. So we've got manual drilling, nitroglycerin, and dynamite. So right now we are just manually drilling everything. Nitroglycerin is another thing that we were thinking about working towards. Plus 10% mortality of engineers, plus 30% mortality of laborers, and plus 20% mortality of machinists. People may die, but we will get more gold. Dynamite. That's the most minting. Dynamite's a little safer than just raw nitroglycerin. Okay, the third, we actually have two different production methods here. The hand-cranked crane or the steam donkey. The steam donkey requires engines to be produced and consumes a bunch of coal. And then we got road carts or rail transportation. Okay, so right now we're just using road carts. That's all we can do. And then this is the ownership method. So if you want to publicly trade it, government run it, or use a worker cooperative, you can choose right now merchant guilds on it. We're trying to get away from merchant guilds long term. So I think right now, chat, our options are just invent a better pump and start getting more tools and coal. Or start making coal so that we can consume the coal. This is just for minting. Is our GDP high enough to be minting this much? I don't know how to tell how much we can mint without compromising our economy. And I have no idea where to find... Oh! Okay, here's minting. Right now, our minting is plus 2.19k towards our total national revenue. So 419 is coming from our GDP, and Santiago is pumping out 1,500 just from gold mines. It says more in total, so would it be 30 plus 30 gold for 60 total for the second production method? It says, okay, I mean, it says gold production, gold 30. Then goods production gold plus 30 more in total. So it may be 60 gold. And 3,000 minting. We'll have to experiment. I say we just go for the atmospheric engine and then do nitroglycerin afterwards if we want to, before we start killing all of our engineers, laborers, and machinists. Plus, that leads to railways eventually, which you have to get sooner or later. This is kind of a long research. But, sure, let's do it. Atmospheric engine time. We gotta focus on our strengths, which is mining. I think that's the part I'm gonna enjoy the most about this, is having, like, completely different focuses depending on where you're located. Like, I love just being down here in my own little pocket of South America and being like, oh, damn, we're taking all this gold. This is ours? So yeah, Chilean Araucania is just going to eventually be Araucania. This is just a natural colonization effort that's happening over time. Because our institutions, we started the game with a level 2 colonial growth generation. So the colonization just happens naturally. And we're the only one that shares a border with Araucania. So I don't know what happens when two nations share a border with the same place. Like, if... Hold on. Like, if Chile and Argentina are bordering Mapuche, who's colonizing from where? I guess eventually you both encroach towards each other. Nice work! Ensuring you maintain at least a small excess in each capacity is always a great idea. It protects you from unexpected deficits and gives you a minor bonus. Don't overdo it though, because the benefit you get from allocating the capacity is usually more valuable than the bonus you get from excess. So basically, don't hoard these numbers. Spend these numbers. You can hoard a little bit of money, but don't hoard these ones. It's often possible to withdraw allocations to return to a positive balance. Gotcha. So we're expanding the tool workshop and we're completing research of the atmospheric engine for our tutorial. In Victoria 2, it leads to colonial conflict and potential war. That makes sense. So, taking a look at the big map and just seeing what's going on. So, if you start, Sweden is another tutorial nation. And they just started a personal union with Norway in this time. They lost their relationship with Finland because Finland has become a, not puppet, but I guess they're a Grand Duchy of Russia at this point, right? Yeah, they're a country in the Russian market. They have a personal union with the Grand Duchy of Finland. A rivalry with the Ottoman Empire. Great Britain may no longer be able to participate in diplomatic plays. Okay, so the British Andes interest has been removed. So no more Andes Andy. Your treasury is at max. I know, it's the damn gold reserves. We have the most possible. I don't know how to spend money yet. Because what do I spend money on if my construction is maxed out? Like, I can't build anything else. We're using 5 out of 5 of our max infrastructure. So what I need to do is probably build more construction sectors, but I'm just fulfilling the tutorial right now. Just doing what the tutorial says. Lower taxes? Maybe. Napoleonic warfare unlocked. Napoleon revolutionized warfare, emphasizing the importance of properly utilizing artillery. Okay, so we got new production methods for the barracks, the conscription center, and leads to new tech. That's just something we learned because it came to us and it spread across the world. Well, we're almost done enacting landed voting. It has a 36% success chance, so I don't know if that's gonna... It's about to roll the dice, I guess, soon. But let's take a look, actually, at some... What I want to find is our taxation level. So if we lower taxes, what are the benefits? Predicted revenue drops by £900 per week, but the effects are +5 legitimacy and -10% radicals from standard of living decreases. Does Victoria 3 end after World War I? Yes, 1936 is the final year in Victoria 3. Okay, what is, I want to just click some buttons and see what this is. Consumption tax. A consumption tax on grain is a tax on a specific good purchased by pops to meet their needs. Each good subject to consumption tax costs a certain amount of authority. We don't want to tax more, I'm just trying to find out what this is. When applied to a good, its market price increases by the consumption tax rate at point of sale, with all buy orders generated in this manner resulting in the surcharge being collected by the Treasury. Since the surcharge is applied on the market level, the tax is ineffective in states with low market access. Basically, we add a tax on specific goods that people are buying to increase, to take a surcharge and add it to the Treasury. Basically, we take money from the people. Increase taxes on food. What could go wrong? Tax grain. That's a great idea. What if we increased government wages? Increasing government wages will appeal to the intelligentsia, which is an influential group with 12.6% clout. They're currently happy, but if we could make them a little happier, we would get a few more bonuses. Propagandist activates if they're loyal, and that's 50% migration attraction. If we pay the military more, we get more armed forces approval. And the armed forces are already loyal, so paying them more is, I think, fairly redundant, unless there's a level above loyal. Okay, we're having a little problem with mousing over the correct things. I say let's pay the intelligentsia a little bit more. Increase cost by 302 pounds per week. Click. Okay, let's try that. Tax the people less. Let me see my legitimacy. I saw it a minute ago. Let me see what these are. Wait, this is our GDP. Our GDP is 840,000 pounds a year. We're number 59 worldwide. Our GDP per capita is not that good. Literacy. 227,000 people out of 916,000 people are literate. We have a literacy rate of 24.79%. That's number 97 worldwide. The result is an innovation cap of 87.1. Basically, the more literate your people are, the faster you can research things. That makes sense. We're only generating 50, our cap is 87, so we're gonna need to raise that. Our current literacy rate provides us with a technology spread rate. So more literacy equals tech spreads to us faster. How to educate? We gotta basically change laws, I believe. So that's politics, laws. Because right now, we have no schools. I'm sure that would help. But, the people are not really in favor of schools. They oppose them, actually. No school for anyone. All right, this is just our total population and pop growth based on migration and other factors. How many radicals there are? There's 12,000 radicals. It's going up since December of 1836 because we're trying to abolish the oligarchy because chat wanted to enact landed voting as a law. So we're trying that. And there's about 40,000 loyalists in Chile. Okay. So, legitimacy. I saw this earlier. And I feel like it was on one of these screens. Gotta find where all the information is located. Probably on the politics page. Oh, there it is, 71%. Okay, our legitimacy is just, a government's legitimacy measures how well the composition of the interest groups fit with the country's laws. The lower legitimacy, the longer the time to enact new laws. So we can enact new laws faster by raising our legitimacy. Raising or lowering taxes has an impact. Check. So right now we're trying to do landed voting, which gives us plus 20 legitimacy. So increasing oligarchy or changing oligarchy to landed voting will actually result in faster passing of laws and give political strength to different voters, whereas you might maintain the oligarchy for the extra 50 authority. If you include the head of state in government, you get plus 25 legitimacy. Okay, so it's actually we lose 5 legitimacy, I believe. But we can get 5 legitimacy back by lowering taxes at the same time. There we go. Let's try that. All right. I don't know how to spend the rest of my money into a deficit, so if you guys have any suggestions, wait until after this, because this is the whole thing. We now have landed voting. Good job, chat. You did it. Also, hey, Frost, thanks for 16 months. Appreciate your Prime sub. Welcome back. So let's see how things changed. Interest group approval changes from enacting this law. Armed forces endorse the recent change. Landowners endorse the recent change. The intelligentsia endorse the recent change. Trade unions endorse the recent change. They're marginalized. Marginalized interest groups have too little clout to be politically noteworthy. They can't join the government, political movements, or parties. Their interest group traits are permanently deactivated for as long as they remain marginalized. Already marginalized interest groups remain so for as long as their clout is below 5%. Non-marginalized interest groups will become marginalized once their clout drops below 4%. Clout is power. Industrialists oppose the recent change. Those who own land or capital are given a vote. This wasn't even close, basically. I like the music change there. All right, I want to see what that tangibly did. I wonder if we have to unpause for this to change. No, it's the same because we lost 5 and then we gained 5 back from income. So we have the same amount of legitimacy from lowering taxes. We did change our flag. New Chilean flag already. It seems like factions play a bigger part in this game than other Paradox games. For sure, you definitely need to keep tabs, and that's what I'm kind of learning how to do, is how to observe what all the different groups need. Because taking one side over another will give you different bonuses based on who you're playing to. So, like, I wonder how I can find that marginalized group that had less than 5, because this is everyone with more than 5% clout. I don't know how to see... These are just the individual types of people, not their interest groups. Worth it for flag. Like, I see industrialists, intelligentsia. It was in government. Where's the marginalized group? Clout Simulator, yes. But yeah, these are the ones that have clout. You can see the group icon next to each of the types of people. This song slaps, I agree. I think if you just look like... Oof, I love this detailed list. I don't know why I keep gravitating towards this screen. Maybe the opposition button. I don't think that they were in opposition. They were in favor of it. These are the interest groups who are included in the government. Marginalized groups are not included in the government. We're looking for how to find interest groups that whose clout is too low to be included in the government. That's not what I'm looking for either. Like, I would think that would still be in their politics. It's not institutions, it's not laws. But yeah, I don't know how to find marginalized peoples here. I think it's the left arrow next to group names. This seems like it plops them... Interest groups not part of the government are considered in opposition. Their only way to affect enactment laws is through political movements. We're including them in the government. Right now, we're armed forces only. So since the industrialists are the biggest opposition group to us, or at least they're neutral, we want to include the loyalists right now, right? Or is this bad? Because, like, the rural folk are happy. The armed forces, the landowners, and the intelligentsia are all loyal. So if we include them in government, we're losing 21% legitimacy. Interesting. But we only lose 1% legitimacy if we include landowners. So I'm curious how this is factoring in 20%. Size of government, minus 54. The intelligentsia is minus 40. Okay. Your government's too big. I know, but we're only losing 1% from this. Anyway, let's not think about that. See my previous comments, Alex? No, Tronzorb. Below peasants, you can see their icon there. You can hover over it on the pop screen. You say that, and yet... There's trade unions. There's gotta be a list of all interest groups, though. But where? Because yes, this is a trade union page. And they have 1.3% clout. The reason, okay, let me explain why I'm looking for this information. So, if you choose to bolster a certain group and try to give them more clout, you gotta get them above 5% for them to stop being marginalized and actually have a say in something. So, if you were trying to play a nation and you wanted a proletarian, anti-slavery, egalitarian group to start taking control, you have to boost them. You have to raise them up. So if they were active and if they were part of the picture and they had over 5% clout and they were happy with you, you actually get plus 10% to throughput of all your manufacturing industries. So you're making goods faster. And at loyalty, you get other bonuses. So you basically can choose different interest groups to try to appease in order to take advantage of their traits. If you make them mad, however, like unhappy or worse, this is a state construction efficiency debuff. And then they each have their own leader who has their own strengths and weaknesses. Here's population 1.7k marginalized interest groups. And I'm sure that there is a list somewhere. But yes, thank you for... We at least found what we were looking for, and that's the important part. So for example, because we just made the intelligentsia happy... The intelligentsia is loyal now. So they get plus 50% migration attraction. They got propagandists active. In our poetry, our letters, our political manifestos, we must above all uphold the progress achieved in our home country as an example of what this new age has to bring to less fortunate parts of the world. Indeed. Jose Prieto has died. Oh no! Oh, chat. The second that we changed governments, he was the leader of Chile while we were a military junta. We switched over to a vote-based election, and he died immediately. It's under Government tab, but outside of this, exit Reform Government screen. What do you mean, exit Reform Government screen? This is the Reform Government screen. This is the regular government screen. He's still in the government creator, yes. The button at the bottom of the government tab. The government tab is the government reform screen. Okay, there's one marginalized interest group drop down now. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. It's interesting that that's hidden when you're in it. We did it, Chad. We did it. Good job. Okay, anyways, you did it. Give yourselves a pat on the back. So right now, our Conservative Party is being led by Isidoro Agreda from the Petite Bourgeoisie, and the National Party is being led by Pablo Siles? 18.2% clout. It's a lot more clout for the industrialists. Curious how... So we have, like, actual votes and elections now, because we're not a military junta. So we have parties representing different groups. And these are our active traits, so we can see who's doing what. There's an election in 179 days. That is a tooltip that goes... That's a dead end. The Patriotic Party, led by Bernardo de Santa Cruz from the Armed Forces. 72,000 votes. 1838 campaign in Chile. I like how they're all voting against one another. And we can see projected votes 0. Hold on. Is the armed forces forcing everyone else to vote for them into office? The United States has started a diplomatic play against the Great Sioux Nation. Oh no. Knowledge of the paddle steamer is starting to spread to us. Leads to the screw frigate, plus 10% convoys. We are short on convoys, I believe. Or we were. We're stockpiling gold. Our gold reserves are 242,000. Chat, how are my current reserves 242,000, but my reserve limit's 168,000? Excessive stockpiling of gold causes the gold price to rise. Your balance of 1.23k buys you the equivalent of $786 worth of gold. What if we just started selling all of our gold? I think that's a bad idea. Gold, I think, just translates into something else. It's not even on this list. Crash the market. The industrialists used to be powerful, but now they're influential. Okay, things are changing. No changes in the market. And we're back. Tristan S, thanks for 13 months, who says, Vic. Victorious. We will be. Gold is instantly turned into money if it works like Vicky 2 did. I think that is the way it is, yeah. Because our gold reserves are just translated into money. But yeah, our stockpile is too full. We need to spend more cash. We've lowered the balance, but our gold reserves are still skyrocketing. So basically, once I complete the tutorial on the tooling workshop, because the game told me to make a tooling workshop, we're gonna actually just spend our excessive amount of money on construction. And pumping up the construction capabilities. Building up the construction sector itself. Up to 15 in size. There's an election in 122 days. Petite bourgeoisie are giving us some bonus to bureaucracy, so construction's only 1.2% more effective, so you really don't want to have too high of a number on any of these. But anyways, I got a little snack. Solbro Solaire. What up? Thanks for the 5-month sub. Welcome to Sponsor Stream. And Frost385 for 16 months. Thanks for priming. Who says, hey, hey. Ah, gold cannot be bought or sold via trade routes. There you go. How goes our colonization efforts? I just dropped food on the ground. We have discovered banking. We have learned how to put monies in a safe and lock it up so that the lock-picking lawyer can show us how unsafe it really was all the time. Revolutionary! So, 10% to minting. That's just factoring in right now. We just increased our minting money straight away. Dude, Chile is rich. We're gaming right now. Even lower taxes? Sure. Taxes are canceled. We're taking the minimum amount of money to continue running the government. Empiricism is spreading. An epistemological philosophy deriving knowledge from empirical evidence. Information gathered from experience rather than cultural norms or religious beliefs. Plus 10% to influence, plus 1 max education institution level. Unlocks public schools. The Liberal Party, dialectics, psychiatry, and separation church and state. Interesting. So when it says something is spreading, it just means it's become commonplace in society. There's empiricism right there. Comes from academia. It's very, very early on. And leads to a bunch of other stuff. Psychiatry, minus 5% to bureaucracy, population cost modifier. Very good. Okay, so we got a ways to go on researching atmospheric engines. Yet the tool workshop is going to be done in about 40 weeks. And the Chilean colony here, you're going to see the borders change soon. So the days, even on 3 times speed, seem like they're going fairly quickly, because it's the 18th, the 19th, now it's the 20th, now it's the 21st. Like, it's popping. It's going. Paper currency is this era's crypto. I think so, yeah. We gotta make our coins out of gold. How's the game been so far? Just arrived in stream after attending some classes. We're still very much in the tutorial, but everything so far has been very smooth. The only challenge is the same challenge that's implicit really with any new grand strategy game, and that's, like, you know that you need to find information, and you just need to figure out how to find it. Because it's there somewhere. And we got all these lenses down here at the bottom. There we go. Chile is getting a little bit longer. Long Cheeto. So yeah, we're figuring out how to, like, read the different menus, find the information that we're looking for, and slowly expanding Chile. We've already lowered taxes to the minimum that we possibly can for our population. We boosted our legitimacy up. As a result, they do enjoy the new low taxes. And we're going to have our very first Chilean election in 10 days, where it's projected the Patriotic Party led by the armed forces will win with 71% of the vote, which is just way up there. There are 243,000 total political voters right now. The lathe is a machine for rotating a piece of material, be it metal or wood, so that it can be easily machined into the desired shape. So, new production methods for textile mills, furniture manufactories, glassworks, and some new tech. Did you just play 2 years and 4 hours? Yeah. Do you know how to play this game, Rin10? Do you think it could go faster? While also talking to people like you? And trying to explain things to chat? Rin10 already knows how to play this entire game. But I find that difficult to believe, you know, when you came in here August 8th, and we were playing a game and you said, does this game have enemies? You didn't even know whether the game had enemies or not. I don't think you know how to play it. Maybe you should have learned about whether there were enemies in the game first. Let me close some menus. Okay. Victoria 2 is probably the most complicated of the Paradox games. That was what I generally remember hearing as well, yeah. And I think its complication comes not from the way that it is designed, but rather the systems that you have to understand in order to play. Like, you need, and that's what the tooltips have done a pretty good job of doing so far, I think, for me, is understanding core concepts of economics. And I feel like coming to terms with like actual real world terminologies and the definitions of like, how do tariffs work? How does credit work on a national level? Like, you have to figure those things out before you can play. Or I mean, you don't have to figure out before you can play, but like while you're playing, you have to learn these things. So I think that's, it's not really like the game obfuscates the information. It's just that you need to know things like real world applications of particular mechanics. And I think the tooltips have done a good job of presenting that information so far. They did do what we wanted. When Crusader Kings 3 came out, we were like, oh my god, I hope Victoria 3 has tooltips and tooltips. And you know what? It does. That was 2 years ago. Chat says, are there any laws that you can change? Let's take a look. We just got a active law. Our governing principle is a presidential republic. A political system where power is held by the people and their elected representatives. Republics have an elected or nominated president as head of state. So we can try and change back to a monarchy, but it has to have support from the different groups and parties that we're appealing to. So as we changed to landed voting, that's what brought upon the presidential republic, which we can increase legitimacy from including the head of state, but we haven't had our first real proper election yet. So I'm really not sure who Bernardo de Santa Cruz is. His interest group is the armed forces, so I think that he's just going to try and be elected after the military junta. They're electing the former military leaders, basically, is my understanding. Okay, so back to politics. Can't change any of these without new technologies, I believe. If you can change it, it's going to have a you can change it. I'm just looking to see what the options are. So internal security, we currently have no home affairs. We can try and create a National Guard. The National Guard is a state military force to suppress domestic unrest. It is minus 10 bureaucracy, which we need to spend anyways now that we actually have a surplus. Enables the Home Affairs Institution, which reduces the rate of revolution and secession. And the National Guard provides the Home Affairs Institution with some reduction of political movement radicalism and 4 extra battalions to be mobilized. I think he's basically a caretaker prime minister. Yeah, I think so. So that's one option. It has 34% support from the armed forces and the petite bourgeoisie, opposed by the intelligentsia, and 53% don't care. We can also change police. We have no police right now. And 45.9% are opposed to that. 45.9% are in favor of a local police force, but 22% oppose. The most favorable for everybody in Chile right now is dedicated police force. There's 45.9% in favor, only 10% opposed, and 43% neutral. And then those are the, censorship. No, I can't change censorship. Never mind. I thought it was highlighted. It's not. So we can either do police, National Guard. Those are the 2 options at the moment. What are the benefits of this? Enables the law enforcement institution. Minus 15% state penalties from turmoil, cost bureaucracy. Local police force is plus 10% to landowners' political strength. So I guess it depends on what factions you're trying to appease. What do police do in game? That's what I was just looking at. Local police force makes a particular faction stronger and reduces penalties from turmoil, which is a state where if you're pushing a lot of unpopular decisions or you have a lot of dissenting factions in your nation, then turmoil mobilizes radicals, mobilizes civil wars, mobilizes secessions. So it's basically to keep a cap on turmoil in order to prevent secessions and revolutions. I'm thinking of just pushing for a National Guard. We have 21 extra bureaucracy, why not spend some of it? The intelligentsia are opposed, but they'll be fine. They're not gonna be happy anymore, even though we're paying them. Is that how you can force a civil war? I guess you could force a civil war that way. I don't know how that would actually go, because oftentimes you can just push for a different government type and reform the government. But yeah, let's just click buttons and do things. The thing is, if we can mobilize 4 battalions, I hope I don't have to pay for them. Yet, unless we mobilize them. But I guess you should only spend it if it's actually useful. I don't want to be changing a law all the time just because. I don't know, I have mixed feelings. The election results in Chile are in. The Patriotic Party wins in a landslide, 71%. So yes, President Bernardo de Santa Cruz is staying the president for now. His particular traits are tactful. This character is very careful how they convey information. We get plus 20% to improve relation speed, minus 20% to political movement, radicalism. That's good. As an interest group leader, he gets more approval from the military. He's also a good diplomat. He's popular. Has bonus influence, and bandit. This character is known for being a graduate of the University of the Green Forest. Plus 100 authority, minus 5% prestige. Can you show the Argentine president, please? It's President Juan Manuel de Rosas, who is ambitious, political operator, and colonial administrator. Extra migration from happy intelligentsia seems good right now. I agree, yeah. I think so too. What I want to take a look at is how to politic. We haven't really opened these lenses because I'm trying to sort of control the flow of things that we need to look at. But these are sort of map filters. So production is showing us different areas that we can possibly build things in and what might be good. Like wheat farms, we have 33 capacity here, 87 here. Those gray numbers might be hard to see on stream, but let's say we wanted to make gold mines. Well, we know that we have 3 out of 5, so there's a gold mine there. There's gonna be a gold mine down there. Plenty of sulfur mine space, 32 size. And that's all for production buildings. So you can just kind of see at a glance without having to click on every single state. The political lens, meanwhile, we got some decrees, and I haven't looked at these at all. So why don't we look at them? Road maintenance. So we can spend authority to issue decrees. Expand and maintain the road networks for construction efficiency. That might be good right now. I don't know if we need the infrastructure, though. State infrastructure. I think we have tons of infrastructure, possibly. How well connected a state is to market and how rapidly it mobilizes battalions. Show me the state infrastructure of Santiago. 14 of 27. So, the more buildings that we build there, the more infrastructure we're going to be taking up, and we'll need to improve our infrastructure over time. But yeah, as far as decrees go, we can also do violence suppression, use the National Guard to control angry mobs. Emergency relief is charitable support and care, basically increasing welfare payments, which is the normal wage at which pops receive welfare payments from the state. Increase welfare payments, promote social mobility, encourage the population to strive for higher job qualifications. Promote national values. Increase cultural assimilation and religious conversion rates. Encourage the manufacturing industry, the agricultural industry, the resource industry. This is how you pump mines. Greener grass campaign, more migration attraction. And then enlistment efforts for conscription. And then as a state, we can try to incorporate a state, which is its own sort of challenge. Because right now, our unincorporated state is Chilean Araucania. And to incorporate this would take 13 bureaucracy. You cannot incorporate a colony while it's growing. So we have to wait until it's done growing to try to incorporate it. And then from a diplomatic standpoint, this is how you try to establish colonies. Settlement efforts initiated by colonizing country in the land of a decentralized nation. A would-be colonizer must have colonial affairs institution, we do, and an interest in the strategic region. At first, a single province will be taken. Adjacent provinces are colonized at a rate depending on the country's colonial growth, generating tension. So, we've already, before I even took control of the game, this is how the colony is developing on its own, because Chile already had selected this. And we can also select Mapuche, and you can see that Argentina is already going here into Mendoza, but we can try going into Patagonia if we want and just change the borders. I'm sure they would not appreciate that very much, but I'm curious, what is their attitude towards us right now? They're actually cooperative towards us. Ding, 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 ding. But I'm curious how many places you can start to colonize simultaneously. I want to save. I haven't saved all stream. We also have a bunch of diplomatic plays. Annex subject, ban slavery, conquer state, cut down to size. Force a targeted country to release all states and subjects they have gained through conquest in the last 10 years. Humiliate a country by targeting their prestige and prevent them from opposing you. Force a targeted country to grant you independence. Force a target to grant independence to one of their subjects. War goal to force a country to become your dominion. Make a country your puppet. Make a country your vassal. Use war to open their markets. War goal to force the targeted country to change their government and laws that align with your country. Make them return a state to you. Take a treaty port, which is a coastal state that consists of a single province taken as a war goal for the purpose of opening trade with the country. A treaty port permits its owner to bypass tariffs and embargoes. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. That's why Britain was mad at King China. Transfer a subject. Okay, then we have diplomatic actions. Ooh, lots of diplomacy. An instant diplomatic action that removes an obligation a country owes. Make an alliance between two countries. Ask to become a protectorate of another nation. Become a tributary. Hi, I give you money. Please don't conquer me. Bankroll another country. Pay part of its income to another based on the weekly tax revenue of the recipient. Change to our customs union. Establish a customs union between two countries. Damage relations on purpose to try to instigate war. If you pre-purchase, can you play? If you pre-purchase and pre-order Victoria 3 right now, you can play Victoria 3 tomorrow when it releases. Confirmed. It'll come out in just a few short hours. Just make sure that you pre-purchase the game after you've checked out our sponsored link. This is a sponsored stream after all. And if you haven't already checked it out, you have a little bit of time left to pre-order and get the bonus music and tunes. You don't have to buy it through that link to get the tunes, but it doesn't hurt to go look at the pretty pictures. If I pre-purchase, can I play while I'm supposed to be working tomorrow, though? You can, but can't guarantee you'll maintain your job at the end of the day. An ongoing rivalry with another country. Okay. You have to target someone with a similar rank. It generates influence. Oh, like in Stellaris. The two countries must have overlapping interests to be valid rivals. The pact also limits the range of relations that can be established between two countries. We also have take on debt on purpose. Take another country's loans in exchange for an obligation. It's like a favor. You can become obligated to another country as a result of agreements made in a diplomatic play or by buying loans. While obligated to a country, you cannot start diplomatic plays against them or even join a play on the other side as them. The other country may use an obligation they hold over you to force you into a pact. Okay, so yeah, these are favors. These are Crusader King's favors. Make a trade agreement between two countries. Eliminates tariffs and bureaucracy cost of trade routes. They wouldn't. Hey, Great Britain, how about you don't tax me anymore for all my trades? They will not accept. Minus 68. Okay. United States? No, 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 no. No one wants to trade with me. Fine. Violate someone other country's sovereignty. We can only have one declared interest at a time, and you can't establish a country or a colony in a place that you aren't having a declared interest, right? We have to have an interest in the strategic region. Okay, how do we see my country's current interests? Because we're using one of one. Why don't we just improve relations with someone else? That seems like an easy one. There's damage relations. Where's improve relations? How much does this cost? 150 influence. Okay. Yeah. Let's improve relations with Argentina and Bolivia since they're on our borders. And we can, oh God, I have 470 influence left over. There's so much that I can do, and I don't know what I should do. But it's okay to waste. It's a tutorial, we're learning. But anyway, my current declared interest is what? The Andes, that makes sense. Making friends with avenues of expansion. Did I just remove our interest? That was an accident. I didn't know clicking it was no confirmation. Just kidding, I actually am really interested in the Andes. Due to the election, your next government reform will not result in any new radicals as long as it's done within the above time limit. So we should be maybe doing a government reform. Now that there's been an election, chat. Okay, so moving people from the right to the left. includes them in government, but lowers your legitimacy. So what is including them in government? Do we just get the benefit of their cards? I'm not sure what including them in the government actually does for us right now. I got some learning to do. Including the industrialists actually raises our legitimacy. You can pass the laws they want or try to. Okay. So in this case, the industrialists, for example, right? They would like to endorse the oligarchy. They don't care about land and voting. They just oppose suffrage and anarchy. They oppose a council republic. They oppose graduated taxation. They like per capita taxation. And they endorse colonial exploitation. Not surprising. Is it kind of like so-and-so wants to be on your council like in Crusader Kings? I think so. So we kind of have to decide, I think we just have to decide what types of laws we want and maybe endorse the people, bring the people in who we align with. The Conservative Party here. This group is nostalgic for a past real or imagined, where just kings ruled over a uniform society. Not surprising. They endorse monarchy, ethno-states, segregation, national supremacy, and migration controls. Okay, that's the petite bourgeoisie. The Catholic Church is pious. It endorses charity hospitals and religious schools. Theocracy, state religion, and national supremacy. The intelligentsia endorses multiculturalism, guaranteed liberties, protected speech. Appointed bureaucrats, public and private schools. Abolishing serfdom, maybe. Landowners endorse no social security, consumption-based taxation, peasant levies, and various forms of autocracy and police. Okay, the intelligentsia are the intelligentsia and the landowners are both loyal to us right now. They're already appeased. Why don't we? They're neutral towards abolishing serfdom. We're gonna have issues with everybody. So is this a game where you are not necessarily fully in charge of a country, but in charge of its economics? You are basically prodding a country along, trying to push it in your chosen direction. Are the dev diaries a good way to learn vic3? I have only seen a couple of the dev videos, but they did some good little mini tutorials. However, for me, the way I learn is this. I just dig in and I'm like reading stuff and I'm like, process information. Like, like the loading bar in my brain is turning. I have to just get in and click buttons until I figure it out. And chat's been very helpful tonight too. But yeah, you're basically trying to spin the wheels of your nation towards a different... Like, right now, we're trying to influence different parties. I learned Hearts of Iron Forges by playing it, but I also played all the others before it. Have never played Victoria. This is my first Victoria as well. So I'm just figuring it out as I go. Here's what I want to do. We've already got loyalty from the intelligentsia. Let's bring them in. We took a small hit to legitimacy. And I think the government's too big if we bring in anybody else. Yeah, that goes down to 30%. So, chat already voted to play the good guys. You guys decided to go from a military junta to actual voting and eventually suffrage. So let's work on that. The intelligentsia, I think, leads that direction. So, by bringing them in, and the thing is, I guess it'd be wrong to necessarily say the good guys, because even these guys are like, serfdom, I could live with it, I could live without it. Neutral towards slavery banned. Neutral towards censorship. Neutral towards cultural exclusion. Neutral towards women in the workplace and women's suffrage. So they're not like, you kind of have to do, neutral's better than opposing. Yeah, basically. It's 1836. But yeah, we're getting the power of propagandists, which is going to increase our population with the migration attraction, and they're making societal technology much cheaper. They're doing that anyways, just because they've been appeased. And we got patriotic fervor and veteran consultation. Chat, I want to walk a fine line here. I want our Chile to colonize the rest of South America, while also we're bringing intelligentsia to the people by force. Okay, that's where we're going. But yeah, let's go ahead and lock that in. So, chat, correct? Help me out. By including them in the government, they are going to support our policy changes. Is that what you're basically saying? I'm trying to figure out the tangible benefit of moving them from the right menu to the left menu. This leader advocates an aggressive foreign policy, emphasizing readiness to go to war to advance its ambitions. Yeah, that's exactly what I just said. Strongly endorses mass conscription and colonial exploitation in the intelligentsia. That's exactly what I just said we were going to do. Laws with government support below change when you move them over. Okay, this will change. Like it hasn't, all of these are going to be added once we lock it in. Because we have 24 with them. Without them, we have 8. Okay, I get it. It's clicking. So we have to change certain laws. We need to put certain parties into the driver's seat, or at least the front passenger seat of the government. Because we can only change 8 things. Type of government, the National Guard, the secret police, stuff, regular police and all that. It's like if we put, if we were like, never mind, let's do landowners instead. There's still more. Now we can do peasant levies, consumption-based taxation, land-based taxation, serfdom. Laws that support the rights of, or the interests of those parties become available to start reforming the government. So like the Catholic Church is like, yo, theocracy, ethno-state, national supremacy, segregation, militia, colonial affairs. Tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk is what I have to say. And sometimes you have to, like, to keep the country stable long enough, you might have to do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Like, just to keep the armed forces are 33% clout. We don't want the armed forces to rebel. So, they don't want peasant levies. They don't want consumption-based taxation. They want some form of police force, even if it's just local. They also do not want protected speech. So we have to concede a little bit just to keep the country together. Otherwise, there's going to be revolution, and there's going to be secession, and we're going to be a tiny, little Chile. So yeah, we're just going to go with intelligentsia, because I think that's interesting. It also opens up a ton of governmental laws with support. Chile can have a little war crimes as a treat. It's not a war crime if it's not an official war. It's just a crime. All right, let's confirm it, lock it in, and try that out. See how it goes. This is just a fun tutorial campaign, and we're gonna see how it goes. Relations between Chile and Bolivia are poor, but we are ongoing efforts to improve relations. So we're going to try and say hello to our northern neighbor, Bolivia. So you should suppress that faction. What I could do is support that faction. I think I'm already bolstering them by default. Okay, bolster costs 200 authority weekly, plus 40% bolstered impact on interest group attraction. So yeah, if I'm like, oh, all in, bolster them, that's gonna spend authority. Which you're supposed to spend these things. Getting them down further is good. I just need to keep playing to find all the different ways that I can spend these resources. We only just got the positive on bureaucracy, and we took money down from like plus 2.5k to plus 634. Spending into a deficit would actually be good for us right now. And I'm curious to see how their popularity changes, because they're at 9.8% clout. Their political strength is 50.9 thousand. So that's probably how many political strength of their votes in the election is 58.3 thousand versus... I don't think they get to vote. Do they not get to vote? Did we discover more gold mines? I don't know where there should be like a history box for the events. Oh, we're probably discovering them down here. Yeah, there was another gold mine. Can I invent communism in this game? Well. I would assume yes. But I don't know the steps that you would need to take to do that. You synthesized it in lab. It's a tech. It's a socialism tech. How far down the tree is it? Or did you just make that up? Oh, right here. There's socialism. You missed it. I found it. A political ideology that encourages common social ownership of the means of production and self-management by workers rather than an upper class. And that leads to political agitation and then mass propaganda. There's also anarchism, human rights, feminism, pan-nationalism, preventing malaria and antibiotics. Pretty sweet, dude. Pretty sweet. But yeah, it feels like there are a wealth of different things to do, and I feel like I'm just scratching the surface, because every time I jump into a new menu, I learn something new about that menu. Like, we just learned about how reforming the government and including a different interest group might dictate what types of laws you might be able to set up. Because now, look at all these options, so we should start pursuing one of them. I don't want to change back to a monarchy. We can change from landed voting to some other type of voting, but notice how basically no chance, because the opposition from the armed forces and landowners got to work around it. We got to go a different route. You can't just go straight to the I win, here's universal suffrage button. You've got to play the game. We have a state religion right now. If we were to try activating a freedom of conscience, yes, the intelligentsia are like all in favor of that, but the Catholic Church opposes it. 68% don't care, so you have to like try and find ways to suppress certain groups and bolster others. Maybe we should be bolstering one. I mean, suppressing one. Where's Jude Law? He's probably like being in other weird HBO shows about tombolos. Or being popes. Because he's in the third day and he's the pope. Isn't he the young pope and the new pope? Is he two popes? Are those two different shows? Can we be attacked by native tribes? Yes, tensions may increase with the nation that you're colonizing on top of until they start to play against you. So I'm not sure how to keep tensions down while doing colonization. Maybe just be nice. Okay. Internal security, they still think National Guard is great. We have colonial resettlement up to colonial exploitation, which the difference in these is minus 25% subsistence output in unincorporated states, plus 10% throughput in them. Probably don't have anything to exploit right now. They still really overwhelmingly want some form of local police force, but I don't really want to increase landowners' political strength. Absolutely no right to assembly. Not even close. And the people of Chile are still not convinced that women should improve their standing at the moment. So, we're gonna have to... This is all the Catholic Church and the landowners. Also, Isidoro, a grade of the petite bourgeoisie, opposed this change. So would you say this gives more colonial growth? I think... Is this additional? They're both 0.2 colonial growth. I don't think it's 0.2 more. But subsistence output is all they have right now. So I don't want to mess with that. I think our best bet is actually just to get National Guard or just a local police force. That seems to be agreeable for everyone. National Guard is going to be able to mobilize 4 battalions, reduce political movement radicalism. Here's the thing. If you guys want to do controversial laws like improve the standing of women in society, unfortunately controversial in 1838, or lower the amount of censorship and increase rights to assemble and stuff, you gotta have radicalism reduction. Having a strong National Guard and police force who's loyal to you will actually negate some of the penalties from passing through other laws that are good, because the people who oppose them won't be able to dissent as much because you've already established these forces who are going to suppress them. You need force to enforce the laws. Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to go with National Guard for the future. And we got to spend some bureaucracy anyways. The intelligentsia oppose this change, but they just don't understand. The armed forces and the petite bourgeoisie are fine. So this might piss off the intelligentsia. So I'll have to find another way to make them happy. So we're going to lose some migration from them, but we'll find a way to get it back. State enforced gender equality. You gotta get creative. Aren't we the radicals? We're trying to make it so that we're not the radicals. Okay, relations are going up here. Okay, I need to find out how to make the intelligentsia happy once we've pissed them off. We've already paid them more, so... I guess I could pay them even more. Plus 30% government wages, more approval. So Concepcion, the logging camp's cash reserves are depleting right now. Eventually we're gonna slap a bunch of coal mines into Los Rios. We only have 16 weeks left until our Tier 2 tooling workshop is done. That's our next production building. So Santiago's got the most space, since it's our capital. This baby can fit so many coal mines. Damn right it can. Okay, the landowners' little bonus is deactivated. And we're not almost done. We're almost a third of the way through with atmospheric engine tech research, which is a production research. That is going to lead to some new... Oh, I know what we should do. We should look at production methods for our existing buildings. Okay. And to do that, why don't we start in Santiago? So, the Trade Center's production method is, you can only change the ownership of the Trade Center. Government admin, we can get filing cabinets. Oh, that's 100 bureaucracy instead of just 70. More taxation capacity, but you consume paper. So you'd have to buy paper to use that. Can't change you, can't change you. Tooling workshops, we can totally change. Greetings from Chile, Italics. Hello. What's up? It's nice to see my country being sort of accurately represented. Real 1838 Chilean in chat. I don't think you'd want to be an 1838 Chilean. But what's up? Chileans need to just forgive me for mispronouncing all of their names. I'm doing my best. Is there an ahistorical mode now or planned? It's all ahistorical. Everything... The fact that you're playing 100 years of the world makes it ahistorical. Have you noticed the Chilean flag doesn't look like it does in real life? This is ahistorical. It's already we've already reformed the government from military junta. There's support to restore the oligarchy. We're gonna ignore that. It can go way off the handle. Yes, it can go way off the handle. You could... Oh, Texas has joined the USA, but you could be Mexico and conquer Texas and the US. But Texas definitely starts the game as a republic. I really like that this time the Paradox team included the Mapuche and Tehuelche territories. Yeah. Is that because you as a Chilean just want to colonize and conquer them again? Okay. I'm just saying that. Because that's exactly what you're doing now. I'm just kidding. But actually, that's what they're doing now. We're actually going to colonize this piece of Tehuelche. in 58 days, which is happening automatically. It starts at the beginning of the game. But yeah, you could also play as the Republic of Texas and do whatever it is you want to do there. You can play as any of the nations that have a filled-in border, like a color inside their border. Anything that has an empty, like the Kazakhs, is a decentralized power. So I don't know, I don't think you can play as a decentralized power, but I don't know, I haven't tried. They have their own leaders. I don't know why you would want to play as a decentralized power. There's no form of government. Okay, we were gonna do something, chat, and I just forgot. What were we gonna do before I got distracted by that Chilean in chat? The Chadlean. Is Victoria similar to Hearts of Iron in having focus trees? No, there's no focus tree. It's basically just like a political, diplomatic, resource, economics, did I say economic? Simulator. So what we're doing right now is we're building a new tooling workshop in Santiago, and we're trying to push a law through to enact a National Guard in Chile. Checking your buildings for what tech you need to upgrade. What building, though? Oh, no, I was looking at just like things that you can change on the production tab. Because we were looking at the tooling workshop and checking its production method. So we're using pig iron tools, which consumes wood and iron, which we're making in abundance, to produce 60 tools a week instead of 30. I think that's perfect. I like that right where it is. But if we wanted to go to, say, steel tools, we need to research mechanical tools, which I think we would eventually want to research. And mechanical tools are right there. So we might do something like mechanical tools next, but how expensive would it be, resource-wise, to switch over to that? See, now we have to consume steel, so I'd have to start producing steel. And we could unlock steel tools for the tooling workshop, but yeah, I have to have steel. What other buildings do we have in Santiago? We have iron mines. We're using picks and shovels. We might be able to use an atmospheric engine pump soon. So we're gonna need to produce a lot more tools and a lot more coal so that we can pump up the amount that we're excavating from our mines. Excavating is not the right word. But we want more gold, we want more iron. Do you use coal to dig more coal? One thing that I want to see in the future that hopefully is like added at some point. I want to be able to click on buildings that I don't have and look at their potential production methods. Because, like, I have logging camps, so I can see all the logging camp options. And there's a lot. Actually, I should look at these in detail. But I can't see what coal mine production types there are. So I'd like to be able to see that info. Let's focus on combat. Yeah, let's focus on combat in Victoria 3. The devs have emphasized that you can do everything in the game without war. Hey, nice. What do you think of it so far? It's extremely pretty, the Dark Blob, and it's been very fun to just dive into. If, like, I like game systems, and I like seeing how everything interacts, and I've just enjoyed sort of poring over. I feel like I'm in the middle of, I got that new book smell in the middle of a library. This is not a good example. I just like menus and information and graphs and green numbers and ooh, I didn't know you could do that. Ooh, rotate. Wow. Does it run pretty smoothly performance-wise? Yeah, but I also haven't been playing on 5x speed like you sickos. So I don't know about 5x speed. So I've just been doing a lot of learning. I haven't really played more than just a few years in game. We played 3 years out of a 100-year campaign, so we're really just not very far. Because I've just been reading tooltips and tooltips like, this is how you can get lost in the game. This is why I've spent 4-5 hours and I've only advanced 3 years, because I do this. I go, ooh, the budget. What's the budget? Oh my, consumption taxes? What are those? Oh, the consumption taxes are a tax collected on the consumption. What do you mean consumption? Okay, so the amount of a good consumed by a building or pop. What is, wait, maintaining throughput? Okay, so throughput is how effectively the workforce of a building can turn input goods into output goods. Throughput can increase the economy of scale. What's that? Okay, the economy of scale is a game concept. Many buildings become more... I've just been doing that for 5 hours. I'm going down the Wikipedia rabbit hole. But yeah, the nested tooltips have been really nice. So I've just been scoping them out. What's the learning curve? It's a grand strategy game, so the learning curve is going to be high. Like, it just is. But, it reminds me of Hearts of Iron, weirdly. Not in the combat sense, but Hearts of Iron, you turn it on, and just like this, you're like, there's a lot of numbers, there's resources, there's heads up information, there's time of day, there's nothing under construction right now, there's things I need to do, relations, there's a law I'm passing, there's a opposition group, there's events, there's this many menus and this many menus. But really, what I've done so far, just like in Hearts of Iron, in Hearts of Iron, what you do at the beginning of the game is you put 3 researches on, you get a general and a field marshal for your armed forces, you start construction with your civilian factories, you pick a national focus, and you unpause. There's like 4 things, maybe 5 if I forgot one. That's the same thing here. Even though there's like many different menus and tabs, the only things that you need to do at the beginning is start enacting a law, start building a sector, or adding to particular regions. What do you call it? Just expanding an industry, okay? So starting a law, enacting, start an industry, start a research, and maybe start some diplomatic, like, improve relationships with your neighbors. There's like 3 or 4 things. So, like, figuring out how to distill all the information that you have to the few things that you actually need to be doing is sort of the learning curve of the game. Because once you've played Hearts of Iron a few times, you realize, oh, it's actually pretty easy for me to get into a new campaign. The hardest part is just figuring out which national focus tree I want to go down. And I think here, it's similar, except instead of national focus trees, you're like, oh, I'm playing as Chile. Do I want to become a mining god that has all sulfur mines, coal mines, gold mines, and just pursue that? Or do I want to try something else? Maybe I want to lock down... We got tons of livestock and wheat farms, sugar and tobacco. It's kind of like picking a region and figuring out what resources you want to corner the market on, and then moving towards that. And how you want to industrialize via the tech tree. Which productions do you want to pursue first? Do you want to be militarily focused? Do you want to expand by force? Do you want to improve society? And then you're really not doing that many total things, you're just processing a lot of information. So the learning curve will be initially high, but I don't think once you get over that, it's not going to be, like, that insane. Oh, I was going to look at, speaking of logging camps, I was going to look at our logging camps. We're using sawmills, which are consuming tools to make twice as many wood. More wood is good. I think we should just keep making more tools so we can use tools in all of our production buildings. Prioritize softwood or hardwood production. So hardwood is like an advanced, it's an advanced type of wood. It's like a secondary resource if you wanted to make that. We're using horse-drawn equipment because we haven't researched anything better, road carts, and it's privately owned. So I don't really need to change any of that right now. The intelligentsia are only neutral towards us. Okay. Intelligentsia, I'm currently enacting the National Guard, and the intelligentsia are, like, just sort of unhappy with that. Let me find them real quick. They oppose state religion. They oppose not having schools, and they oppose legal guardianship of women. Right now, they do not like our current law change that we're pushing through to get the National Guard. So, what we're going to do is just feed them money. We have too much money anyways. My gold reserves are maxed. Chile is actually quite rich right now, unless I'm misunderstanding the information. So, we're just going to go to the budget. We're going to go like, hey, do you guys want some more cash in order to support me and what I do? And they're going to be like, actually, yes, I would like that money. And they are happy now. Just feed them. If you give someone enough money, they will sacrifice their morals. So, at Happy, we get a 10% off all tech, which means we're just researching things faster, which of course we want to do. Chile is the tutorial. There are 4 tutorial nations that the game recommends. You can actually play whatever you want at the beginning of the game. I believe the suggested tutorial nations are Chile, in no particular order. Chile, Sweden, Belgium, and one more. What was the other one, chat? Cape Colony, yes. Cape Colony. Tools are cheaper. Services are cheaper. Iron is cheaper. No, iron's more expensive. Wood got a little bit more expensive, and liquor got a little bit more expensive. Oh, we're not building anything! Chat, how could you let me not build anything? Discord within the industrialists. An influential faction within the industrialists has grown frustrated with their co-members' neutrality on the topic of the National Guard. Themselves in favor of the law, they have now resolved to form a separate political faction intent on passing it. How can you all stand idly by and watch the world pass before your eyes? Have you no sense of honor, of duty to your fellow man? I say nay to such lack of ambition, and I dare say I am not alone in this. With their support, the bill shall pass. Chile gets beneficial factionalism while the National Guard is enacted, plus 15% success chance. I can't lock this one in. There we go. Okay. Industrialists get member flight for 5 years. They lose attraction. The armed forces extend an open hand to these mavericks. Chile gets a plus 10% success chance. Industrialists lose 15% of their interest groups attraction, and the armed forces gain plus 10%. So we can like prop up the armed forces while taking away from the strength of the industrialists, if that's what we want. So the industrialists are 13.9% clout. They're the National Party. They oppose universal suffrage. They strongly oppose the Council Republic, graduated taxation. They also oppose traditionalism, protectionism, and isolationism. They endorse free trade. They endorse child labor. They oppose compulsory primary school. They strongly oppose worker protections, and they're neutral about serfdom being abolished. Okay. Ding, 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 ding. I don't think we care about them too much, but how about the armed forces? What do you think of the warfare system so far? I don't know. I haven't fought anybody. But I think the devs have emphasized that this game's totally playable without going to war. So I don't think this is not supplanting Hearts of Iron or EU4. It's a different game. So I don't know why you would be worried about it, per se. Because if you're looking for a war game, this is not a war game. It's a game that has war in it. I say they're neutral towards the right of assembly. They do oppose census suffrage, but we can make do with that by giving them other things. I say we take away from the industrialists and give to the patriotic party. We already have a 35% chance of success. The armed forces extend an open hand to the mavericks among the industrialists. I don't know if making the armed forces group even stronger is a great idea, but there you go. Oh, build something, build something, build something. Okay. My goals. Establish a trade route. Input goods shortages can be easily dealt with by importing goods from countries that produce what you require. Solving shortages or reducing market prices aren't the only reason to trade, though. Exporting goods keeps your market from getting oversaturated and ensures profits stay healthy, ensuring other economies start to become reliant on yours. Resolve the input goods shortage of Man O' Wars and decrease its market price for 4 weeks. Okay, let's see why. Few advanced economies are entirely self-sufficient. Maybe you can sustain your pops with simple farming and cottage industries for some time. And perhaps you have access to a valuable resource or two to focus your industry around. But an industrializing nation will find before long certain goods are just not available in sufficient quantities at home. It's similarly possible to run out of demand for the good you're able to produce in excess. Exporting these goods to markets that need them can provide your producers with higher wages, profit for employees of your trade centers, and even export tariffs for your treasury. Making others dependent on your products gives you a degree of soft power over them to boot. Open the market panel and check details. Boop. Select any good from the list. Let's sort by balance. Look at our balance of gold. Okay, how about cloth? In addition to starting your own trade route, you can entice or discourage others, or fabric rather. You can entice or discourage others from trading a certain good with you by setting a market good policy. This affects your tariffs of the good, which increase or reduce the potential profit that you can make off the managed routes. Low tariffs encourage trade, but high tariffs discourage them. So that's here. So we can either increase tariffs. We can encourage exports by effect plus 30% tariff on imports. We currently have no priority. Plus 15% tariff on imports, 5% tariff on exports. Or we can do a 10% tariff on exports. Basically like, hey, stop sending our stuff out. Drive prices down. Why trade? Money. Money. Why else? Meatball, I'm gonna send you back in a time machine. And someone's gonna be like, hey, I just hunted an animal. You seem hungry. Would you like to trade me? I will give you food if you give me some fabric that I can make a shelter out of. And you're like, why trade? I don't understand. I got this. Open your politics panel, then laws. Why trade? I just bonk. Kill him and have both. Oh, Chad, you were made for grand strategy games. Okay, laws. Open the policy, select the trade policy law. Oh. Different trade policy laws affect the size of the tariffs you can issue, the bureaucracy cost of each trade route, how large quantities each level of trade center can trade, and even if you're allowed to do any trading at all. Select an appropriate trade policy for your economy. It can be as important as the economic system itself. If you do a lot of trading, bureaucracy costs can add up. A way to combat that is establishing a trade agreement pact with some countries. We did see that earlier. We can go to diplomatic lens and then diplomatic actions, and there's a button to try and create a trade agreement pact with other people, which is right here. Maintaining a trade agreement costs influence, but negates the bureaucracy cost of trade routes, protecting or targeting the market where they are the market owner, for as long as the pact is in effect, in both directions. In addition, tariffs for routes between the two countries are cancelled, which makes trade more profitable and voluminous. Voluminous, indeed. Quite. Chat is scary. Chat is scary. Great Britain does not want to accept this. Nobody wants to be my friend. You don't need to babysit your trade routes, but optimizing them now and then can be a good idea. This panel shows all the trade routes involving your markets, whether owned by you or other countries. Once established, these will expand to meet market conditions as long as there are convoys to spare. If a route becomes unprofitable, perhaps due to competing trade or unexpected changes in supply and demand, it may shrink, freeing up convoys for other routes. You can adjust your market good policy for existing trade routes here. Wait, where am I? Not here, right? Not this screen. I think not on this menu. Anyway, I think it means the screen that we were just looking at, the market, where you click on a resource. Adjust the market good policy. Oh, wait. That's a trade policy. You can find shortcuts for starting trade routes for goods with high demand for import or high supply for export. Oh, it means on this screen. This screen. These are all my existing trade routes. This is like a dream game for economists, basically, yeah. The countries don't look subdivided at the zoom level. Are there countries at counties in this? Oh, there are states. So Chile currently has 3 states. See, it's broken up into all these different little pockets. Okay, anywho. So, mastering the trade game is an important part of nation building. By starting lucrative import routes, you can supply your pops with goods without having to produce it yourself. By exporting goods, you produce in excess. You can specialize your industry to your competitive advantage and bring pop wealth into your own country. The downside of relying on trade is you have to protect both your relationships with others and your shipping lanes from enemy fleets. Trade can provide you with life necessities during wartime, but can also be disrupted easier than local production can. He's still in the tutorial. I am, yes. Very much so. Some would argue that any Paradox game, if you have less than 100 hours, you're still in the tutorial. Okay, Citizen Cyborg, I was making that joke. You can't steal it from the streamer. So basically, if we have like a route here, right? Clothes are incredibly expensive for us. And the reason for that is we have 30 sell orders and 62 buy orders. We're not a significant producer of clothes. If I put a plus 10% tariff on exports to protect our domestic supply, we actually lose 67 bucks. because they're not selling them. So I still need to figure out when to add tariffs and when not to, because I understand the concept of what this is saying. Let's say tell me how. Okay, we did tell me why. Now do tell me how. So we know what good we want to import. We want to import Man of Wars. So, import trade route. There's Man of Wars. All markets you're able to import Man of Wars from are listed. To establish a route, simply click an option in the list or a market on the map, but before that, let's take a look at why you might want to choose one over the other. Unless you can trade over land with a market adjacent to you, you need convoys and a port. The remote market does not require a port, but it needs a coastline. The number of sea nodes the route passes through influences its convoy cost, so trading with more remote markets requires more convoys. Okay, the further away the market is, what the heck is a sea node? Oh, look, chat. That's gotta be a sea node. Oh, they're sea nodes. Oh, okay. One, two, these are like the established trade routes. See, they're actually... We're not capable of just cutting straight across the Atlantic yet. We go from here, follow South America, skip over to Africa, and then back up to the UK. That makes sense. To trade with the market, you also have to have an active interest in a strategic region where that market has a presence. The level is the predicted level of the trade center required to manage the route once it's fully operational. Trade centers do not require construction, but size up or down automatically based on the number and size of routes you have. Think of the level as how much population will this route provide for. Level is 1. 1 level. A higher value is usually good, unless you're running low on workforce. The amount, 5 and 5, is next to its level. This is the number of goods you expect it to trade at full capacity, based on supply, demand, and profitability. The number of goods traded generates buy orders and sell orders in their markets. Import routes, and export routes, buy and sell. I'm glad Etel's playing this for me. Yeah, I'm learning, bro. I'm learning. Probably need to read some of this again. The productivity of a trade route is the amount of profit generated by employees in the managing trade center after tariffs have been collected. The greater the market price difference in the two markets before trade, the greater the productivity. So right now, the trade productivity is higher in the British market than the American market for us. The amount of profit generated by employees in the managing trade center after tariffs are collected. The greater the market price difference in the two markets before trade. I don't know how to see the market price difference in the two markets. Okay. Oh, I see. So basically, Man of Wars are cheaper in the British market than they are in the American market. So British are making more boats. Who could have seen that coming? And because they're cheaper, the productivity is higher. Because the price of Man of Wars in the British market is £74, and in America it's £92. We do need fewer convoys to get to America than the British market, though. Choose one of the several markets to import from. You can sort the list by clicking on the headers. You can trade each good with more than one market, but each route costs a fixed amount of bureaucracy and upkeep. Establish as few routes as possible that provide enough quantity to resolve your input goods shortage. Okay, so we are short like 4 Man of Wars, and it's been telling us this for a while. I think I hit it. So we're gonna go British market. Chile started an import route for Man of Wars from the British market, currently predicted to remain at level 1. Good! Your trade route has been established for as long as it remains profitable for the pops in the trade center and you have enough convoys to support it. It'll keep expanding until a market price equilibrium is reached between the two markets. If the quantity is insufficient to resolve your shortage, you could start more trade routes. Focus on producing at home. or attempt to reduce the quantity you use. Okay, we are golden. Bureaucratic shortfall. Our country's institutions are growing out of bounds and will eventually be overstretched. Until we're able to ensure sufficient bureaucracy for all of them, further institution growth will halt. You can increase your capacity for bureaucracy by building more government administration buildings. Well, here's the thing. Wrong button. I do need to be building things right now, in fact. If we were to increase our government administration building, that would give us the bureaucratic efficiency that we desire. We shouldn't be that short. Our country's institutions are growing out of bound. I'm not sure what that means. I think I'm just gonna do what we originally talked about, chat, and grow. We need to create a construction sector. We're gonna run a deficit for a little while. We don't have enough qualifications to fully staff this building. We only have 420 employable bureaucrats available out of 500 needed. So we're short-staffed for a new construction sector. So, my question is, does creating another government administration create more bureaucratic jobs, or does it take away from the bureaucratic job pool? Because I'm thinking about just doing government administration first and upgrading this. Joaquin, you're representing Chile. Great. Right now. I think it adds more jobs. I feel like it does, yeah. So we need more bureaucracy anyways. And we need more bureaucrats to staff the construction sector. So let's just try pumping the government administration. Improve the earnings of livestock ranches in Santiago is another one. Fix unproductive buildings. The livestock ranches in Santiago is not bringing sufficient revenue compared to its expenses to stay competitive. Use what you've learned about buildings and production methods to resolve the problem. You can try to solve it with subsidies or trade routes. We can subsidize a building and guarantee the country's government to be funded enough to always be able to pay at least the subsidized wage. Chat, I'm gonna subsidize cows. I'm subsidizing cows. If the building can't pay its employees, according to this rate or higher, and if its cost of buying inputs exceeds its revenue from selling the outputs, the Treasury covers the difference. This guarantees the building can hire as many employees as it wants to maximize throughput without concern for how financially viable that is. We need to maintain a productivity of at least 5 pounds or subsidize it for 4 weeks. Here's the livestock ranch. We need to bring this up. You're not making enough money. We need the productivity to be 5 instead of 2.5. I need to double productivity. We have open air stockyards. So, we can consume more tools, which will slightly increase the price of tools to double the amount of meat. Which is going to bring the cost of meat down in Santiago and the Chilean market from 30 to 7.5 pounds. That's going to save people a lot of money. Is that going to make the productivity more profitable, though? Because we can't change the fences, the refrigeration, or it's privately owned business. Let's go ahead and... I say let's do it. Butchering tools. That just made us less productive. Oh! Make it more productive? I'll do you one better. Less productive. But more meat. I want to export the meat. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Export the meat. But that's going to take more bureaucracy. Oh no, he's starting to see. He's starting to understand. I am... Print more beef. Okay, here's the totals for exporting. You could go a little negative as a treat, yeah. All right, American market is the most productive. The Argentinian market is the least productive. Trade revenue after tariffs is minus 260 bucks. What we want to do is, I assume, just generate the most trade revenue possible per employee. A trade route generates revenue for the trade center managing it depending on the market price difference and the volume traded. I know we don't have enough convoys. I have 13 convoys available, so I can go to Ecuador. I'm just reading a tooltip. Chat, just wait. I'm reading tooltips, okay? I'm literally just looking at the trade revenue tooltip. A trade route generates revenue for the trade center managing it. You guys are like reading over my shoulder out loud right now. Depending on the market price difference and volume traded, tariffs reduce the trade revenue generated, effectively decreasing the maximum volume a trade route can move before it becomes unprofitable and stagnates. Are these expanding tooltips? Hell yeah, they are. Subsidize. You want to subsidize already? No. I could afford to, though. So let me find... I just want to know how to subsidize. I think how to subsidize is a good thing to just know. There's no one-click fix for a building's low productivity. Let's have a look and see what issues we might have. Okay, let's find the livestock ranches. If the goods on the input side are too expensive, you can focus on reducing their price by expanding the buildings that produce them or importing those goods to your market. So the issue right now is that tools are too expensive because I changed to a butchering method that costs more tools. Maps, tooltips, numbers, graphs. Pump it, baby. So yeah, we're just having to pay for more tools. We're making more tools, though. So, iron is currently more expensive compared to base price. We're just assembling them by hand. Whereas wood is incredibly cheap. We're saving 32% on wood, but we're paying 16% too much. We have like 4 more buy orders than we have sell orders. So if we increase our local supply of iron, that would make the price of tools go down, which would probably make our livestock ranches more profitable. Because with tools, we have 72 sell orders, 91 buy orders, so we're short on tools. So if we go back, that's why we're losing productivity. Chat, I just switched back to open hand. Wait, does switching this keep... What did I just do? Chat, what did I... What? There's have to unpause? Why did it go down again? I flipped it back to where it was. Click more. What have I done? If the goods on the input side are too expensive, focus on reducing their price. Expand the buildings that make them or import the goods to your market. If the goods on the output side are too cheap, raise their price. This could be an opportunity to expand the buildings that consume those goods. Export those goods to other markets or encourage your pops to consume them instead of other goods. The most straightforward way to deal with the price discrepancy is to establish a trade route to import the goods you need or export the goods you make in excess. This will smooth out prices and improve the productivity of your buildings. A different combination of production methods may make the building more productive. Modern production methods aren't always better, especially if their input goods are costly. The impact of a production methods on the building's balance is displayed in its tooltip, so you can experiment with different methods to see if one works better. Decrees can help increase the throughput of a certain class of buildings. It's often not a good idea to increase the throughput of an unproductive building, since this means more expensive input goods and cheaper outputs. Okay, so yeah, like, if we can't afford the tools to make more meat, then making the meat be produced faster means we're consuming more tools and making even more meat, so we're driving prices up for tools because we're consuming more tools, and we're driving prices down for meat because we're spitting out more meat faster. What we want to increase is the throughput of the building's input. So if we're using butchering tools to make more meat, then we want to be able to make more tools. We want to increase the throughput for tools. This is literally a vic3 boot camp for Etal. He's hanging tough. Yeah. You just gotta apply yourself and stick with it. It's not too bad. Chat, I learned how to play Crusader Kings 2 on stream, and I didn't know what the definition of a county versus a duchy was. Okay? I didn't know what a duke was. From scratch. If I can learn how to play Crusader Kings 2 on stream, I can learn how to play tooltip. This game has tooltips. You know what Crusader Kings 2 had? Chat. I was thinking about picking this game up, but I don't think I'm smart enough. Skewer, that's the thing. Like, I don't know anything about economics or many of the terminologies in the game, but like that's why you just gotta. If you've got time, then you'll figure out what's going on, but it's not that crazy. It's just reading. If you don't like reading, then you're probably in the wrong genre. If I wanted to read, I would pick up a book. Funny, as a member of chat, you're reading exclusively. What if I told you that books have words in them, just like the internet? Checkmate. Every map game boils down to remembering what buttons do what. Chat, the people who say, like, reading is dumb, you're the reason why there are still red arrows and circles on YouTube thumbnails. Do you understand? Still, to this day. Get rid of them. Abolish them. I'm gonna pass that as a law in my own country. But anyways, I forgot what we were doing. Max, have you played the first or second Victoria game? Or is this your first? This is my first. I have not played any of the Victoria series. My qualifications are Crusader Kings 2, Crusader Kings 3, Stellaris, and Hearts of Iron 4. Those are my most played, and the ones I know how to play. Though I haven't played CK2 in years, so it's my resume. Okay, so decrees can help. With throughput. If there's no good way to make a building more productive, but your economy still needs what it makes, subsidize it. All right, this is how you subsidize. This ensures it always has the money it needs to purchase its input material and pay a competitive wage by covering budgetary shortfalls from the treasury. Your economic system law decides what buildings you can subsidize. Okay. But if your productivity falls low enough that they can't offer a competitive wage, it'll naturally adjust to the market as throughput is affected by lower employment, so employment goes down, increasing the earnings of the remaining employees. So if you have $100 and you have 100 employees and 50 employees quit, every employee now has $2. If you want to speed up this process, you can downsize the building to fire the workforce. This will anger the people who are working there. Use whatever tools at your disposal to improve productivity. If all else fails, subsidize it or downsize it. Okay, how much is it to subsidize? Click? What? Minus $386. I can totally afford to do that. Their average wage doubles if I subsidize the cows. Subsidize it to trigger the economy, nerds. I love your Terran Vic the gameplay. Hello, Minkscat. We were trying to make beef cheaper. Yeah, we're trying to make beef make more money for us. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We just make more beef. So butchering tools makes 15 beef instead of 5 beef, but it consumes tools. So we're gonna use our remaining bureaucracy to go to the trade lanes and export our extra meat to the Ecuadorian market. And the productivity goes up. Chile started an export route. Now we're -9 bureaucracy. It's probably not good. It's probably not good. I don't think this was the most efficient. Maybe it's just cheaper to subsidize. Like, instead of losing 5% of our taxes. Ecuador, give me the beef back. Which faction do we get more bureaucracy if we make them happy? It's the industrialists, isn't it? No, that's production costs. That's authority from the Catholic Church. The landowners give me influence. I swear there was somebody that gives you more bureaucracy. Oh, yep, it is. We already have it. Oh no, that's with the 10% extra bureaucracy. Just build more. I mean, I'm building more. We're building a government administration building that's going to give us more bureaucracy. But in the short term, our cash reserves are totally full. So forget about that trade. I'm going to cancel that trade route. No more meat. How do I cancel a trade route? I don't know how to cancel a trade route. I'm figuring all this important stuff out. Oh, maybe just X. Okay. Sorry, I'm taking it back. I know, no take backsies, but I'm taking it back. Okay, livestock, you guys stop using tools. Start using open air shipyards. And I'm just gonna subsidize the building. Until we get more bureaucracy. We're just going to temporarily subsidize it. Because I do not want to lose 5% of our taxation, and that's going to end up... We're going to end up losing more money from not taxing people, probably, than we are from just subsidizing it. Or is that not true? We're getting... 3.2k from taxes, chat. What's 5% of 3.1k? I don't know. 155. Wait, so it is better. We're paying more in subsidies than we would just by tanking bureaucracy. Oh, that changed. Okay. To undo what I just undid. We gotta undo what I just undid. It's 232. It's so close. Establish a trade route complete. That was not the trade route. It was a different trade route. Okay. So we're making more meat. We're consuming more tools. And we want to export the meat to Ecuador. Oop. Which is worth even more money. Okay, I did it right. Ecuador is so confused. Ecuador is like, what is going on? We are building another government administration building, so the bureaucracy will go back up. hopefully we have improved the earnings of our livestock ranches. It's up to 3.5. They wanted to go up to 5. Ecuador doesn't trust you anymore. But yes, we are more productive, but it wants me to get to 5. Which is high. So maybe if I subsidize the rest, that's... Basically have to get the annual wage up, and that'll help with productivity some. Produce less meat. It's still going up. It's still going up, chat. We have to wait for the trades to happen. I'm not totally up on all the dev diaries and stuff. Is there any macroeconomic element to the game? I mean, macroeconomic meaning economics on the world stage, because that's basically all the game is. Microeconomics on your actual nation that you're governing. But yes, there is like, there's a full... The whole game is economics. It's micro and macroeconomics. Like, and how economics interact with the progression of society as a whole. So like, once you start getting mutual funds and publicly traded companies, there's an international exchange standard that leads to financial instruments technology, and literally macroeconomics is a technology in the game. Because the whole thing is about trade routes and trade route competitiveness. Well, iron just went up in price because we're using more tools, I would assume. What is the Triforce on the right? I don't know what you're talking about. Chat, he's going to 4 times speed. He's beginning to believe. Great Britain has taken on the Mosquito Kingdom's national debt. As a result, they are now owed an obligation. 4x means something bad is happening. God, I love all the little, like, the clouds moving over the landscape. How goes the colonial expansion of Chilean Araucania? 116 days left over here. They're just naturally kind of colonizing down the coast. How about Warport? I haven't got to war yet. War is in the game, but this is not a war game. But there is a military lens. There's armies, navies, garrisons, secession, civil wars. But chat is saying that war is a bit more abstracted in this game because this isn't the war game. This isn't Hearts of Iron. This is an economics game. Buying and selling goods, resource shortages and surpluses, cornering markets, becoming #1 in the world, increasing national GDP, increasing your standard of living, increasing your population totals, and of course, prestige, because what does it matter if you can't flaunt that wealth? What does the rest of the map look like? Well, it's Earth. So, kind of looks a bit like Earth, but if it were flat. What do you mean, if? But I'll zoom out and show you. Man, iron is skyrocketing in the Chilean markets. That's bad. Plus 53%. We need to make more iron. I need to increase my construct. We're just going to fall behind for a bit. It's not Earth. It's missing Antarctica. You want to colonize Antarctica? This music makes me want to sip tea in my lavish statue gardens. Iron plus wood equals tools, yes. We just have to run a deficit for a little while. Okay, What were we looking at? We were looking at trying to make the livestock ranches. Chat, it's happening. It's just taking a little bit of time. Ooh, we discovered more gold in Araucania. Araucania's got room for multiple gold mines. Oh wait, gold's been depleted. No, not discovered. Depleted. It's gone. Who took it? National Guard has attracted new supporters, increasing enactment success by 50%. 60% chance of success right now. Chad, did we just get really lucky by changing the entire government type with only 30%? We found gold and it's gone. Yeah, so iron is like not doing so good. Plus 75% compared to base. We are not a significant producer of iron. We're negative 20 iron in the hole. We have 20, we're only producing 20 and we're buying 40. It's expense. The good news is we got room for iron mines. Santiago has room for 33 iron mines. This calls for war. The indigenous peoples have mishandled your future gold. I, frankly, don't even know how to even go about. We haven't gotten to that point yet. We're just gonna take this one step at a time. Okay, iron is back on the rise. Ugh! By the way, Sour Dojo, what's up? Thanks for Prime sub. And welcome to stream. We're traveling back in time? We might be. Holy long game. I checked a few hours ago and the year was 1937. Are you telling me that you can see into the future? 1937, World War II is about to happen? The political movement to restore the oligarchy gave up and disbanded? The industrialists have become happy? What? Their total approval is +2. They oppose the recent change from oligarchy to landed voting. They like child labor, they like having no health system, they like per capita taxation, and they like interventionism. Our government must curb the worst excesses of private businesses. You guys are kind of all over the place. Child labor allowed +1. They change their minds over time. How do you just become happy? But anyways, if your first ever grand strategy game campaign is ever, you know, fast, you're probably not playing very well. Like, if you just loaded into even Crusader Kings and you advanced 30 years just because, here's the thing, there's also another issue. There's two types of streamers who play grand strategy games, or like even RimWorld. There's me, who is never going faster than the 3rd out of 5 speed because I'm afraid something is going to happen that's going to ruin my campaign, and I have to be certain that it doesn't pass me by. And then there's people who just want to have 5 times. There's only 2 speeds, 5x and paused. And that's like the dopamine brain. That's just like, I need the next notification. What? Oh, chill, nothing to report. Okay, I'll pause. Ah! Oh, look! Relations are going down. Ooh, wait! Paddle steamer unlocked. We got there. Okay, paddle steamer is a steam-powered watercraft where the steam is used. I don't care. 10% convoys, screw frigates. Never heard of them. Fieldworks is spread. Okay, what's Fieldworks? Check this out. Fieldworks. I don't know what that means. Fieldwork. Actually, they probably don't even pause for that. They don't even pause for Fieldworks. What is Fieldworks? Is that a societal thing? Oh, here it is. Plus 10% army defense. Napoleonic warfare. Fieldworks is modifying the terrain where the battle is held, thus giving soldiers greater protection. But anyways, the other thing is the odds are that the 5 times gamers don't acknowledge that you exist, chat. So there's that. Because the only way that you can play at 5 times speed on anything is if you don't have 1,000 people on the other monitor, like just scrolling text that you just don't even look at them. Chat's not even open. I don't like being called out, italics. I'm a 5-speed gamer, easy. I'm the 5Xer. There are gamers and there are role players. This is how I play Hearts of Iron 4. That's my problem with Terra Invicta. Okay, but that one, you get to a point you have to 5X. There is not... Nothing is happening in Terra Invicta on 4X speed, to be fair. Damn, you already screwed your game up. I know. That was just too fast. That was too quick. Ooh, productivity of the livestock ranches, Santiago recovered. So we spent a lot of bureaucracy to do it, but we're up to the designated 5 productivity. Look at those stonks. Paving the way for increased wages, dividends, or both. Of course, you could always capitalize on it by raising taxes before the workforce gets used to their financial improvements. By checking up on the building's productivity from time to time, making adjustments, you can ensure a good mix of buildings and that you're not missing out on opportunities. See, that's why I go 3 times speed, because I don't want to miss out on opportunities. We actually found more gold, even though we lost gold. Wait, wrong one? Wait. Gold discovered in Araucania. But there's only 1 gold field. There were 2. I feel like we lost gold. Grow GDP added to the journal. How grow GDP? This is an open-ended task that makes use of all you've learned so far about buildings, markets, and trade routes to grow gross domestic product of your country. Building buildings, growing your population, tweaking your production methods. I actually read that as twerking your production methods, which was confusing at first. And manipulating market prices are all potential ways to grow your GDP. Have a GDP of 1.3 million pounds. Playing at 5x and pausing frequently is basically a turn-based game. I'm so glad this game's getting good reviews. It took 4 days of vacation for this. Ooh, spicy. You're gonna be marathoning. By the way, chat, if you want to pre-order while you can still pre-order, this is a sponsored stream. Thanks to Paradox for letting us get to play early and getting to show you guys what 2 to 3 times speed gameplay looks like. You can help out our sponsors and the channel by looking at more information on the game at our link in chat with the exclamation vic3 command, vic3. And if you want to pre-order, you do get access to some extra songs that are not present in the base game, which doesn't sound like much, but for me, it's everything. Because I live and breathe Stellaris soundtrack, Hearts of Iron 4 soundtrack. There might not... What if Ki La 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 was a pre-order bonus? Okay? What if? I can't wait to sink my teeth in this tomorrow. I'm glad you're excited. I'm excited for you guys to get your hands on it too, because I need better backseating. I need the quality of backseating to... It's here, it's pretty good, it's like middling, but I need to be here. So I need you guys to play on 5 times speed so you can see how the game ends, so that you can teach me the concepts retroactively, more efficiently. Okay? The easiest way to increase your GDP is to spend money from the treasury on the investment pool to expand your productive buildings or fix the ones that are unproductive. Okay, that's what we're working on right now. As your economy optimizes, more wealth is created, which over time leads to greater pop consumption. If the increased demand for goods can be fulfilled locally, those buildings will be... Excuse me? Wait your turn, National Guard. Where was I? Where was I? If there's increased demand for goods and it can be fulfilled locally, those buildings will become more productive. If the demand can be satisfied only by trade, pops who work in the trade center and those producing it benefit. Okay, so we're still helping even when we're trading. The fastest way to develop GDP is usually to manufacture consumer goods in high demand from basic resources. If you don't have access to all those resources yourself, import them from a market that does. This does mean that your trade partner benefits from your economy, which becomes more vulnerable to disruptions by hostile diplomacy or wars, so choose who you trade with carefully. Basically, if you're dependent on another nation to trade with you, and they go to war or get conquered, you're going to disrupt your flow. So if you start making specialty goods based on basic goods from somewhere else, and then the flow of those goods from them to you gets interrupted, your whole chain of the market and production is going to be thrown into flux, basically. National Guard enters the chat. We enabled the Home Affairs Institution. Okay, Home Affairs is level 1 by default. Tasked with obstructing citizen revolts, lowers radicalism, and doesn't increase conscription rate yet, but also reduces revolution and secession speed. We should become fully dependent on the British for our food. That will end well. Probably, yeah. What are we depending on them right now for? Lots of... What aren't we depending on them for? Liquor? Clippers? Grain? Oh no. Clothes and mana wars now. Lots of boats and food. This song sounds like an intense war song to me. Interest groups approval changes from enacting National Guards. The armed forces are like, yes, plus 10 approval. Petit bourgeoisie plus 10. The intelligentsia minus 5. They didn't approve. And the state may use military forces to suppress domestic unrest. Okay, good job, everyone. We changed a law. Let's look at what else we can change. So because we've made the National Guard... and changed how people, the approval of the different factions to us. Let's take a look at who's who right now. So, in government, the petite bourgeoisie are super loyal, plus 14. The industrialists are happy, Catholic Church getting less happy, landowners are happy, rural folk are happy, intelligentsia are loyal, and the armed forces are super loyal. Are you colonizing? We are, yes. Chile colonizes by default from the game start. And we can only have one active interest right now, so we can only colonize one area at a time. We don't have we need more maximum active interests, which I'm sure you get somehow. So, let's see what we can take a look at. Some things are not popular at all, like right of assembly. Changing women's rights is getting a little easier because the intelligentsia and the trade unions endorse this. Let me see the trade unions. If I wanted to bolster them, it would take 200 authority per week. Chat, you want to bolster the trade unions or maybe suppress one of the other ones? How do you quickly find... Well, I guess you find out like this. Bolster trade unions, while also... I want to change schools. Like, making our education system better would be great. but we currently actually support religious schools and private schools. You must not have enacted state religion law in church and state. Okay, so you have to change how church and state works first. And it's a little middle. This will radicalize the Catholic Church if you stop the state religion. The radicalism of political movement is based on the number of radicals among its supporting pops and the clout of supporting interest groups whose approval is angry or worse. A highly radical political movement is less interested in solving issues via politics and will be able to start a revolution sooner. Religious radicals, what can go wrong? Any reason we're playing Chile? Because Chile is cool, but also Chile is one of the 4 suggested starts for easing you into the game. But we literally can't. The only way to get even, like, we could get religious schools, which I know, chat, I know, just listen. We can't afford a revolution right now, regardless of the fact that we just instituted the National Guard for that very purpose, right? I'm trying to see what the effects are. So if you go to religious schools, which has got to be better than no schools, it's plus 10% education access, plus 20% conversion. Pops whose religion is discriminated against in the country they live may instead convert to an accepted religion. And the Catholic Church gains political strength. I'm not surprised. But you get minus 10 bureaucracy. But you do get education access. How do you even, okay, how do you even get religious schools? Is religious school, oh yes, it's blocked because none of the active parties want it. I'd have to include the Catholic Church in the government over here. I'd have to reform the government during an election, move the Catholic Church over, then I could do it. Because I haven't, I can't. Chad, do you guys want to just go rogue? And just see what happens when we radicalize the Catholic Church by... I just kind of want to see what the consequences in the game are for radicalizing the Catholic Church. It's only a 13% chance every 180 days, because it's not a lot of support. So what else can we do? Let's just go to the overview. Does it sort by... I wish it sorted by support here, because these are just all the things. No monarchy. None of these have support. No professional army yet. We already have the National Guard. Wait, army model. Oh, there's a national militia. So we have a professional army. The National Guard's here. Don't want to do colonial exploitation. They do highly support some form of a police force. Minus 5% radicals from standard of living decreases. Minus 50% state penalties from turmoil. Ah yes, the consequences of your actions. Okay, let's give it a try. Church and state. We're going to go freedom of conscience. The state has an official state religion, but the people may choose what to believe. Only particularly exotic religions are discriminated against. When enacted, Pops in Chile will recalculate their interest group support. This law is supported by one interest group. The intelligentsia. Not surprised. Let's see what happens. Spicy. Uh-oh. It's already happening. The Catholic Church, pious fiction activated. They are angry, and there's minus 10% education access while they are angry. Petite bourgeoisie are just neutral. We don't have their... Oh, we're negative 36 bureaucracy in the whole chat. Isidoro Agreda himself, the leader of the Petite Bourgeoisie, opposed the change of freedom of conscience, so they've revoked their support. Anyways, I'm scrolling up in chat real quick. Someone said, combat seems deceptively simple. I'm sure it's more complicated than it appears. I know this game's been getting a lot of hate about simplified combat, but I'm actually eager to test it out. The most tedious aspect is microing wars. This is the thing. I just played like a ton of Terra Invicta, and Terra Invicta had super simple land combat. You have a mill tech. Whoever has the higher mill tech has better armies by factors of 10% per level, and you pretty much just deploy your army to the state that you want it to fight in, and it goes pew pew until someone's health disappears and you win. But I don't mind that because the rest of the game is so detailed and dense with options and strategic layers and decision making that adding very complex combat would have been a detractor from the actual appeal of the game for me. Like, what I want from this game right now is exactly what I'm getting, which is I am negative bureaucracy. I am building a building so that I can administrate my government more effectively. Then I want to start producing more iron. I want to become the leader of, hopefully, iron, maybe tools in the globe, and corner the markets on different things. Like, it's just strange to me, I guess, that there's this many different sort of grand strategy games under the Paradox umbrella, and I feel like there's a bunch of people who want each of them to be just identical to each other. It's like, well, yes, this is an incredible economic simulator. I want that in Stellaris. I want the next game to be the economics of Victoria 3, the battlefield combat of Hearts of Iron 4 micromanagement, the macro combat of EU4 map painting, and the longevity and politicking of Stellaris. Like, it's just like, okay, let's just combine them all into the super game that you'll never ever be able to complete. Okay, so this is a little crazy, but can you fix your bureaucracy problem by importing the paper you need for better production methods? I think so, yeah. Well, the trick is, you have to spend more bureaucracy for that trade route to get more bureaucracy from the paper. So I don't know if that's a net gain. We can try. Okay, so if we go to Santiago and the government building, now a higher level government administration will get even more benefits from changing to filing cabinets than the current level will. So right now we're getting plus 70 bureaucracy from simple organization. We can get plus 100 from using file cabinets, which require paper. So if we switch to this, we go down to negative 5.91 bureaucracy. We open up a trade, and we try to import paper, which is here. We don't have... We have 25 convoys. Where did we get all these convoys? Are we producing more convoys by importing clippers and turning them into convoys? Okay, so productivity is negative 13.5. So we're gonna be losing money. Trade revenue after tariffs is minus 261. Is it just me, or does this seem like a lot? Let me take a look at paper. What type of good is paper? Might not have appeared yet. I guess I could just go to the building. Hold on. Go to the building itself, and then click on paper. Much more expensive. You need the interest in the Andean region. You have to have an interest anywhere you're colonizing. So if you want to stop colonizing, you don't need one. Can't colonize without an interest. So there's paper going up. A new political movement to preserve state religion has formed. Their support is 18. Their radicalism is 28, which is considered medium by the game. Okay, anywho. Where was I? We were looking at this to possibly import. Now the British market is 0.18. Predicted trade revenue after tariffs of paper. That takes us back to negative 20.9. So we were negative 36. Now we're negative 20.9, and productivity should be in the positive, and we use some convoys. So yes, it is technically better. Stop colonizing. Why would we want to do that? Apart from us also using like 200 money. Yes, we are running a deficit in the balance right now. But I think we can afford to do that because our cash reserves are totally full. And the game even says that you should be running a deficit sometimes because you'll end up making more money. We literally did not have any room for more money, is my understanding. So the investment pool was like $40,000. So it's changing by 275 weekly. It's like 4 weeks is like 1,000 out of our investment pool. The industrialists are super happy. Plus 10% capitalist investment pool contribution. And paper demand is the same, but the price is going down, I think, due to the imports. So our gold reserves are 295,000. I'm assuming that spending money uses, I would assume, your investment pool before your gold reserves, right? Tax, can you make paper? Eventually, but we can only build one building at a time right now because Chile doesn't have the most industrialization at this stage in the game. So we really only have 5 available construction, which is a resource that helps us build. And we're using all 5 construction towards building a government administration in Santiago. Once we have a surplus of bureaucracy, we're going to start building up our construction sector, which is going to give us the ability to build things faster, basically. So we're going to build things so that we can build things faster. That's going to take extra fabric and extra wood. So it's just a big balancing act of all these resources that you're having to do, often trading, importing, exporting, and making numbers go up over time. And it's still very early in our game right now. We've unlocked the atmospheric engine, the first steam engine with an actual practical application. A new type of building, motor industries. Requires 450 construction. We don't have any of these in Chile. And the atmospheric engine pump, which is what we can use as a production method in our mines, and then 2 new types of technology. So, because we have iron mines, and we have created the atmospheric engine pump, I can start getting additional, it seems plus 20 iron in total. So this is going to drive prices down. Iron is currently incredibly expensive. Because we're using it in tool production and we're not making enough tools. However, it is going to consume more tools and also more coal. So the price of coal is going to go up, and there's just these supplies and demands. We're increasing machinists while freeing up laborers. So we need to make sure that we can afford the coal first, and that's kind of the issue. We don't have really any coal mines. We have... How do you click on, like, just a resource? Okay, yeah, coal. Can be produced by coal mines. Yes, it can. The Chilean market is not a significant producer of coal. I realize that. We're not making any, and we're not demanding any. So, we would maybe want to produce our own coal, because importing it seems kind of odd. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy your stream. Hey, thanks, Big Sky. When will there be a game where I can live my dream as a pineapple farm owner? Maybe never. But thanks again, Sour Dojo, for the Prime sub 30 minutes ago. Hope you're having fun. And El Dorito says, thanks to Feng Shui Gorilla for my gift sub. Hey, Feng Shui, thanks for the gift sub. Chat, I need to take a BRB. It's been 6 hours. I haven't stood up in a while, so I am going to just take a quick GDB. But I'm having a lot of fun figuring out how Victoria 3 works, and I hope you guys are enjoying your Monday night here. While you're here, and before you go to bed, maybe consider checking out more information on Victoria 3, and if you're interested in pre-ordering it, it helps the stream to check it out through the link in chat that Van Pulin has just put out there. Paradox is nice enough to hook us up with the early access to give you guys a little preview before it comes out tomorrow. Maybe give you an opportunity to sneak in a last-second pre-order if you want. But thanks for helping support the stream, because you just being here and just watching, whether you get the game or not, is a huge help for you guys just tagging along and watching. Hey, what's up? Asterath, how's it going? Thanks for clicking the stream. The zoomed in map is gorgeous. Chat, pick a location. Where would you like to look during the AFK? Pick a spot across the globe. And I'll show you the cool zoom function. Alright, Italy, Japan, Norway, New Zealand, the ocean, New Zealand, Tokyo, Australia. I saw 2 for Japan, 2 for New Zealand. Oop, okay. So, by the way, if you notice a few frames, that's because I'm streaming with my CPU. When I play off stream, when I'm not using I only have a 1 PC stream set up, so it's trying to load as fast as my poor little computer can. But it's totally smooth when I'm doing this without streaming. But it's a really... Oops. Research and technology successfully complete. Sick. I can't wait to get a 4090. Ooh, look at those clouds, chat. Look at those god rays. Are you guys gonna have a nice little look at Tokyo? What is that? Just looking around. Now I'm just looking around. I'm just enjoying the view. Okay, that's a good spot. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks for watching, thanks for waiting, thanks for hanging out, and we'll play more when I come back. BRB. What's up, late night gamers? How's it going? Whew. What's up, subs? Uncle X Bob says, I didn't see a single Hobbit town in New Zealand. Chat loves islands. I also like that the more you zoom in, the borders disappear. Oh, look how quaint. I like the little, almost tilt shift. Little birds flying around, good wildlife. There's Wellington. I forgot to get a water. Oh well, I'll just drink more later. Okay. We need to choose a new tech. Because I believe we just unlocked the atmospheric engine. So we need to investigate how to actually use the atmospheric engine pumps efficiently. The water tube boiler, I'm a little blocking this a little bit. Helps us with paper meals, condensing engine pumps for mines as well. I think we had something else we wanted to do, didn't we? This is steel mills. I don't think we have any steel mills. This leads to nitro. Oh, we're already getting intensive agriculture. That leads to nitroglycerin. Why don't we let intensive agriculture just go by itself? Can you rename cities or provinces in this game? Not that I know of. Do any cities have famous landmarks visible? The thing is... some of them weren't built yet. Okay, because you might... like, the first thing I thought of was like, hey, if I... hold on. If I go to Paris, can I see the Eiffel... wait, that was built in 1887. It's 1840. What about... dude, what about the Statue of Liberty? Okay, that one was 1924, chat. The pyramids. Yes. Pyramids in the game, confirmed. This reminds... I feel like I'm in Microsoft Flight Simulator right now. Pyramids, 1907. Egypt is also one of the suggested factions for hegemony, I think. Dude, pre-ordered? Give me another one. Give me another one. When was Big Ben made? Machu Picchu, Peru. 1855? Machu, where in Peru, pray tell? I don't think this isn't Microsoft Flight Simulator. Chat wants to see the Great Wall. I don't know. China is big, chat. I don't know which part of where, what, north, south, or west? Because I know it's not on the coastline. North middle. Like, how far north? Slightly right of Beijing. The wall! The wall is there! Look at it! It's going! Why did they do this? They just wanted to get to the other side of the river. Okay. It's actually ridiculous. That is actually ridiculous. Seeing it visualized. I love that this whole section is like, stay out of my coast. My yellow sea. And it goes all the way around these mountains. Comically large wall. Oh, here we go. I didn't see this. They didn't call it the modest wall. But like, the Great Wall is actually just such a testament to man's hubris. And what I mean is, even more than modern cities and such, it's just like, there's a reason why it's so dilapidated at this point. Because you can build it, but by the time you started here or wherever they started and go to the other side, the part you started is already crumbling. Like, we didn't understand deterioration. It's absurd that they tried to close off that much land, yeah. Like, there was no way, there was a way to build it, but there was no way to maintain it. Ever. You would need just a nation of architects whose sole job, like even to maintain it today, like if we tried to create a Great Wall today, the number of, we can barely keep bridges running. Like just little bridges. But yeah, it's crazy. And it's really cool to see it like in here. There you go, chat. That was for you. Outercog, thanks for gifting us up to Outlast, by the way. Enjoy Outlast. When people come in and be like, he's still in 1840, be like, yes, we wanted to see all the landmarks around the world. Las Vegas is going to be like that. We're just going to be like a footprint in 300 years, 500 years. We're just not going to, we're just going to like become a little crumbled ruin when the water dries up. Okay, welcome back. Do we have something we need to do? Yes, new technology. New technology. What choices do we have? We're sort of waiting for intensive agriculture to come to us, and then maybe we take nitroglycerin, and maybe we sacrifice a few workers for more resources. We could get the Bessemer process leads to steel mills production method. I don't think I have any steel mills. It does unlock the steel mill building, but we definitely don't produce it. Mechanical tools leads to new furniture, tooling workshops, production methods, sulfites. We don't make steel. Food industries, baking powder technology. I don't really know this tech tree enough to really choose. We have no food industries. So I'm not sure that anything under production really makes sense for us right now. Let's look at societal techs. So I think these are going to help us now. We don't actually need construction sector maximum level. We just need actual level. Plus, I think 20% max cash reserves. We do be at the top of our cash reserves all the time. So postal savings makes a lot of sense. Because we're making huge, we have huge gold reserves in Chile. More taxation capacity isn't really something that we need to worry about. Egalitarianism. +1 minimum expected standard of living from literacy. Unlocks different laws and parties. We're automatically researching empiricism for science and research. Mass communication is more authority. Leads to nationalism in the labor movement. My vote is... either pharmaceuticals to start boosting the health of our peoples, egalitarianism so that we can start getting different human rights and labor movements, the central archives is not necessary. I'm gonna say either postal savings for more cash reserves or some new laws or healthcare. Let's try healthcare. Private and public health insurance. +1 to max health system institution investment. Or we can just get mass communication because the labor movement... Where is that tech? It's down here. Rights, Nopers, postage, nodders. Okay, fine. More money. Cox, what made you decide on Chile? It's one of the 4 suggested tutorial nations. But you can play as any nation that you want that has a centralized government. And still have a nice, fun sandbox campaign. So any of the nations that you see with a filled-in border, you can play as whoever you want. Play as Mexico, play as Guatemala. It reminds me of Hearts of Iron in that sense, where you can play as major nations like Great Britain and have massive ambitions. Or you can play as tiny nations, and the campaign's objectives change depending on what you want, because it's an actual sandbox. It didn't help that building the Great Wall took so long, it was usually trivial for the horse riding folks, just went around whatever piece of it was present at the time. Horse riding folks. Empiricism has been unlocked, an epistemological philosophy deriving knowledge from evidence. Wait, you have to have evidence to know what you're talking about? Information gathered from experiences rather than cultural norms or religious beliefs. Plus 10% to influence, plus 1 max education institution investment. So we unlock total separation of church and state, public schools and education system. The Liberal Party, dialectics, and psychiatry technology can be researched now. So this just came to us. Empiricism goes obsolete when you research social media. Okay, speaking of laws, we're pushing some laws in now. So I can't really change anything. At the moment, we have only 14% for, 16% against. So we will advance the current... Okay, I see. So there's different checkpoints. So August 1840, one of the following will happen. Either the chance will advance to 19.4%, it'll stall, debate, or success. Enactment debate indicates the percentage chance the enactment process of a law meets some kind of complication. The lower the total chances of the others, the greater the chance of this. So this is just stall. I mean, not stall. This is just like status quo. Stall means it'll go down, right? Substantially hindered. The chance that the law will be enacted at the next checkpoint. So there's a 14.5% chance at each checkpoint that it'll be enacted. Not very high. We're doing our best. We're seeing what the people desire. Oh yeah, debate does give an event. It did give an event for us. You're right. Knowledge of mass communication has started to spread to us. How goes the colonization effort? Well, Chilean Araucania is much larger than ever before. 232 days, they'll move down a little bit more southward. When mass communication spreads to us, we get plus 10% authority and leads to the nationalism and labor movement tech. Hello, where are all these subs coming from in a row? Modified? Yo, what's up? Thanks for 47 months. Welcome back. And appreciate 4 years. Golden Answers says, what's this? Rimworld streamer, shut up. Is this game good? Yes, it is good. I've enjoyed it so far. You guys got 3 days, okay? You're needy, frankly. Mario Nintendo, thanks for 23 months. Hey. Thanks for 2 years of sub. Playing South America. That's unexpected. It's actually one of the suggested tutorial nations. Gata Kiwi. The 4 suggested first-time playthroughs are Chile, Belgium, Cape Colony, and Sweden. If EU4 taught me anything, colonize now, figure out how to manage your territory later. Basically. Build. Chat! Nothing's under construction. Construct. Ugh. Unused construction production. I'm interested why they decided to go with just a situation button instead of individual icons for things. Because you would have to keep this open or keep clicking on it. I'd like to see some individual, like a construction not being utilized button up here. Or be able to pin certain buttons would be nice. Okay, construct, build. We actually have positive bureaucracy. Wow. That's crazy. What am I supposed to do with all of this extra bureaucracy? So much state-run efficiency. Okay, chat, remind me of our goals. Our goals are either start mining coal so that we can start doing our new form of mining, right? Because we have atmospheric engine pumps, which require both tools and coal. And we're going to have to import coal in order to facilitate these. So we should probably start making our own coal, since we're already importing tools. That's one option. Another option is we can start making our own paper and save on convoy. Or, yeah, convoys. How make paper? Okay, the other option is make another urban building. My urban center size is 2. 1 level of urban centers created for every 100 urbanization in the state. So we have space for a whole bunch of stuff. That could include a motor industry. Let's see what a motor industry does, because we just unlocked the tech for that. Motor industries in Santiago. 450 construction. And you make 40 engines, you consume 30 steel. I don't think we have any steel, so we can make a steel mill if we wanted. Steel mill is iron plus coal. We should definitely make coal if we want steel and motors. Okay, arms industry. It's gonna be making your own guns out of iron and hardwood, which we actually could do because we can make both iron and hardwood right now. We need to make construction. Forget about it. Forget about the other things I said. Let's make the construction sector. We need fabric and wood. 25 fabric, 75 wood, so we can have faster building. 25 fabric, 75 wood. Okay, let me see how much we have of each of those. That's paper. There's fabric. Okay. We have like 40 extra fabric. And almost no wood right now. Chat, I feel like we can never afford construction. It always seems expensive. Yeah, I mean, fabric's only 7. £7. Let me see what the... It should tell us an estimate of how expensive this is going to make different goods. Burn the money. Maybe we just build this and deal with the consequences of not having goods later. Do they cap the price of stuff? I would assume so. This is only gonna take 13 weeks. It's really not that long to make a construction sector. But what I want to look at is how that changes the price of both wood and fabric, okay? Because right now it's 18 and 7. Chat, can you guys write down 18 wood, 7 fabric? Okay, write that down. Chat, we have unlocked the freedom of conscience. Does that mean we won? Did we just hit a 16% chance to pass that law? I think we just hit like a 16.8% chance. From changing to freedom of conscience, you get plus 100 authority, which actually might be less than we were getting before. Catholic Church devout political strength. Plus 15%. Religions will be accepted based on shares a trait with the state religion in their country. Dice rolls in your favor. Yeah, they are. Intelligentsia is extremely happy with us. They are plus 20. They are incredibly loyal. They have 13.3% clout because we have actually been supporting them. We've been bolstering them by making them more attractive to join to the general public. This will radicalize the Catholic Church. Big warning sign. They oppose the recent change from state religion to freedom of conscience. Minus 10. They are angry. And because they are angry, they might do something reckless. And also the petite bourgeoisie oppose this because their leader opposes it. Now that we have freedom of conscience, the state has an official state religion, but the people may choose what to believe. Only particularly exotic religions are discriminated against. A step in the right direction. So what I want to look at is how can we make the church chill? How do I manipulate them to chill? Let's take a look at laws and politics. So, we can make them happy by fulfilling their... They endorse charity hospitals. They endorse censorship, and they don't endorse a lot of good things. Charity hospitals may be the best thing. Charitable organizations, often religious ones, provide some help to anyone who's sick or dying to the degree they can. We have to have that health system institution. Charity hospitals would be one. They endorse religious schools. I think here's what we do. Simply suppress them. Okay. How to pick... Suppress? I can't. Am I already suppressing and helping too many people? Is there a way to quickly see who I am suppressing and bolstering? Or do I just need to remember? Yeah, bolstering the intelligentsia and the trade unions. I probably don't have enough authority. We've been bolstering the trade unions. We need to get the intelligentsia up first. I'm curious if you stop bolstering them and then we get authority back. Yep, I didn't have enough authority to suppress the Catholic Church. Okay, spending all of our authority. Trying to promote and suppress different groups. I feel like I'm using my resources better now. We need to use influence. What to use influence on? That's going to come in the form, I think, of these diplomatic lenses down here, probably. Many different diplomatic actions we can do, such as an alliance. Argentina would actually be like, yo, yes. Wait, no, they wouldn't. They're green, minus 100 base reluctance. Their attitude is genial. We don't have any projected power. That's fair. Trying to see if there's anything that anyone would accept to embargo other countries. Completely block the country from importing or exporting goods. Expel diplomats. We could just try improving other relations. Just make people like us is probably the easiest one. No one would say yes to a trade agreement. Alright, let's make other people like us. Brazil? 225 influence because they're huge. How about Peru, Brazil, and Paraguay? There we go. I'm just going to buddy up with everybody who's in South America right now. Is that dumb? We can't, I just want to be friends with everyone here. I feel like Brazil is gonna be aggressive. How fun is it, chat? Been deprived of a new strategy game for a while. What's up, Krat Zone? $300 influence. All right, fine. We'll do Great Britain, and then I still want Bolivia. Have you fought any wars yet? No, I've been playing very slowly because I haven't played Victoria 1 or 2 before. So this is all new to me, but I've been really enjoying the learning process. We have an input goods shortage of paper and iron, which is having a penalty on our buildings. I like these icons. Okay. Whew, let's take a look then. Chile is exporting 77 tools with 2 export trade routes. I would like to protect our domestic supply and stop exporting. Because I can't cancel the export, but I can put a tariff on it and try, and that'll hopefully drive down the price of tools in Chile, right? Locally. If we tax exports more. Protect domestic supply. Okay, what's the other one? Paper. So we're importing from Britain, but we're not getting enough. We're only getting 15 paper from Britain, and we require... What we might do is just stop this. We might not need to trade for paper anymore since we have excess bureaucracy. So why don't we just cancel? Yeah, we need 30 paper. That's like 2 trade routes. Let's go back to simple organization. We're going to be a bureaucracy deficit again. I'd like to start making my own paper. Yeah, because now we're negative 20 bureaucracy. We're losing 10% on taxes by switching to that. After watching the dev tutorials, trade routes grow over time. Yes, it did mention that. It did mention that they sort of expand and fluctuate, but it also depends on the number of convoys you have available. I think. So, like, our paper trade is needing 15 convoys. And we have how many convoys? With 220, and we're using 213. Okay. But yeah, that should at least fix... Or not fix the tooling workshops. Government administration successfully employed in Santiago. Good for you. Okay, what I was gonna look at was the iron mines themselves, because we do have this atmospheric engine pump, but guess what? It takes coal. I can make more iron, and if I make more iron, see, like, we currently need 40 iron. To produce more tools, I'm gonna have to either level up this building, which is gonna consume more steel and more wood. Supply and demand, chat, how does it work? Okay, my logging camps are in Los Rios. We're already making the maximum amount by consuming tools. Alright, I think we just have to wait. Like, we're just going to be running a deficit for a little while. I don't think there's really anything I can do about it. Hey, chat. Did I scare you? I'm sorry. Oh! I just bumped you. Can I help you? What? What are you doing over there? Are you slipping, sliding? Are you gonna start a new campaign? I don't know why I would start a new campaign when I haven't even completed the tutorial missions yet. I guess the only thing I have to do is increase my GDP, which is just a regular game. But I don't know what our playtime is gonna look like tomorrow for anything. Maybe we'll just play 2 games tomorrow. But I don't see any reason to start over. Excuse me. Why are you so licky? Hmm? Unhealthy economy. Fixed expenses of 8.44K exceeds the weekly income. That's true. We are losing money. Improved relations with Peru can no longer be maintained because our relationship is greater than or equal to 50, so we just love each other so much. He's sitting in my lap now. Okay, I know what to do. Let's stop subsidizing that one building and then raise taxes again. Actually, we don't have to raise taxes, but I should stop subsidizing that one building. We were subsidizing livestock ranches, weren't we? No, we're not. Okay. No, we're not. We just increased meat exports. Event? Oh wait, what is this? Days of Darkness? An eruption of unprecedented record has utterly destroyed the lives of many Dutch East Indies in the state of West Java. The explosion of the Krakatoa could be heard from hundreds of miles away, and anything that had the ill fate of surrounding the island was immediately devastated. And the day was made night, those enormous waterfalls of fire cascading down the mountainside. A black cloud, gargantuan. All the birds have long abandoned this field. Years from now, I will sit by the fireplace and the light will disturb me no more. Help with all we have. Chilean relations for the Dutch East Indies improves by 30. Chile gets Krakatoa humanitarian help for 2 years, plus 200 government expenses. Like, as in money? Nature is a capricious creature. Chilean infamy increased by 5. Infamy reflects the degree by which international community, particularly the great powers, see you as a threat to be contained in light of your actions. It is accrued primarily from causing diplomatic incidents and claiming war goals in a peace deal. Your infamy affects countries' attitude toward you and increases the influence cost of diplomatic pacts. If it reaches a level of pariah, great powers may start to cut down to size you. Don't cut me down to size. I don't know if 5 is a lot of infamy. What are you doing? What would you do? Would you send help from Krakatoa? I don't know what 200 government expenses are. Chat, do you have any idea what 200 government expenses is? A flat increase or reduction? Is it just cash money? 200 bucks seems like nothing. Yeah, I think 200 bucks seems like nothing. You get 2 years of 200 government expenses. I'll help with all we have. Okay, yeah, it was just 200 bucks a week. You're welcome. Also, we need to take a look at laws, because we just succeeded in pushing through a new law, and we have quite a few choices before us. Namely, schools, because we successfully researched or learned about, what was it? It was a social tech. I believe it was empiricism. Empiricism lets us use schools. We need to learn how the scientific method works. So I feel like increasing our education system is a noble goal. And we have private or public. Okay, let's take a look at the pros and cons. Private schools would provide the education of plus 0.5% per wealth education access. Wealth-based education. Plus 10% intelligentsia political strength. Public schools is just plus 10% to all education access. Plus 12.5% assimilation. Foreign pops whose culture is accepted in the country they live and who do not live in one of their homelands may assimilate into one of the country's primary cultures. The issue before was you needed to get away from state religion to have non-religious schools. That too, yes. But we also had to get the right technology to unlock these. Like, I guess you would only want to do wealth-based education if you were trying to appeal to the wealthiest classes in your political sphere. So I'm curious. What you guys don't have any opinions on school. I don't think we have any of those such classes, do we? That would, or parties that would be appeased by wealth-based education. I would have assumed possibly the petite bourgeoisie, but I don't know. The landowners, maybe? Do they care about education? I swear somebody cared about education. I'm scrolling. There's education. Okay, they endorse private schools. The industrialists endorse private schools. They're neutral to public schools. So if we wanted to appeal to the industrialists, that might benefit them. The intelligentsia. Let's see, you guys endorse both public and private schools. So you guys are just like, I'm chilling, whichever one you decide to go with. The armed forces say this is army, taxation, police. They don't care. They don't care. Okay. So if they don't care, then we can do whichever one's more beneficial to us. So do we care about what the industrialists think or not? I kind of care more about education access for all pops. But yeah, this does say plus 10% to intelligentsia political strength, and the other one doesn't, even though it's supported by them. So if we want to make the intelligentsia the most powerful, then we would do private schools. but I do like the public schools' total education and assimilation, especially for colonizing. So let's go with that. Public schools, 14% chance every 180 days. Because the smarter the people get, the faster we research technology. Alright, now we're starting to drain the gold reserves are... Okay, let me see. Where are the gold reserves at right now? 278k. We're almost done building already. The gold fields, chat. Look at them. Alright, Midas, the dog. He is a good boy. Sometimes. High tensions between Chile and the Mapuche, the Tuelechi and the Selknam. Let me see the last one. That explains it. So yes, they do have 2 battalions. How many do you guys have? There's 24,000 in Patagonia. Araucania, there's 25,000 people there. 4 battalions in the Tehuelche. Tehuelche. Doing my best, chat. The Mapuche have 8 battalions. Oh, that's pretty big. Maybe that's why nobody's actively colonizing them right now. And then we ourselves have 10 battalions, and we can actually conscript 4 from the National Guard. So we've definitely increased our total musterable forces. Did we finish building? Yes, we did finish building. Chile has 10 regular battalions and can raise up to 4 conscript battalions. They're temporarily recruited and maintained from the civilian population, activated during war or diplomatic plays. So that gives us a little bit of extra. We have an army power projection of 40 from our barracks. There's so many things to consider. I love looking at all these strategic layers. Okay. What build? So now we have 6 instead of 5. We just increased our total construction capacity by 20%. And what I'm curious about is, here in Santiago, we now have an actual single construction sector. And I want to see how that's affecting fabric. Price has gone up a little bit. Wood has stayed pretty much the same. Now, what I'm curious is this how much it consumes per level, or is this how much it consumes while building? But for each level we build, we get another construction. So we're just basically building civilian factories from Hearts of Iron there, except they're very expensive. So what I want to see is my market, because we still have 96 sell orders of fabric. Maybe it takes some time to spool up, because we're definitely still good on both fabric and wood. It only consumes while building. That's kind of what I'm like, okay, let's just do an experiment. If I click this, and it says 10 weeks, and then we go to the market, I want to see how the buy and sell orders change. So like we're only using 133 and 53. Let me see if that changes while we're building. 186 and 71. So it does. It's only while we're building it. So if we can tank the wood and fabric economy there. Because yeah, the construction sector is using 58 wood and 19.3 fabric. So is it just worth it to try to like pump up the construction sector first? But yeah, it's not per level chill in Sicilian. It's only while it's under construction, like Lord Depression said. Hello, Wampus Cat. What's up? I thought it was supposed to have 2 construction per level. Is it being throttled? It's only doing 1 per level right now. Though it does say total modifiers plus 2 construction. The more construction you use, the more materials you use. The more, yeah, I don't know how to interpret that information yet. That's why I'm just kind of experimenting while looking at the market page and seeing where the goods go. Trying to figure out how to read and interpret information because it's building really fast. Like, we've already got another construction sector basically done. Also, we do have standard of living in Santiago just decreased. It says we're using 0 of 7 construction. Okay, so while it finishes up, we can queue up some things. Let's queue up some things. I have been wanting to start making some local coal in Los Rios. We also do not even have a single urban center. So maybe a government administration building here? Urban center size is 0, so do we even have any room to build anything yet? Coal first? Yeah, I think so. Hey, what's up, Pilsari? What are your thoughts on the game? My first thoughts on the game are that I'm really enjoying just like digging into it and learning a new grand strategy game just because they don't come around too often. But I haven't gotten far enough to do anything significant yet. The significant thing for me is just, I think I got through the tutorial. Because the only thing left is to increase our GDP by 5 times, which is basically not a tutorial anymore. But I think it seems very detailed and very much focused on like things that I enjoy, like economics. Okay, let's put it like this. I don't know a lot about economics, but I enjoy the idea of buying high and selling low. Wait. Vicky's been a game I've been wanting you to attempt for a while, so this is fun. But it's just been interesting trying to figure out, like, oh, you have a shortage here, you need to get it fixed by tweaking these numbers, and it's just like a big, extremely beautiful spreadsheet. Like all of the grand strategy games that we play here are. So does a pre-order get you the whole Victoria 2 soundtrack in-game or just a few songs? If you click on the sponsored link in chat, that takes you over to the Victoria 3 page, where it notifies you your last chance to claim your pre-order bonus. But if you do pre-order now, it includes Victoria 2 remastered songs. And I will look up the actual details for you and find out how many it is, because I know it's at least a few. I don't think it's like a big 12-song soundtrack. But it might be. Okay, yes, they're remastered tracks. Victoria 2 remastered soundtrack by Andreas Waldetoft. And I can't seem to find how many songs that is. But I'm looking for you. Because the Steam page says, pre-order Victoria 3 and receive music from the game's predecessor, Victoria 2. This remastered soundtrack is a tribute to the beloved cult classic with new versions of some of your favorite Paradox music. Based on that, I would assume that it's the Victoria 2 soundtrack remastered. And not just a few songs from it. But I don't have that information in front of me for sure. So I'm sorry I can't give you a definitive answer, but like, the way that that's written makes it sound like it is. I've been thinking about getting this. I love Solaris, but this seems a bit intimidating too. Every grand strategy game is intimidating at first. This one's heavily focused on the economics, but also like passing and manipulating different laws and appeasing or suppressing different types of parties. So we have like a government system. We have added the intelligentsia to our government as a primary party, and we've been boosting them. They used to be at 9% clout. Now they're at 15.7% clout, which puts them at the third most clout. Clout, of course, being just your relative political strength in the nation. So the reason we've been boosting them up is because we're trying to make Chile a better place from a humanitarian perspective and an education perspective. And the intelligentsia have some desires for things like guaranteed liberties, protected speech, multiculturalism, and they don't have everything perfect, but they want schools, and they want different types of government, suffrage, and voting, and things like that. So they're not perfect, but we just decided to try to pursue their laws. So we are supporting that party, even though we're led by the armed forces right now, and we're backed by both the armed forces and the intelligentsia. Meanwhile, we have other factions, like the Catholic Church, who we just made angry because we decided to stop state-mandated religion. We still have a state religion, but it's not legally enforceable. Even though we have an official state religion still in Chile, you have the freedom of conscience to choose what you want, and those are just laws that we've enacted. So based on which parties we decide to include in our governments, we can have access to different laws because that party sort of unlocks the ability to let us pursue them. So you'll notice that there's a marginalized interest group, the trade unions. They only have 1.5% clout. If we wanted some of the laws that only the trade union can unlock, then we'd have to go find the trade union and bolster them until enough people recognize them, that they have enough political sway to sort of move the needle in the direction that we want the country to go. So right now we're trying to establish public schools, and there's only a 15.7% chance that succeeds. It's not very popular support, but they'll keep trying to push that through. So we're not playing as the leader, we're sort of playing as the country. I don't know how else to explain that. We're playing as the nation more so than the actual, like, personal leader himself. I am the national spirit of Chile. Basically. Okay, we have unused construction production. Chat, let's make those coal mines. Lots of potential for coal mines in Chile. Okay, it's gonna cost us some money, and it's gonna take 53 weeks. Paper in the Chilean market is incredibly expensive because we're importing it. And we're only able to import 15. And I think we'd have to trade with somebody else. Let's see if we can. I don't think I have enough convoys. And I want to find out where convoys are made. So I want to import additional paper. But I can only do so with the American market, and the productivity goes down by a little bit. And there was a tutorial for this, but I'm still not sure what the productivity down on the import and export list actually means for all intents and purposes, because it's a predicted, we'll basically lose 1.5 pounds on the trade because of tariffs and the actual price, but it'll bring the price of paper in the Chilean market down from 52 pounds per unit to 19. So we're cutting costs for our bureaucracies. So we're tanking a little bit of money in order to be able to have extra paper for bureaucratic pursuits, because it costs bureaucracy points to do trades, but it also costs convoys. So we only have 6 convoys available. I don't have enough convoys. So I can either cut some other trades, or we can figure out how to get more convoys. So let's figure it out. They're produced in port buildings and are required to operate shipping lanes. All right, our port buildings. Let's find those then. Here's a port. This port is taking 5 clippers. We're importing clippers, and it's creating 200 convoys. So we would have to change to an industrial port and use coal and steamers. Alternatively, we could make another port. So in Los Rios, there is no port. We could build one. And that would take some construction, some time. It would require a lot of labor. And take 106 weeks. But, okay, so let me put it like this. Each port isn't building like, oh, it's building 200 convoys a month. I think it's just supporting 200 convoys total. They did a really good job on the soundtrack selection for this game. They did indeed, yes. Do we have to pre-order to support the stream, or can I just use the link to buy it on Friday without the pre-order bonus? If you want to buy it through the link or take the link and redirect to Steam, it doesn't matter. Just clicking on the link and looking around helps out both me and the sponsor a lot. Just got here, Ital. What's this game all about? This game is all about a lot of things. It's basically a deep economic simulation of resource management, picking a nation, exploiting the nation's resources. Like Chile has a lot of potential for coal, sulfur, lead, and gold. And so using those resources, maybe turning them into advanced resources, selling them on the market, trying to corner markets, become the top earner, and increase your GDP and possibly your influence by either colonizing different areas. There is a war aspect to the game, but it's not a war game. And then diplomatically manipulating others by either creating a dependency where they require you economically because you're producing resources they are using in abundance, and not becoming so dependent on someone else that if they go have a crucial war or lose some territory, that your entire industry, infrastructure, and economy falters. So it's just a lot of really in-depth economic simulation at its core. So like we're trying to get natural resources and turn them into advanced resources and sell them. But yeah, the pre-order bonus is the Victoria 2 remastered soundtrack. This game is like Dune. That's true. Okay, anyways. So we're doing the construction sector, then the coal mines, and then let's hang tight from there. So right now we're just going to be paying a lot for paper at the moment. So we have an input shortage of paper. We now have 7 construction, and I want to see, now that it's done with that, how much we're actually using here. Okay, so yeah, we are having big buy orders for wood right now. It's plus 33% base price. So if we want to support our construction and not be paying an exorbitant amount of money for wood, we should just make more logging camps. And maybe change the production. Electric sawmills would be pretty good, but it needs electricity. The steam donkey would do what for us? Consume coal, consume engines, but decrease the amount of laborers that we're using. And then chainsaws would require oil and tools. And then transportation. Also, so basically there's only a finite number of laborers. How do I see the number of laborers? 8,000. There's only 32,000 total laborers. So that's going to be a very hot commodity. Reducing the number of laborers you're using is going to free them up to do other things. So like in Santiago, laborers are 194,000. I think laborers are drawn from the peasants when needed. I think so too, yeah. But yeah, I'm jamming the soundtrack. Chargoth, what's up? Looks like 6 years. And thanks for the 72 months of sub, Chargoth. Yo, what up? But anyway, Pelsari, you were mentioning Stellaris. Uh-oh. I would say that Stellaris is a bit easier to get into than Victoria 3, but that's just by nature of the game. Because you need to know some real-world economic concepts. There's a little bit more learning. It's not just like sci-fi shiny lasers go pew-pew. You actually have to know, or through the game, they do tell you, you know, what are tariffs? How do you encourage or discourage exports of goods that you need locally and things like that? But I personally enjoy that aspect of having a new giant grand strategy simulation to chew on all the details. So that appeals to me. Burning ashes. The drop in temperature caused by the volcanic eruption of Krakatoa has ruined the crops of all the nation, and the farmers of Santiago beg for help. No food at home, sir. Not a single root to be saved. Children ask questions, sir. The sky is always dark, always red. They're hungry, hungry and afraid, my lord. And so am I. Santiago's me. Worldwide famine. I like that this affects different nations with the real-world events of the era. That's really cool. We can send them some food. Chile gets volcanic winter relief costs. That's me. Our states with farms or plantations will experience crippling crop failures. Or there's nothing we can do. The crop failure will also affect the rest of the world. Our states will experience crippling crop failures. So we can get relief for 5 years, plus 300 government expense. Hang on. Am I missing something? What do I get for paying? Am I gonna send myself some food? I'm the one that I can't make food. Because it says I get a cost of 300 government expenses. You're just paying money to feed the masses. But I'm not sure what it like it doesn't have a listed benefit. But I'm gonna click it anyways, because I'm gonna send them some food. But I don't know how to see the effects of that on the peasants. We're just trusting, like I'm losing gold now. I am Santiago, that's me. Benefit, you live. You survive. Peasants. Peasants. Subsistence farmers found only in subsistence building, where they produce agriculture and simple manufactured products, mostly for their own needs. They rely on subsistence output for survival and play a limited role in the market economy, and tend to be politically inactive. Okay. I wonder if you weren't supposed to get that event. I'm not sure. Like, if it was supposed to be directed towards Chile from other people? I don't know. Because there's an active journal entry there. Which we also have patronize romanticism. Have an arts academy. Trigger an event. The conquest of the desert. Chile owns all of Araucania. Chile owns all of Patagonia and Mendoza. The southern reaches of the continent remain outside of the control of any nation. Though the native population will certainly not make it easy, it's imperative we secure this territory before it falls into the hands of our rivals. Trigger an event, the conquest of the desert. That's kind of what we're doing right now. Path to liberalism. A more democratic society with the right ideas will lay the groundwork for a country where the liberty of citizens is paramount. We've sort of been doing this already. Chilean Interest Group is part of the government and has one of these ideologies. Chile is at peace, and all interest groups are not insurrectionary. So we just need either census or universal suffrage, and we'll get the event Freedom, Equality, and Brotherhood. So we do have some, like, per-country objectives that you can sort of pursue. I'm not sure how good the bonuses are for completing them, but it's nice to see that they're there and kind of guide you in a certain direction. So what I want to look at is how we can save some money, because I don't want to spend all of my cash and gold reserves. Our investment pool has dwindled quite a bit. Hey, it's Alex. Hi, chat. What's up, Avic? How you finding vic3 so far? I've been taking it real slow. This is a 7-hour stream, and we're at 1841. Because we're pouring over all the deets. But I think we're moving things in the right direction, because I've been unknowingly completing one of my journal quests. We've successfully changed multiple laws. We've chosen a party or faction that we wanted to rise to power. We successfully changed our entire government type from military junta to a voting-based system. We're a presidential republic now, and we've changed the flag of Chile as a result of changing that, and we're working on reformations in other areas, while also trying to get a grasp on supply and demand for different goods, and pumping up our building sector, which, by the way, we are at 9 out of 9. So we were talking earlier, like, we thought it added +2 to the construction. It does. So we've upgraded it twice. It just didn't look like it at first. It takes some time to develop into its full final form. So we've almost doubled our construction sector, also. I played it all day, and I'm on, like, 1870 or something like that, so you're on pace with me. But yeah, I've been enjoying myself. How about you, Avic? Who are you playing as? Why do you pick Chile? It's one of the tutorial nations. The suggested tutorial nations are Chile, Belgium, Sweden, and Cape Colony. And I think that they are the way they are because they present gameplay that isn't going to game over you right out of the gate. So for example, you could play as the Republic of Texas at the beginning of the game if you wanted, but you start immediately at war with Mexico, and of course, you could start as Mexico too, and you're at war with the Republic of Texas. If that's, and potentially also the United States, depending on how this goes. We have a war against the Comanche and the Navajo with Mexico, so you've got to be at war with indigenous peoples in the Americas. You can start as one of the major powers, but you're going to have a lot more sort of totals to work with. I don't think I would want to start as Great Britain or Prussia or something like that, or France, because it's just going to be a lot. Same thing with Hearts of Iron. It's a little easier to start as some of the smaller nations, learn the basics, and then take the things that you learn and apply them to some of the larger places like the King Dynasty. I played a tutorial nation too, Cape Colony. How did you find being a crown colony? Or what challenges did that gameplay add? How can I save some money? We're spending 1.81k on paper and clippers. Government wages. Oh, I know what we can do. We're paying the intelligentsia way too much money. They love us now. We don't have to keep paying them that much. We brought them into the governmental fold. They are loyal +20. For us to get the perk of their card, they merely need to be +10 loyal. So we have +10 to play with. And our budgetary spending, we increased to maximum government wages in order to appease them. So we can drop their wages back to normal. And we can definitely save some money there. In fact, we could... You guys are going from £9 a week to 5.91 pounds a week. We were trying to keep the intelligentsia happy. So now that we're not paying them as much, that's gonna take a little hit. After some time passes, one would assume. Improve access to consumer goods added to journal. Wood is going up. Iron is crazy high. Services are quite expensive. Okay, what else are we... We also are not taxing the people. Like, we're just not taxing anybody. We have the lowest taxation level. And I was doing that to sort of add legitimacy at the time, but and also I was lowering taxes because our gold reserves and investment pool was basically full. So I'm gonna go ahead and go back to like taxing people. Let's see, what is my current legitimacy? 87%. We are super legitimate. Land and voting is plus 20. My head of state's interest group is in the government, plus 15. Our governmental clout is plus 60. 50.4%. So the clout of these two parties gives you more legitimacy. So typically, like, we don't want to have a teeny tiny clout peoples in the government unless we're actively bolstering them. If your gold reserves are full, you could float the negative. We have been, yes. But at this stage, like, we don't really need to be quite tanking as far as we are. Like, maybe just 1.3k a month is good. Just a little bit of that. Just a little. How do you feel about the UI? Did they do a good job on it? I've enjoyed the UI. The buttons are very clicky and snappy. It seems like there's a lot of good information. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to find what you need, but that's just byproduct of playing a new grand strategy game and not knowing where the hell anything is. So that's just like, oof, where did that... We're losing a ton of money right now. But yeah, that's just a byproduct of having to learn what submenus the information that you're looking for is, and that's going to happen with basically any game. The only thing that I can't seem to find that I would say that I have a small problem with is the events that pop up down here. I have not been able to figure out how to see a history of them. So they're all timed. So if you just unpause the game and you forget to look down there, they disappear. And I don't know how to find them again. Other than that, I haven't had any problems. And I found the UI pretty useful, feeding me the information that I need. But Avik said, access to the British market as Cape Colony is definitely nice. But I wish Britain would stop waging wars every other month. Yes. Some awesome mountains down here. My Cape Colony is the #1 tea producer in the world, and I make so much money, it's hilarious. That sounds awesome, though. Glad you're having fun with it. How is immigration pop growth, Tox? We're actually doing pretty good with immigration and pop growth. I don't know how to see a chart for that. There might be something on the population tab itself to say our population is approaching the 1 million mark. So pop growth annually is plus 0.34%. Which isn't incredibly high. We're number 78 worldwide. But we are, I believe we were getting some people jumping over onto us from some of our interest group traits. Okay, so the Catholics are upset and they're lowering our education access because they're unhappy that we've recently stopped a law enforceable state religion. But the rural folk are giving us some good logging and agriculture and ranch throughput. Landowners are giving us bonus influence, which we're actually using. The industrialist approval are giving us tech cost reduction. The armed forces are giving us military tech cost reduction. The intelligentsia is giving us society tech cost reduction. Capitalists are giving us more investment pool money. We get more offense and defense. That's the thing we're looking for. The intelligentsia being loyal is a plus 50% to migration attraction. So I think I'm doing the best I can with migration attraction. I believe. What is that flag? The flag is Chile if it were a presidential republic in 1841. So that's where the sort of ahistorical stuff comes in, and you can sort of control that with the game options at the beginning, whether you can have ahistorical nations or secessions and such being released. The Catholic Church leader has died. The United States of America started a native uprising diplomatic play against the Ute. And the landowners are now loyal. And they're contributing more. Why are we losing 6K? Staggering. 3.39k from government wages. Didn't I just turn that down? I have low government wages. Did we just hire a whole bunch of government employees? We don't really need that much armed forces approval, do we? Because politically, like, they're already plus 15 loyal. We should be paying them as little as possible. That's such a weird thing to say. Might be your investment pool drying up. Oh, it is the investment pool drying up. Yeah, yeah. So let's go ahead and just raise taxes. We're losing some legitimacy. It's goods for government buildings are taking. We're just spending we're spending 1.6k just on paper. So I say, stop spending on paper. No more paper. Paper is canceled. No more bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is also canceled. Minus 20k. So we're losing taxes, but we're actually gaining income, interestingly. I know we have a bureaucratic shortfall. I'm working on it. We're going to make coal mines. And then I might either make a government administration here. And that's going to be plus 35 bureaucracy. And I've already got a level 3 here. Chat, here, I have a question. Avic, I have a question. Chat, you got a lot of questions. I'm going to try and look at your chat in a second. It's hard to play and read at the same time. Also, hang on. The role of discipline in the new public schools. Wait, are there hold on, don't look at that. One thing at a time, Chad. One thing at a time, all right? Everybody slow down. How does Bolivia look? It looks like Bolivia. You know, it looks like this. It's kind of like this shape. What are some of the weirder formable nations you found? Well, I'm in 1841, so it's only been 5 years in game, so there really haven't been any crazy nations yet. Out of 100 years. Sorry, I'm scrolling down chat. And now I have to remember what I was going to ask. Oh, I know what I was going to ask. Okay, so in a given area, when you are building a new urban building, you have 11 valid targets. That means you have 11 possible buildings. But when it says urban center size of 2, what does 2 mean? For every 100 urbanization in the state, we have 231 urbanization here. You get 1 urban center that will spring up on its own. And an urban center produces 50 services and consumes 10 wood. It also gives employment to shopkeepers, laborers, clergymen, and clerks. And more services is good because that's a staple need of your populace. And it's about even with where it should be in the base price. But here's my question. How many of these green slots are there per area? Like how many, can you only build 4? Is there gonna be another row after this? How do you know what the upper limit is? Or is it just you build as many as you want, as long as you can afford it? Okay, so it's as much as you have resources. So there's no stop. There's not like oh, you have 36 sulfur mine potential. You don't have a limit to how many urban buildings you can make? Oh, infrastructure. Okay, yeah, infrastructure is going to be the cap. So we're using 17 out of 28 infrastructure then. So different buildings are going to cause differing amounts of infrastructure. Okay, that's kind of... I was trying to figure out what the limiting factor was outside of just outright cost. So, is it better to upgrade an existing government administration or build a new government administration in a non-existing location to try to meet my bureaucratic demand? Or does that not matter? I guess it does matter if you're trying... Like, I only have 5 out of 9 infrastructure, and a government building is going to take 3 of that. So it'd probably be better to use the infrastructure that we have a bigger pool of up here to make the existing government building a larger level to accommodate the minus 20 bureaucracy. Okay, let's try that. Because, yeah, this just says +1 level. And the bureaucracy level is slowly going up. From simple organization. Okay, anyway, what was this? Discipline and punish event in Santiago. The role of discipline in the new public schools has raised by the armed forces as an area of improvement in the plans for the new education system. Okay, so basically armed forces are questioning how we're going to handle discipline in the public schools. We can either focus on the curriculum or work this into the school system. This is not merely about keeping an orderly classroom so knowledge can be imparted. It's about imparting character. After all, we've been given an enormous responsibility by the parents of these children, who do all they can to raise them as upstanding citizens. Too often we find boys joining the military service whose character has already been almost irrevocably ruined by an unruly youth and a lack of respect for authority. It needn't be so. Either focus on the curriculum, which gets faster enactment of public schools, but the armed forces do not like that we have undisciplined children, so they lose approval. Or we can work it in and make it take longer to enact, but keep the armed forces happy. So the armed forces right now are at 14 loyal. We really don't want to piss them off too much, and I feel like waiting just a little bit longer. 15% enactment time isn't that bad. So it's 166 days until the next checkpoint. I'm just going to say let's work it into the curriculum, and I don't want to like piss them off too much because we're probably going to enact some laws later that do make them upset. So we'll just make it take a little longer. Wood in the Chilean market is expensive while we are building, which is precisely why the next thing I want to do is up our logging camps. So expanding logging camps, it says it takes 150 construction, which is 39 weeks, but it's going to give us +4 infrastructure. So I say let's queue that up. Okay, paper costs have gone down significantly because has tanked, bureaucracy's tanked, iron's gone up, we need more iron, we need more everything. Great Britain stopped improving our mutual relations. Okay, so anyway, having said it depends, sometimes the running costs or construction costs differ. Also some buildings, as you pointed out, require more infrastructure, so are better in a more developed area, while some add boons that you want to spread around a bit. Are you still importing paper? Possibly. I want to look at the market for paper. It can be used by the Arts Academy, Government Administration, University, and skyscrapers. Very fancy. So let's check our trade routes, and we do need to cancel the trade route of paper. That'll free up some bureaucracy as well. We have import demand for wood while we don't have any wood. So you can just click on that button and it takes you to the interaction map straight away. So yes, we got some convoys back. And the British market gives us the most productivity. It takes the most convoys, but it gives us the same amount of wood. So our demand for wood right now, this is only going to give us 20. Our current demand is what? We actually have buy orders in the order of 279. So we need like 100. And the reason we need so much is because we're building with too many construction. We have too much construction in our construction sectors and we don't have the lumber to support it, really. So I think I'm actually going to work on that next instead of the bureaucratic catch-up. We definitely need the logging. Okay, but in the short term, we can trade for some of that. So let's trade with the British. Let's trade with the Americans. And let's trade with the Bolivians. Okay. Wow, never mind. That was a terrible idea. 25% taxaways. Okay, we don't want that much. I don't want that much. Let's drop the Americans. Everything's expensive, chat. I can't be negative 35 bureaucracy in the hole. Negative 20 in the hole, even with just one trade route. Well, we're importing a little bit, but we're only using 8 out of 9 of our construction because we really need those logs. And each logging camp is going to produce 120 wood, so that's a pretty good amount. But yeah, you have to keep up with what you're importing and exporting, so that's a good point. So now we have grain is a very high import demand as well. How much grain are we short? Don't mind all that. Market price is surging because we have 222 buy orders. Basically, all of our fields are shot, I think, just because of Krakatoa. And by all of our fields, I mean fields around the world. I don't think we have we have like one wheat farm, and I doubt it's really producing anything. Chat, what is error connecting to remote server? Oh. Nightbot said that? But anyway, thanks again, Chargoth, like half an hour ago for subbing. Mod Squad, Nog, Mary Skipper, and Chargoth. I hope you guys are having a nice night. Chat, I think it's been about 8 hours, and I would like to go ahead and say this is probably a good stopping point for us. That we can probably pick up tomorrow as we unlock intensive agriculture. Don't say it. He said it. We're going to stream tomorrow, okay? So, we're coming back, and I imagine we'll be playing both this and RimWorld. I might just do a double feature stream, because I would definitely want to see more Victoria 3 other than just the, like, almost 6 years that we ended up playing. So we might just play both? I don't know. But I've enjoyed this. Split screen. Sometimes split streams just make people mad. Because they're like, oh no, I just got here. And you're switching. I want to see more of this or that. But I can't play everything at the same time. I mean, I can, but you'd only be able to see one of them. I could just actually cut the screen down the middle. Okay. So, there's a lot of production methods here for farms. We might have to take a look at that when we start this again. Because I'm definitely going to be playing more. Split stream makes chat sour sometimes, but I gotta get everything in. It's hard to do it all. All we have to do is a 24-hour subathon, where we just play each game for 12 hours. I don't even know if that would be enough. But anyways, thanks for coming, everybody. Before you go, if you got to hang out and you liked what you saw and you want to check it out tomorrow, then make sure to hit that sponsored link in the chat, !vic3. Helps out the channel, and of course you're helping out the channel just by being here and watching these sponsor streams, so thanks for the opportunity, chat, because I couldn't do it without you. Thanks for all the end-of-stream follows that I've been pouring in the last 30 minutes or so. If you came from the directory, thanks for hanging. And you're going to see some more Victoria 3 learning. I've been having a great time with the franchise so far, and it's good to be able to finally immerse myself and jump into the deep end. I know some of it's a little... There's a lot of morsels to chew on when it comes to learning an economic simulator on stream, so thanks some of you for being patient while I figure out the ropes. But I hope you liked getting a little early look and that you're excited to play tomorrow. But first time grand strategy is always going to be like that a little bit, and honestly, I eat it up because it's a feeling that doesn't come around too often. And I don't feel like we got stuck too much on any one thing, so that's nice. Even if we were playing a bit slow. But I have to play a bit slow because I feel like I think the majority of viewers here probably don't know how to play the game, and I hope it's helpful to see how someone like you, he's just like me for real, would go about actually figuring out the intricacies of an in-depth economy sim like this one. And maybe you can see what it's like to sort of start. If I can do it, you can do it, is what I'm trying to say. But thanks again, Paradox, for the sponsorship, if you're out there somewhere, and for hooking us up with early access. How'd you get early access? Because the developers sent me a code and allowed me to stream. And also sponsored the stream with money. This is an ad stream. And I appreciate all of you guys who support the stream by hanging out, watching, listening, lurking, whatever the case may be, and also clicking that link. And maybe getting the game yourself. Because I need you guys to get it to learn how to play it so that, you know, you can teach me how to play it better. And if you do get it tomorrow, I hope you have fun. Some of you guys taking days off of work to play, and I hope you have a great time. Chat, we're going to go on an end-of-stream raid. And I will see you again tomorrow, probably around the same time, like 2 to 3 p.m. Pacific. Somewhere in there. Midas is very hungry, and so am I. But I imagine we'll be streaming... If my voice keeps... we'll probably be streaming like at least Tuesday, Wednesday, if not also Thursday. So certainly Tuesday, Wednesday, okay? And we'll get some more in. Get some more gaming. It's a big week. Whew. Did I get everything? Thanks for the stream. Made me very interested in the game. Hey, Skullgar. Hope you like it. I wish I could take days off school. Yeah, shame on developers across the globe for releasing games on Tuesdays. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know why that is. Like, why does every single new release come out on a Tuesday? I'm just not sure. Nightbot, are you doing your best? Nightbot's doing his best. Okay, let's go on a raid. I'm going to send you guys over to Arch Play Stuff, who is playing some RimWorld right now. And has been hanging out earlier today while we were playing. Learning vic3. It's just nice to finally have the game in my hands. Not yours, stinky chatters. Mine. Only I get to play. I'm just kidding. I'm really just glad you guys don't have to wait more than like half a day to play yourself. And also thank Avic for dropping in, saying hi. I don't know if you can click on Avic's name. I don't know if we can do 2 pop-ups at the same time, because the raid pop-up's up now, but you can have the chat shout-out instead. Give Avic a follow while you're here, too. If you haven't already. Maybe he'll stream some Victoria 3, and then I can watch it. I'm just going to be, like, rapt attention. Nightbot, what are you doing? Nightbot's dying. Good night, everybody. Have a good sleep. I'm gonna go eat some food. Definitely not playing Snap. And, I'll see you for another one. I think today was enough practice. Probably vic3 tomorrow. You did the right thing. I don't know how you could play through the whole campaign off stream. I was trying, and I was like, I miss chat, and I require viewers for validation. Bye, everybody. Go give Arch Play Stuff some love. Check him out and give him a follow, too. I'll join you over there. Raiders out.